What's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, beautiful blasphemous bastards? How y'all doing? I was just hanging out with Math Pig in his open room. It was fun. I got in there a bit late, and then I had to focus on dinner once the pork loin in the oven got to a certain point. I had to start focusing on dinner. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? See, Spooky's here with the popcorn. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's an open room. Anybody can come in. It'd be nice to talk to Jay. You know, like we've never really actually had a chance to talk, and I'm really hoping I don't have any issues with my computer. We'll see. If not, I got to get into my emails for several different reasons and clear out the junk and get a hold of some people, try to schedule some streams. What's up, you beautiful bastards? I'll be posting a link here in just a moment. Yeah, I tried to find it. You said it was under your real name, but I'm not quite sure. I can't remember what your real name is. And I didn't see it. I even was looking, man, and I didn't see it. But like there's over 1,000 in there now, and most of them are just junk mail. I don't know how I get so much junk mail to that account. It's definitely not like it used to be. There was a period when my email was cluttered because people were emailing me. People still email me occasionally, but it's not cluttered because of that anymore. So, feeling a little better than I have been. If you hung around the other channel, I'm playing video games on my other channel. I'm gonna rebrand it. I just haven't rebranded it yet. Still haven't really quite decided on a game or on a name. But I'm feeling a little better. I've got more information. I know I've got time. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try to find a job that I can do with my disabilities. You know, it might not be too late. So I'm not giving up yet. I feel a bit better. I'm hoping I can stay alive and active. I've been getting tired fairly early lately for this. So I got done doing what I needed to do today. And, you know, and I'm kind of going around. Granny's having a pretty good stream. You know, I kind of lurked there for a minute. Math Pig is going, or it's about to start, and it's going. I lurked there for a minute. Sammy had a stream. I lurked there for a minute. And Sammy's stream was about Pokemon, and Will Kincaid was in there, and you know, just they were talking about Pokemon cards to be exact, I think. And you know, I'm telling my daughter because my daughter wants to come out and watch TV, but I got my desk back out here, and I'm like, no, I think I'm gonna hop into a room. So no TV for you. And but I was like, I'm not sure. I don't know. This is kind of boring. They're talking about Pokemon, you know. And at that point, Math Pig didn't have the link in the chat yet. And I wasn't really focusing. Like I said, I was kind of like stream hopping. I wasn't really focusing on what was going on. But you know, I was kind of, you know, just lurking in Sammy's chat. You know, me and Will, you know, we've had our heyday. We had our battles. Right now, everything's in that chill phase with me and Will Kincaid. So I said, I can spice this up a little bit just by making my presence known. And I'm not worried about like Will Kincaid going off because I'm in the side chat. Because like I said, me and him are pretty chill. Everything's are things are chill right now. After World War Smoky, um, things are kind of chill. He doesn't go at me, as far as I know. I don't really go at him. I'm doing different shit. But I'm like, I can make my presence known. So I simply type, not even like a really good raging atheist entrance, but usually, one of those raging atheist entrances. Hello, I'm here talking shit. And it wasn't like even that insulting. All I said was Will Kincaid um, talking Pokemon can be a channel killer. That's all I said. That's all I said. And Will didn't take any offense to it. He agreed. It's one thing if you got like a Pokemon channel, or a channel dedicated to Pokemon, but like any other channel, you just start talking Pokemon out of the air. Well, that's for a niche, you know. So I'm like, so my statement is, I mean, I think logically consistent anyway. Will did take no offense to it. Nobody really took much offense to it. I think everybody knows me well enough at this point to know that I was just kind of talking shit. I wasn't coming in there, really. I wasn't coming into the side chat with guns blazing. I've had some words, some folks, but I wasn't going in there with guns blazing. People have seen me go in with guns blazing, right? Yeah. Q got really, 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 really triggered. Really triggered. Just really mad. Like I'm actually talking shit or something. Now, I kind of forgotten that Q existed. I ain't gonna lie. Just the truth. And I'm not quite sure what I've done to piss off Q. Now, I've had a few rounds with Q. I used to let him on my channel. I gave him platform some of his problems, and he's had a really rough life. But during the whole Smokey Saint Will Kincaid thing, he chose to remain friends, and I was like, well, I can't really be friends with people laughing and chilling with people saying the things they're saying about my daughter. And we had our little thing, and then I got sent some information from this dude, like if that actually knows him in real life, and it was some messed up shit. And I think I might have streamed it. I think I do what I do. But like recently, like the only shit, like I haven't really even been around much, and the only shit I really talked was the stream that I went into Sammy's stream, and it was like the cult of William Fremen. And I figured like the stream title of Sammy's stream today would be like kind of like a response to that, because Sammy had come into my great game stream yesterday and he kind of mad at me. But I mean, he had literally called me like just pretty much said I was stupid, called me ignorant. I mean, it was pretty rough. I haven't showed it on this channel. It happened on my video game channel. But I wasn't going at anybody in a hard way. I wasn't there to start a fuss. And I don't know what I did to Q, but he starts talking about my like I made a comment like, man, oh, it's so tense. I don't, shit like that. I was, bro, I don't know. I don't even know why you're pissed. I think he thinks that when I like talked about what happened in the stream I went to on Sammy's channel with William Fremen and crew, that I don't remember Q being there. Maybe he was there, but like I really just don't pay any attention to him at all. So if he was there, I just I don't think he was there. So I think he thinks that when I had the stream reviewing that I was talking to him somehow, but I don't know. Maybe I said something. When I'm playing video games and I'm talking shit, I'm not really thinking about what I'm talking. I wasn't playing video games at that point, but I it started when I was playing video games. Started when I was playing video games. Let me take a drink. So eventually, I was like, dude, just chill out, man. Take a Xanax, chill out. Now, I don't know Q. I don't know what kind of medication he takes, but he took offense to that. Like I was, somehow like belittling him for being on medication or something. And I was just literally just like, dude, chill out. I don't know what the fuck your issue is. He got offended about that. So he starts talking about my leg. He's like, well, fuck you. You're going to talk about me with the Xanax, whatever. Then, at least I have two legs and I can work and blah, all this fucking shit. I thought about showing it, but I'm like, you know what? Nah, because he really just doesn't matter. I thought it was kind of funny. I should have went in there, but I didn't. So, and I was like, I'm done with this. He's kind of beta and triggered, and I didn't even really do anything to trigger him. So I went to MathPig stream. MathPig, first time I've seen him streaming in a while. And at that point, the StreamYard link was linked. I went in, and it was a good conversation. A guy I'd never met before named I Am Batman was there, and I guess they were talking comic books when I went in. But the conversation was about writing, and I'm trying to get back into my writing. I had written an autobiographical book about how like this really really little book, one of the smallest books I've ever written, about me going from being a Christian to being agnostic, not atheist, not raging atheist, but the kind of it focuses on the time period where I say, hey, I'm not a Christian now, and then there's this period of time, it's about 3, 4, maybe 5 years, where I just fucked with a lot of different religions, and was trying to really look for like, hey, what do I believe in? And finally I ended on agnosticism. The agnosticism went into hardcore hard atheism. I forgot like my point there. But anyway, long story short, like I don't, it's kind of a low blow to talk about my legs and or whatnot. So, and I guess there's lines drawn in the sand by groups right now, and one group is trying to say, hey, we're the same people, we're not this bad, and yet I don't know, it seems like it's extremely extremely pretty fucking bad. I don't know, pretty toxic atmosphere. I mean, I just showed up and said, joked about Pokemon with Will Kincaid. It wasn't even that bad. I mean, trust me, of all this shit between me and Will Kincaid, I could have said something a lot worse than that. But we're in that neutral period now. We're in that ceasefire period. All right, I don't know. So I'm on that pig's stream, and it's a good conversation. Pretty good conversation. I didn't mean to kind of take over the stream, but they had gotten to the point, and Math Pig acknowledged me, and we kind of, I made some kind of comment, and Math Pig went into how he had taken kind of a break, and we got on the conversation in my old rooms and stuff, and so I didn't mean to kind of hijack the conversation there for a minute, but then we got back on track. We started talking briefly about writing, and then in comes Q. In comes Ginger. And he had just said what he said about my leg. Like I could have went off. I mean, that was kind of a fucked up thing to say, but I'm not trying to do that no more. Math Pig don't want no drama. Q is there because he knows Math Pig doesn't want any drama. He's there so I start the drama, right? Like he's there because he just said that shit about my leg. He is expecting me to say something but I'm just quiet. I have my mic on mute. My mic on mute. I start my dinner. The sides for my dinner. And I'm like, just that's kind of cowardly. Like you were just talking shit about my leg and about my condition, I guess, which is fine. I mean, that's what shitty people do. I mean, if you took my little Xanax jab like a personal jab, I don't know why. I don't have a copy of your prescriptions. If you take Xanax, how would I know that? I don't fucking know what you fucking take. You need to take some chill pills, brah. Stop being so fucking triggered, man. But it is an open room. So if you got some balls, you can come in and tell me about it. We'll see how long it lasts. Anybody can come in. Jay can come in. Like I said, I'd like to talk to Jay. Hopefully some of y'all will come in. But it ended on Math Pig stream. Math Pig is trying to have, he's trying to like no drama type shit, and that's fine. That's cool. That's what you want, bro. That's good. I understand. But then like Cube makes this comment. Let people just be people. And I was cooking. I was AFK. I didn't really say anything. But I mean, sure. I mean, I guess we could let people just be people. I mean, should we just have let Lori Vallow Daybell just be Lori Vallow Daybell? She's just a Mormon. She's a little cray with it. Oh yeah, she killed her 2 children, but we'll just let people be people, right? No, it's a stupid thing to say. You can't just let people be people. What you can say is, stand for civil rights. You can be very clear with that. Hey, I stand for civil rights. I do want people to be people, and I want all people to have those civil rights. And if you're against people having their civil rights, well, then you discuss me, and I'm probably going to call you out. That's what I probably wanted to get in there at the very end, but wouldn't want to bring too much drama. No, I'm not going to let you just be you if you're like a bigot and you're hanging around with a bunch of bigots, and I mean, that's kind of stupid, right? Why? I mean, that would be like irresponsible, and I don't know. I think morally, I think should say something, but I don't know. So let's put the link in the side chat. We'll pin it up. Anybody can come in. Unless you're pouring by me, then you'll be out. I'm feeling pretty chill. I've been smoking some dank, so feeling pretty chill, pretty calm tonight. We'll see if anybody joins. Have y'all paid attention to the Lori Daybell trial? Woman's Mormon, former beauty queen. She was on Wheel of Fortune. She has 3 children. One's older, Mormon. They're all Mormon. She meets a guy named Chad Daybell. And she had shown signs of like slipping into some, extremism before that. She was getting more and more attuned with the Lord, as they say. But when she met Chad Daybell, her life changed. Chad Daybell, he's written a couple books, considers himself a prophet, thinks that he can see things about people most people can't see, whether they're quote unquote light or dark. And he has the scaling system in which he judges people on light or dark. Light being good, of God, a warrior for God. Dark being bad, warrior for the devil. And there's a scaling system to it. So you might be a 2.9 D, 2.9 dark. You might be a 3.8 L for light. Well, Lori Daybell, she thought Lori Vallow Daybell, she thought she was a god herself almost. She thought she was the leader of the 144,000, one of the leaders with Chad. And that she was appointed to be a warrior here on Earth. And this all is happening actually very rapidly. Like you would think like something like this, like an ideology like this would kind of like seep in over time, right? No, this happened all suddenly and shit. Like within a matter of months, really. She starts doing this podcast. Like most of her family doesn't even know about the podcast. Like she's saying really crazy shit on this podcast. She's a member of this group. I mean, I guess you can start calling it a cult, right? The trial's going on right now on court TV. It's like, and ever since the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, I've been hooked to what's it's called LawTube. It's here on YouTube. It's pretty much lawyers talking about trials, and right now it's on court TV, and everybody's talking about it right now. So it's like this is a crazy fucking case if you haven't heard about it at all, or if you just heard about it a little bit. This is crazy. This is insanity. This is religion at its absolute worst. This is the thing that should kind of, like, in my opinion, kind of open people's eyes up to just how dangerous religion can be. Lori had 3 children, as I said. One was older, Ryan, Mormon. She had a 16-year-old daughter, Tylee. And sorry, I'm going from memory on this, but like I know the story fairly well at this point. And she had, I believe he was 6, maybe 8, JJ, who was autistic. And JJ was adopted. JJ wasn't her biological son, but he was part of the family. Like, Ryan, it was Ryan's little brother. Like, he had been there pretty much since a baby. And her husband, Charles Vallow, had always been a great dad to her kids. And JJ was his son. Like, they had adopted JJ together. Well, one night Charles calls the police. He's in Vegas on his way home. He's on business. And Lori cancels his ticket home. I think I might have missed somebody in the back. If there was somebody in the back, you can come back. I just wasn't looking into this story right now, and hopefully that the link is the right one. So canceled his ticket home. Her brother Alex Cox comes over and moves all of his shit out, and takes his truck. Nothing's at the house anymore. And when he finally gets home from Vegas, everything's locked up. He can't get in. He doesn't know where his children are. So he calls the police, and there's video cam of the police showing up, and he pretty much says she's gone insane. It's the only way to describe what's happened to her. And basically, she started to believe that she was a leader of this 144,000 people. Chad Daybell says he can see if people are light or dark. Chad Daybell is telling her who is light and who is dark. And if you're dark enough, if you go dark, they have another word for it. They call it zombies. You've become a zombie. There's a demon in you, and you are now the walking dead. And the only way to save your soul is to kill your body. Chad Daybell tells Laura, that son JJ and her daughter Tyler are dark. And, I think police found a list, or actually, I think it was the older son found a list and shared it with the authorities. She was actually the highest scaled dark on the list, the 16-year-old girl, Tylee. Lori is gone. She disappears. She moves to Idaho. She takes JJ and Tylee with her after showing up to the police and doing that he said, she said thing with the police the next day. She moves to Idaho. Now, Ryan, the oldest son, I believe his name is Ryan, if I'm getting it right. I am going from memory. I don't have any of this written down. Ryan is trying to get a hold of Tylee, sending her text messages. He's not getting an answer. And not only is he not getting an answer, or he's getting an answer, but the answers, he's like, this isn't Tylee. Like I've been talking to Tylee her whole life. I know how she texts me, and this isn't her. She never would speak on the phone, just text me. And he's like, it wasn't her. And people are starting to ask, where are the kids, right? The grandparents hadn't seen the kids in like 8 months, 10 months. Where's the children? Lori's never putting the kids on the phone. She'll say, hey, they're here, they're there, but they'll never be on the phone. There's no contact with the children. She's somewhere in Idaho. They killed her children. They killed her husband, Charles Vallow. They killed his first wife, all because of religious ideology, all because this man was able to warp a religious ideology and feed off of the extreme religious beliefs of others, and probably some mental illness there as well. They killed him. It appears like they killed him like about a week after going to Idaho. So for like 10 months, they're sitting in Chad Vallow's or Chad Daybell's backyard in a shallow grave, decomposing. And she's at trial right now. It's a fucked up story. Yeah. What movie is this from? Yeah, that's real life. That's religion, man. Not all religion, not all religious people, but it just shows where it can go. And and you see signs of it even on a lesser level. Like all these Christians now have all these special powers, this discernment. They can discern whether you're actually saved, or I don't know. It's cray shit going on nowadays. It's all scary. This is just the very extreme of that. Surprised nobody coming in. Usually I have like a full room by now. And she's totally just, I don't know, all in on Chad Daybell. Like she wants to have trial together. Chad ain't trying to do that shit. Chad. These men, and they're not always men. Sometimes they're women, but it's rare. It usually seems to be a man. And I've covered a lot of these different like cult leaders and the way that they're able to manipulate people, and they usually have a certain type of person that they would manipulate. Somebody that's had some past traumas, somebody that has some mental illness that they can take advantage of. Yeah, crazy story, and it's going on right now. The trial's going on right now. Um, I don't even know what their defense is really. Like it's like I don't know what their defense is. I think they're trying to plead like insanity, but they're not going insanity. And then they're trying to say like Chad Daybell is responsible and manipulated her, and she didn't actually kill the children. That her brother Alex Cox. I don't know what the defense is, but it's like she's just all like happy and joyful, and hey, nothing's wrong. And it's like you're I couldn't imagine killing my kids, especially not over like some there's a demon in them. They've become a zombie. What the fuck is that? Somebody joined finally. What's up, Corey?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Just getting off of work.
I'm like, is
Pretty
Gert
good day.
having a stream? Is that why nobody's coming in? No, Gert's not on. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Like I said, I just got off of work. Little tired.
Yeah, yeah. I get tired, so I'm gonna try to stay awake doing this. We'll see. Like, if enough people join, we'll keep this thing rolling.
I guess they're too scared because usually the streams get heated.
I mean, it really wouldn't be a rage stream if we didn't get heated.
Right?
Hey yo, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, Tioga?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Trying to be awake. I might make some more coffee. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel ya. I'm gonna try to talk quiet because my baby's sleeping, but I'm here because you guys seem lonely.
I am very lonely right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds like it's.
Oh yeah, yeah. Usually, if I go like 10 minutes like that, I have a room full waiting for me. But I haven't done this in a while, so.
So y'all have been watching the Lori Daybell case?
I have. Yeah, I definitely have been.
Yeah, I have been too. It's super interesting. I was just thinking, like watching. Remember when Chad Daybell's kids? Like, what does he have? Like 4 or 5 kids?
Yeah, it's 4 or 5.
Yeah, and they all came out about a year ago and were like, "My dad didn't do this," and I'm just wondering how they're feeling now. And like, obviously, they must have been swayed by his persuasion. So I don't know. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, they're in a rough spot because, like, he killed their mom too. Like
Yeah.
their mom's dead too, and now they're dead. Their dad's being put up. Is going through this trial. Is about to go through his own trial, and probably go to prison for life. So yeah, I do feel bad for him, but I think they're still defending him.
Are they?
Now Laura's family, she like her mom had come out defending her. Like, there's no way she did it.
Her
But
mom's
like,
still alive?
yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But as soon as they found the bodies in the backyard, I mean, that was like, all right, yep, no, I was
That's
wrong.
it.
I was wrong, which is, that's to me the right. I mean, there's no way, like, those are your blood too. There's no just sticking up for your blood here when they took blood away.
I don't know too much about the case. I tried to stay away from like news.
Oh yeah, it's pretty intense, man. I think like they had tried to flee, and they found them in like Hawaii and Kauai somewhere. They tried to get away.
Yeah, I was saying in chat, like, I think obviously, like, if you follow these ways of thought and like acting and like social interactions where you're not interacting in reality, like magical thinking, etc., it's so easy for people to be swayed by power grabs and stuff, because what do you have to counter that kind of thing? But I do think it's super interesting how when it manifests in like white suburbia, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so funny because we're always like fed this line of like, well, if you're a Christian person and you go to church and you have this type of job and you look this type of way, that you're an upstanding citizen. But actually it gets fucking weird. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and you with people's religious beliefs, most people would just leave it alone, and like I said, most people weren't listening to the podcast where she was talking about her crazier beliefs. She was going to like these group meetings or hanging out with this group, but then like still trying to pretend like she was still the same Mormon with like her other family. So they like had no idea until they actually found the podcast, and they're like, holy shit.
Wasn't it? But like, weren't the conferences they go to like called like Conference for the People or something? Or
Yeah,
like Prayer for the People?
Yeah. They really thought that there's like 144,000 people on Earth right now that God had sent to kill the zombies. Like, it's crazy shit.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of, these conferences? Have you ever been to those like crystal expos where they have like they take your pictures of your auras and do tarot
Oh
readings
yeah.
and stuff. That's what it reminds me of, but like Mormon.
I
Yeah.
hate superstitions and all that crazy shit for one reason, and that's when I was in high school as a Christian, and because of my, I don't know if I told this story, but I know I told Gurr, but I don't know if it was live or not. Uh, that it led me to a path where I was gonna be one of those known people that would have went and done a school shooting.
Oh no.
Yeah, because
That's
of my
rough.
headspace.
Like when you say that, like what do you mean like your headspace, like you
Okay,
thought people were against you kind of thing?
well, it was because there was rumors going around. Like I lost a best friend I had for 8 years at the time. Keep in mind, you're going through high school,
Mhm.
right? You're at 18 at the most. Uh, so 8 years of a friend, and you just lose that because of some rumor, and
Mhm.
they're not willing to talk to you. I was kind of thinking rationally, like, hey, I can't continue doing this. So I was just in this headspace of like, well, if everyone's against me, why don't I just be against them?
Right,
And
because like in high school you don't know.
I
Yeah.
was using religion, and my headspace was like, okay, as long as because I was taught that no matter what I did, as long as I uh, believed and asked God for forgiveness, that He would be understanding and understand where I was coming from. And I was hoping to be shot down. Like that was my goal, was to go, like I was going to go on third floor of this high school, right across the street. uh, I was going to call out sick, and I was going to wait until they let out on the third floor of the high school. And I was going to go in because I knew they just allow anybody to go in that way.
Hmm.
And I was just going to go ham.
When did you graduate?
2016.
16. Did you have like access to guns and stuff?
That's the only thing that I needed.
That's what you had to figure out at the time.
Right. That was the only reason I didn't go ahead with it. It's because I didn't have access to a gun at 18.
Yeah.
So like did you feel like I'm totally not judging you. I'm just saying that. I'm just asking like did you feel like um retaliating socially just like wasn't enough and you had to like make more of an impact kind of thing?
It wasn't, it was just that the headspace I was in, I was trying to justify all my actions through a religious lens, through a spiritual lens. I was just like, well, this girl I know is an atheist, so if I take her out,
Mm,
uh, a friend, uh, she would suffer, and if I go there, I can make her suffer even
interesting.
more,
Yeah.
because of the rumors, until
Mhm.
I could get answers.
So you could do like the worst possible damage kind of thing because you're a high schooler and you don't have fucking impulse control, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So like,
And
were you raised kind of fundamentalist, but yet you went to like this public type school? So
uh,
like, what was there a clash of the culture? So you would be being taught something at home, but then you're going to school and you're seeing this diverse mix of people that don't necessarily uh, know or have been taught the same things.
yeah. I was home. I was country bunkin, watching Duck Dynasty, homophobic asshole. I was just complete opposite of what I am now.
What made you change?
Um, I would say
Well,
that event.
looks like we lost Tioga real quick, but usually she'll come back.
I'm sorry. I tried to log in.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, okay. Can you tell me the question again? Because
Yeah, you said you were like super country bumpkin, like rootin' tootin' rural person, and then you said you changed. What made you change?
oh yeah, well, it was the fact that I got suspended, and I was out of school for about a week and a half.
Mm,
Because I at this point I just didn't care. So if you came up to me, I would fight.
mm,
Like I would, and that suspension got me away from school for a week. And I wanted to make sure I had this plan. And like I had hammers, I had bowling balls. I have attempted
gee,
to take this person's life before. The only reason I didn't was because I wanted it to be done right. If I go and wanted to get this person and I failed, that would have been the worst outcome to me. I
mm,
wouldn't care going to jail or getting shot. I was just like, I have to eliminate this person by all means.
mm.
Did you think that like if you took out this person who was an atheist that you were like getting brownie points from God? Was it like, oh cool, look God, look what I just did for you. I took out this atheist person. Now like
Not really. It was just more of like, okay, I know she doesn't believe, so when she dies, I get this. I was like, well, guess what? I get to go to heaven and she gets to suffer. If I go to suffer, well, it's not going to be all that bad because she's going to be down there with me.
Right, because you had this like magical thinking background that you couldn't prove, but you believed it. So anything kind of went.
Yeah, I kind of used it as and all else fell, I'm going to go all the way, or I can be justified in my actions in the afterlife. And that's
Mm.
how I saw it.
Yeah, I think I see that with the Lori Vallow case too. A lot of people are like, well, she's like making this thought process up and she's just trying to use it to like get what she wants. It's like, yes, she is, but I do think that she's truly delusional and truly has like these similar kind of magical thinking thoughts of like, yeah, maybe she did possibly believe that like, I mean, when you look at it from an outsider, you're like, obviously you're using that for your own gain. But like maybe she did like in her own mind justify it that way, along those same kind of
Yeah,
lines.
I think it was a mix of kind of both of those. I think she believed, but I think she was I don't know, either obsessed or normally kind of love with Chad Daybell and wanted to like just be with him and was, like that was the shit he was laying down, so she was more than willing
Mm.
to kind of eat it up.
Also, I
I'm
just have
just,
to say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just glad I got that. Uh, I'm just glad that I was never able to do it. Like, find a weapon that
Well,
I
Mm.
yeah, so
needed.
so am I. I wouldn't be talking to you right now, and I know, like I've talked to you quite a bit. You're pretty chill, and we get along. So, like, what changed you? Like, so did you ever like talk to anybody about it? Did you ever like seek therapy about you know I don't know,
It took
those
a
time periods?
lot of, uh, after getting into the skeptic community, Shannon Q and people on the skeptic platform actually really helped me a lot.
That's good to hear.
So it was actually a secular community
Oh God. All
Hi.
right. Hey,
that got.
all right. So I'm gonna bring him on. We're gonna see how this goes. This shit's about to change, yo. And
Wait.
people
Uh-oh.
are gonna. All right. So the side chat's gonna start bitching at me about doing this now. What up, man?
Oh, this is
Oh, but
Our God of the Bible is what's up.
okay. I'm out.
yeah. I love this guy. He's hilarious.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm here to debate people who are against Judeo Christianity.
well,
Aw.
I would love to get into this, but I just want to finish what I was saying. Hopefully,
All
Knock
right.
is okay with that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. We'll go into a second. Ultimated.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I personally, I
yeah.
mean, personally speaking, I haven't given up my.
Are you talking to West Puff?
Puff.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had the thing going in the background. What I was gonna say is, personally speaking, I haven't had an intimate sexual relationship with Jesus. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so
And
yeah,
I'm waiting for that day to come because this is my thing, right? You gotta have some real big dick energy to fucking feed the poor and shit when it's a crime. You know, turn water to wine when you say that you're not supposed to,
Oh my
get
God.
inebriated and things. You know, you gotta have some real fucking. You gotta have some big dick energy, man. And he was so happy all the time, right? Even when he was doing like fucked up shit, he was so happy. He had like that Richard Simmons happiness. That's big dick energy right there.
Yeah,
Puff, I just have to
it's-
say hi. I missed you and your constant talking and interrupting, but I really love you and you're funny.
Thank you, Tioga.
You're welcome.
But yeah. Go ahead and finish up, Corey. And I'm interested in this. Like, I've never actually talked to somebody that's more willing, honestly, to talk about. Hey, yeah, I had these thoughts in high school. Yes, I'm. You never know like how you're gonna react or like like I've never been in this situation where I can like say, all right, what were you thinking in that moment? You've kind of described it a little bit, but like
Okay.
like you really would have done it just if you had access to guns. So you're talking 2016. Was there less access to guns then, or are you just in a state that
It's
has more
South
gun
Carolina,
regulation?
but it's a very small town. And I didn't have a car at the time, so my parents would have to drive me, and they don't own nothing but a shotgun. Like, I wanted mass genocide. I wanted to make sure, and there was no way I could hide a shotgun. So it was, I
Have you
needed
seen
a
like a
gun
bunch
that could
of? Have you
kill
seen? Well,
or cause mass
had you
genocide.
seen a bunch of stories about like school shootings? Is that like a why? Like what did it seem like a legit viable option? I'm just like I went to high school before Columbine happened, right? So like like mass shootings were probably a thing back then, but they weren't really televised nationally. Like the last real big national thing that like was like the Texas school shooting in the 50s, the Watchtower shooting or whatever. It just wasn't really a thing. And I've always kind of associated as like back then, we used everybody had guns. I lived in North Carolina, but we all used our hands, like we considered it like, I don't know, like this, you don't go out and just shoot people, you use your hands. We were a bunch of fucking farm boys. So like,
Right.
I've always said like, it's more of a, like it's become an option now because it's been, I don't know, not glorified in the media, but I think to an extent it does. Like, they're showing shooters' faces and they're giving you biographies of these people. Like, was it like a legit factor? And do you think it was because society had made it like a legit thing? Like it was happening all across the school, so this seems like a viable
Well,
option, or all across the country.
I saw stories, but I wouldn't say that it had an impact on me personally because I did things that would be unconventional. This was a target. I was rationalizing this view through a religious view, and I target this individual. I had hammers. The only reason I didn't use it because I was in a class of 50 people in PE, and this would have been, I probably would have been ganged up on, and I just didn't have opportunities to get near them. So I thought of a bowling ball since I could have just went on top of the stairs above our the PE class. They had like stairs, and you would have dropped it, and it's like a story high. So I thought that would have done something, but the problem is I didn't want it to miss. So I even practiced dropping my bag in PE while everyone went to the lockers to change. So this was something I practiced.
Wow.
The only reason I didn't do it was because I didn't have something to do it with. Like I said, if I had a pistol or something that can that I knew that would kill, it would have been done say the match, and I would have took as many as down. But really, I just wanted to take down that one target.
Corey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did this one target know how close they came to getting whacked? Have you ever talked to them about this?
No, but I would want to, but we're not talking anymore. But that's okay with me.
Yeah, I mean, I've often said, like, to me, this is a very real thing for me. My kid she goes to public school, and it seems I'm not sure who we lost. It is Tioga. She'll probably be back. Sometimes her connection will be in and out, or she might have something. I don't know. But the older she gets, the more worried I become about this. Right, like it feels more and more like Russian roulette sending her to school. But even after Sandy Hook, it was like really since elementary school. It's like anything can happen in America, and it's yeah. I mean, I appreciate you opening up about it. Wow, man. I'm glad that you don't, feel that way anymore. And I would highly suggest, man, therapy did miracles for me. So maybe, something, talking to somebody about it might help, too.
I'm good now. Like I said, big help was Shannon Q and the skeptic community. Giving me a better mindset.
I had a couple questions. So,
yeah,
you said that the media coverage, stories about things, other school shootings, things like that, didn't have an impact on you, right?
it
But
really
what
did.
was okay? So my question is, what was then the driving motivator, the driving motivation to do it in such a grandiose and public fashion?
Well, because I didn't have access to meet with this person any other time. I wanted to take this person out because I was just devastated. This was a friend, like I said, I was devastated to the point where I didn't have a rational thought. So I was just thinking, hey, I know this person more than anybody.
Was you devastated because they were an atheist? Because that seemed like that was the issue.
No, that wasn't a bother to me. I was just like, okay,
It just,
cool.
Yeah, it seems like you're saying that the social aspect was like what really got you. You seem like you said you felt alienated by this particular person and that they had turned everyone against you, kind of thing.
Right, spreading rumors, and then I couldn't talk to them. I couldn't get nobody to intervene. I couldn't get guidance counselors. I felt like I was in the corner of my name, my reputation, everything I tried to build up. There was people who wanted to be my friends that I declined from just because I wanted to be near this person instead of the other person. And I don't want to say names, but it devastated me when the person I thought I trusted the most.
Yeah, I think we've all been there for sure, where we felt like,
Yeah.
especially in high school.
Right.
But it does seem like you really, I mean, like, again, like, no judgment. Like, it really seems like you have thought about this and that you've grown and learned to be a more, you know, to interact in society more, not just based on the interactions of a couple people, which is very difficult in high school.
Believe it or not, they started talking to me a year later after they got out of school. I was like, you didn't talk to me. Like, what the world? Just because I knew I was going to be in the social event and this person was going to be there. And I try to do better. I was like, I got aggravated because I was even willing to hurt my own family. I was like, okay, I really need to stop. Like, I took that day and I was like, what in the fuck? Oh,
Yeah, it seems like you made the right choice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you for talking about that, man. It's because I often talk about guns, and it's one of the things that I always say. It's you know, I understand. I'm kind of extremist when it comes to guns. I got this really idealistic stance. I don't like guns, and I would like to get rid of all of them. But can't we at least do something? At least come together and do something to keep these guns out of the schools and to make the kids safe at school. And yeah, I think you know. I appreciate you opening up about that, Corey, because I've never actually talked to somebody that was willing about to say, hey, no, yeah, I had those feelings. I went through that, and I can't, like, and I'm glad that you came out of it and you was able to change and get away from that.
I would, and this is what I hate about society. People demonize like people actually talking about shit that they really need to talk about. Like
Yeah.
guidance counselors for these kids need to be more than what they're doing. It's more than this. I would love it if I had this set up where, hey, licensed therapists or licensed people come and talk to kids if they're feeling down or upset. That would be awesome. Even if they have to send home a permission slip or something, that would be okay. But the fact that literally these counselors are just there, okay, what would you like to have on your school schedule?
Yeah.
I think they do have that now, don't they?
I did when I was in high school. I
No.
graduated in '96. I did. There's two
My daughter.
that
Go
helped
ahead.
me.
They do, but that's more of like mental health. That's like doctor recommended people.
There's a
And they
school therapist, I believe, at my daughter's middle school. I guess I'm not sure what that person's role is. Or psychiatrist? Maybe it's school psychiatrist. I think they have stepped that up, though.
I hope
From when
so.
I'm 36, so it's stepped up definitely since when I was a kid.
I don't know. I have two kids, and it does not seem like they. I mean, there's just no money for anything. There's no money basically.
I think it's the more rural areas because am a low budget area. I mean, the most people that make down here is $8.50. That's poor.
Oh, real
Yeah.
poor.
I was
Like
gonna
an
say, like I kind of grew up in I went to high school in the era right after, in the time period right after Columbine happened and everything like that, right? So, like, it was like a thing that was talked about, but I don't know. I always went to school in the hood, so it was more like you felt like the gun violence, because like I grew up in a city with a lot of gun violence, so you think to yourself, or you feel like it would happen outside of school, because the people that are trying to kill folks, or they want to kill folks, they don't want to get killed themselves, you know what I mean? So they're not trying to get caught or nothing like that. So I almost feel like it's safer. You're less likely to be in a school shooting, like if you're like going to school in the hood, like you're more
I
likely
feel
to
that
get
way
shot
too.
outside of school.
I think it's interesting. I'm not saying that anything is better or worse, but I think that's a thing to think about for sure.
But it's
Yeah, 'cause,
not
like-
accurate. I mean, it's
Well,
still statistically wrong.
No, I'm
What do
not
you mean?
saying that it doesn't happen in inner cities. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's much less likely to happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like in the hood, you're not going to wait to go to school for some gun violence. You know what I mean? It's much
Yeah.
easier to engage in said gun violence outside of the school and not get caught.
Right.
I don't know about that. At where I'm at, it's a rural area, but there has
Right.
been gun situations on the premises. Literally, there's been football games 5 or 6 times where the cops had to been called because people are shooting at the game.
I think that's what
Right,
he's
right.
saying. Yeah,
But
is
like
that there's
what I'm
a
saying is
difference.
like that's my case. That's what I'm saying is that like you said, it's a rural area, so you didn't really have an opportunity where you could get that guy by himself, right? Like away from school, right? You couldn't get access to him.
Right.
So what I'm saying is like I on the other hand grew up in Las Vegas, So that's a city where random violence, you could be just going to work and random violence
Yeah,
can
it's
just touch you. You know, it can
it's
just they can
Random
just reach
news
out and
right
grab
on the
you.
street.
I've lived in both. And it is it's a different type of gunplay. Like when you're in the South, and that might have been my bubble growing up, and why I didn't really hear about it. Like it wasn't really an issue, is because we lived in a world full of guns. The gun cabinet at my house had, I don't know, there were like 20 of them. you know, um, so and everybody had guns, and you know getting drunk and pulling out your open carry pistol and shooting it at a football game is one thing, and that's the kind of gunplay that you'll get in some of these southern rural areas. In the hood, like like I grew up here in Battle Creek, or like they have in Detroit. The gunplay is, yeah, like it would probably tend to happen outside of school. I'm not saying it never does happen in school. If shit pops off in school, it's going to pop off in school, but more than likely, it's probably going to pop off on the street corner, beefing over some yay, and it's going to be shooting at each other.
I wonder how that
Anywhere.
does play into I'm sorry to get sociology 101 college here, but I wonder how much that does play into concepts of privilege and who's going to get arrested and who's going to be valorized for doing specific things. You know what I mean? Because it does seem
Yeah.
like a lot of school shooters in these days, it's like all the attention is on this school shooter, and here's his name, and here's his background, and this is why he was aggrieved, in the media specifically. Whereas in an inner city, that just would never happen. It would
Which
just
is
be like,
sleazy as
oh,
hell.
another child shot another child, and that would be the news article. You know what I mean?
There's a town here in Michigan, Flint, Michigan.
Mhm.
They only have like 90 police on the force, and it's a big city. It's the lowest per ratio, and there's zones where police just they don't go, and it's crazy in Flint, Michigan right now. It's absolutely insane, man. It's a different world now than it was when I was growing up as a kid. I think we made a lot of strides socially, and we see some steps back, but I think ultimately we're taking a lot of steps forward when it comes to social issues.
How's that water?
When it comes to guns, man, the water's still a fucking issue in Flint. But when it comes to guns, it seems like, I don't know, the whole country's going Wild West scenario, and it's fucking insane.
Well, honestly, I think that the whole reason why school shootings, they don't miss a single one, and they put the person's name in there in the news and things like that. It's just for two things. It's for votes and gun sales. You get more votes, you get more gun sales.
Yeah, you're right. But real quick, biblically, I do apologize. We will get to the religious debate, but this is the topic we were on when you came in. So I don't want to just kill this. So let's definitely not kill. This is a very important conversation, I think.
And Knock, I want to go back to one point about guns. About how people will say, "Hey, let's give the teachers guns." You know how I thought? My thought process was like, I don't care if they shoot me. If I shoot this person, that's it. When you got someone with some motivation and the goal, you think people who are going to shoot up into the school are going to be caring about going to jail? They know fully well. I can promise you, they probably know fully well what they're doing. And they're probably thinking about taking their life.
Honestly, that's a pretty good point, and maybe that's something you should decide to talk to people more about. I mean, we don't usually hear that aspect from people, I mean, it's just always a Reddit comment of well, if we just arm the teachers, everything will be okay. But that's kind of a good point. You know what I mean?
I see that, because where I grew up, in a school shooter, or in my opinion, it kind of seems like they're done with life. They gave up on life. They're done. They don't give a shit about life.
Right.
But where I was from, if you're toting a gun, it's because you're fighting for your life. You don't. The number one thing you don't want to do is end up dead. Which, ironically, and Knock can attest to this, ironically, when you carry a gun in the hood, you're more likely to run into guns in the hood.
That's why I'm
It's a
okay
paradox.
with people
But I mean,
carrying
I don't know that I'd
guns.
agree with that claim all the way.
I'm sorry, it's a superstition, but it's held out in my life. Every time I had a gun, I ran into cats with guns all the time. And when I decided to stop carrying a gun, I never run into cats with guns anymore. I don't have that situation
And my
anymore.
experience was the opposite, but nobody ever knew I had it either, unless like it came out, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You don't know that the person has a gun. They don't know you have a gun, but just random situations that happen where shit starts popping off real quick. And like Knox said, it happens in a heartbeat, man. So if you're not ready to go in a heartbeat,
I
time might be
think
up, man.
I think they should
Moment. It's
lessen
a
the
moment.
loads on. I don't think we need books. I think we can just use their. I think they could be given computers. We can use technology to our advantage, and so kids don't. And I believe schools should be funded by the government, so students do not need to bring their own supplies. This would stop people from bringing in stuff. So, other than this would stop students from bringing in
Yeah, but then
stuff
you would have
into
to
a
fund the
building.
schools, and conservatives
I
don't
mean,
want to do
schools
that.
get a
Well,
ton of
Tioga-
Oh
funding.
yeah,
That's
of course
that's
not.
school performance has gotten worse since the Department of Education, but every year they get more and more funding. Performance and funding are not tied at all.
That's true.
No, they
It is-
don't. They get
it's true.
almost across the
Is
board,
it
almost
true?
every
It
state,
is true.
almost
Can you give
by
me links?
the
I
rule.
can't.
The rule to the exception is that almost across the board, states cut funding to their education system every single year. And while the number may grow, the percentage of the budget declines every single year. And there's no mistake to that. And the thing is, 4 years in, they've barely undone 1 year of damage that Betsy DeVos did to the educational
Oh
system in
God,
America.
don't even get me started about that.
So
Sorry.
when I don't know you and Tioga, I think Flow State you have kids. I know Tioga has kids. So I don't know what it's like now, but I went to school almost 20 years ago now. And when I was going to school over 20 years ago, the first day of class, they hand you a list of things that they would like you to bring in: tissue paper, Q-tips, extra notebook paper, extra pens, extra pencils, everything, paper towels.
They still do that.
We still have to do that, and then unfortunately we also have to deal with up to a third, a fourth, half of the school faculty quitting because of their salary is not being fulfilled or being cut.
Yeah. Teachers don't make dick.
They really
this
don't.
is how I would have been stopped. If they would, like at my work, I can't bring certain stuff in. Everything has to be in a clear bag. Like I said,
What do
I
you do?
understand why students can't do that if they have to carry a bunch of books. Those clear bags are very easy to get damaged. And they don't have the financial means to continually buy a clear bag.
I think
I don't know. The U.S. military. The U.S. military's got some really fucking strong mesh bags. Them motherfuckers make it through war, so I'm sure they can make it through a middle school.
I think the issue is that society in general does not want to prepare children to enter a battlefield. I certainly don't want my children to have to enter a battlefield when they go to learn math in 3rd grade. So it's like you're not going to get the majority. First of all, you're never going to get teachers to arm themselves. I mean, come on. They're not paid enough.
And you wouldn't want people who are uncomfortable with guns to be armed, right? Like, I can't think of anything worse than a jittery teacher with a gun.
Right. I wouldn't.
Well, this is the thing, though. At the we're the number one thing that people won't step back and accept about the school system in America is it does not train people to be individuals or train people to be adults and grow up. It trains people to be assembly workers.
Mm-hmm. Hear me out. You're right. You're right about that, but not really. What it trains people to do is get good test scores on state testing so that they can acquire that funding. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is it teaches them to appease the person 1, 2, 3 steps above them.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it doesn't even have a goal.
But he's literally right, though. Look at the Prussian education system. Our entire method of teaching is based off teaching people to be obedient. Full stop.
Well,
I think that's true.
The testing system. Okay. the testing system that we currently use in the United States of America, it's been in our system for a long time. But do you know where we got that system?
Russia.
From the Third Reich. We copied and slightly sanitized the version of the Nazi, the Nazi regime's system of schooling because of how effective it was in turning out patriotic and loyal citizens.
Really? Because I don't see any of that in the system.
When I learned about
the
I thought
testing
the Third Reich learned from
system
us.
that we used, the testing system we use today is almost mirrors their testing system.
Okay,
And the
but
reason
how
why
does
we use that, is because the repetition of reinforcement can break down like cultural
I think that's a little bit too
beliefs.
conspiratorial. I think it's way more laziness.
It does an
and like,
epically bad job at that then.
all I know, like, it's absolutely true. Homework was a concept first used to punish children.
Homework is absurd.
It was never used to actually benefit children. This
Because
was
I think the highest literacy rate in the world, I think, is Sweden, and they have one literacy test in the entire time you go to school. You take one literacy test,
but we
and that's in
literally
like
have
the
a
4th
ranking
grade or the 5th
system.
grade.
Yeah, we have a ranking system in the U.S. I'm sorry.
Real quick, I just want to say, Serb is here now, so he'll argue against all of you. Where do you?
I heard an awful lot of hot nonsense in here.
And I like their system a lot better because they have a tiered system, right? So they have a tiered system of where you basically get placed into classes and courses with people that are in your performance level. So you don't have an anxiety of okay, I'm in class with this super smart person, I'm never going to be able to keep up with them, and it places certain anxieties on people and stuff like that. Also, it can, on the super smart students, on some of them, it can place anxieties to not blow other people out of the water and to try to tamp themselves down. So when they found when you stratify the system like that, you get better results. You get, more students that learn more, they are more content, and they turn into more productive members of society in a social capacity.
Because of course.
So scores for reading and mathematics, which is the real thing that we track as a country, has done nothing but improve since 1970. There's been a recent drop off with the distance learning thing, but it's still above where it was in 1970.
So,
well, yeah, of course. Who's saying that?
Yeah, so the school
because
works.
we have.
we have
a larger school system.
That you're wrong, but I can't do anything with it right now. Obviously, I'm tied up.
I'm looking right at the statistics right now.
What are you looking
Well,
at?
obviously, scores have gone up. We have better resources. Kids have unlimited access.
Okay, but what's comparison to near peers or like countries like European countries or developed Asian countries? Track our progress against other peers?
Yeah, you should also weigh you should weigh it against their criteria, because a lot of these other places that have higher scores than us have a harsher criteria. Not a lesser.
What do you mean by harsher criteria, though? What do you mean?
The information you were required to learn while in school is more.
Okay, but how does that counter? No, hold on. Sure. You could have a harsher criteria, but what we're saying is that the criteria for the U.S. is kind of meaningless.
What do you mean meaningless?
That we're not having harsher criteria. We have a standard for schools to reach a certain test score, but we do not provide the materials or even the curriculum. Like if you look at core curriculum, we don't have the core curriculum that would support having those higher test scores. So it's just kind of a moot point.
So we're not then why are we improving every year?
You mean from the 1970s? What you just said?
Yeah.
Roberto made
because of
the name who made it homework, and he.
All right, so let me play back because I've been watching my daughter learn math and science, and especially when it comes to math, they teach Common Core math, and I've got issues with it. They don't teach them how to do math; they teach them how to pass tests, right? So it's very I'm not allowed to. They got mad at me for teaching her math the way I learned how to do math, to actually do math. She's got to do it this really crazy way that takes about 20 minutes a problem. And it's Yeah, it's Common Core. Yeah. It's Betsy DeVos type shit. Like, so y'all complaining about Betsy DeVos, fucking with your shit for 3 years. Michigan had her for 20. So,
So if I remember correctly, Common Core started with Bush, right?
yeah. Bush,
Yeah.
Betsy DeVos was involved with that back then.
So the greatest gain in math scores is during the Bush era. In
What are
last,
you looking
5
at though?
decades.
What statistic?
It's basically
National Center
teachers.
for Educational Statistics for America.
They don't do math. They answer questions.
That's
Like
what math
it's.
is.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't understand it. It's alien to me.
Yeah, what the Common Core. I mean, there's plenty of complaints for it. But the point of Common Core in mathematics is it's breaking down literally everything and making students do every step without any shortcuts.
Have you ever tried Common Core math? It makes no sense.
No, from what I can understand, they're teaching kids how to take tests instead of teaching them shit.
What's the difference with math? There's no difference.
Actually useful. That's the way they get their funding.
But in order to pass the test, you have to know how to do the subject.
Actually, no. So wait a second.
You don't have to know how to do the subject. You just
Especially
have to know how to
reading.
answer the questions. I know. I got into 4 colleges. You just have to know how to answer the question.
Okay, but how do you answer questions on a math test?
You memorize a sequence of steps.
Yeah, it's a sequence
that's
of
called
steps.
doing math. What do you
No,
think?
No, you don't understand. They literally
math.
teach you in school. They teach you test theory, how to basically guess your way through and pass a fucking test.
Who's
In
the
addition
youngest
to
one
that,
here?
wait a second. During the Bush
Dumpster
administration was the start. The Bush administration was the start of the No Child Left Behind. And I remember, because I was in school during that time, the teachers were so pressured to have good test scores and have a certain number, the mass amount of kids in their class pass, that they drove down the curriculum and made it easier for us to pass. In addition to that, there was widespread cases of teachers getting caught after being pressured into doing so, changing test scores on kids' tests. So that they would score better before they go through the Scantron system.
But
I got a quick question for you. How long ago was it that you were in school?
Almost 20 years.
Right. So you do realize that it's changed since then, right? You're not. They don't teach
Some of us
people.
have
Think about.
kids. Some of us
They
have
don't.
Complaining about.
Okay, but like I was in school a few years ago, so they don't teach
Look up
you
the
how
last
to.
time.
They don't. He's got a point. They're not teaching you how to do fucking tests. They're teaching you how to do the math.
Look up the last time they had to fire thousands of teachers in Georgia.
Yeah,
I would
there is no way
disagree.
to
I think they're really
theory your way through a math test without doing math.
Yeah, well,
Are you
there is.
serious? Have you seen the way they construct these tests?
Okay, so
They give
you're
you-
saying that? Wait, hang on. You're saying every single fucking kid that goes into school is gonna learn how to do this? Or is that what you're saying?
No,
They
what I'm saying is the
learn
kids
how
that
to
learn,
take
they
tests.
learn in spite of the system. They don't learn because of the system. They learn in
No,
spite
I
of the
didn't.
system.
I
we're
didn't
doing a
learn in spite
fantastic
of the
job
system.
because their scores have done nothing but gone
Okay,
up.
can I explain this, please? Okay, what they do now, because I graduated with the class.
How is this a
Okay,
dumpster
they
fire
give you-
over
they
Common
give
Core?
this teacher, they
How is
listen
anybody
to
supporting
curriculum.
it?
All they're doing is taking a formula, and they're just placing those numbers in different ways. So what they're doing now
What do you think
is
math
literally
is?
telling the teachers what the questions are on the tests, and literally doing a template. Let's say you're trying to work out pi.
Oh,
That
Brenton.
exact scenario of pi is going to be on that test. They're literally trying to teach you how to memorize a sequence of events, like
Like a Mortal
That's
Kombat
what
move.
doing math is.
No, it's not. You don't understand how math works then.
Memorizing answers and learning how
Math
to do
is
the problems.
math is a logical system with rules and steps, and that's
not
all you
when
do.
you're literally told the answers beforehand, and all they do is literally change the numbers.
Well, you're not really told the answers beforehand, but it's very simple. Like let's say like you're doing geometry proofs, right? Like you can do a geometry proof without ever knowing in what way it's applicable to
Okay.
a math career. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't
understanding the concept, right? You can perform a pattern, right? You can perform a series of steps that you've practiced on repeat 1,000 times and have
Right.
no conceptual understanding of what the fuck you're doing. And that's what's happening. They're learning behavior
Right.
patterns
That's
and
pretty much
repeating
what it's
them.
always been in math.
Right.
But which it has always been that to an extent, but it's definitely gotten worse, and that's not a good direction.
Well, if it's gotten worse, but everyone's
Wait,
smarter.
here, I have
I
a
don't see
great
how
test.
this
People aren't
matches up.
smarter.
Does
See, this
anyone
is the
in this
problem. You
chat
think that the test
wait, hold on,
results that you're being fed are a marker of intelligence. I'm telling you, people are getting fucking
No,
stupider.
it's
They're
a marker
learning
of
Does
being
anyone
less.
able
in
to do
this
math more.
does anyone in this chat know how to do calculus?
I
Yes,
don't even know how to spell
What
it. I'm just
what
kidding.
do you use? Have you taken a calculus course?
I passed calculus. I passed calculus without understanding conceptual. I still don't know what the fuck a sine is or a
Right.
cosine.
So, like, in what way? Exactly. That's kind of my point. Like, do we use in which way do we actually use calculus? It's done as like a test, so you are tested on that knowledge, but it's not tested in a way that is assuring that you will apply that into your professional life.
Yeah.
It's just purely tested to see if you know
Yeah.
specific terms and
But most
equations,
students
things
don't
like
take
that.
calculus.
Well, it's always been a required course as long as I've been in college. I didn't have to take it
But,
because
like,
I was in remedial algebra, but
In college,
I,
in college it can be.
The
No,
best
Not,
way,
not,
assume
not
that
K through
people-
12.
I
the
assume that
best
there
way
are
I can
smarter people.
explain it is my 5th grade class. Instead of telling you what number goes on the line, they say, okay, you see this going up, this means this. Instead of literally telling you why that's the reason X equals Y, they're literally just saying, okay, if you see this going up in scatter plots, use this type of term, use this type of word. That's what they're doing now.
That's too vague to
Well,
know what you're saying.
and real quick, because it's really hard to explain it, but I kind of want to concede one of your points, Service, because I've been sitting here thinking about it as everybody's been arguing. I do want to concede one of your points because now that I think about it, like, even though like they taught her this really long roundabout way to get to the answer, she is getting to that answer. She's proposed with the same like problems I'm proposed with. It's just completely fucking alien to me. I can't describe like all the
But what's the
processes and
point?
steps that you have to go into.
Yeah, they took
when-
out
when
all
you
the
could just-
shortcuts.
Well,
and
no,
they're
it's not.
making her do the math theory. That's what
It's
Common Core
just
did.
you say you call it shortcuts, but to me, it's like you could just do the math and get there, and it doesn't take 20 minutes of diagrams and shit. You know, like but
but
she is getting to the same answer, right?
Yeah, but notice how your experience doesn't match up with what they're saying school is. You're seeing your daughter have to go through all these different steps and learning how to do the math.
That's
And
not
they're
what we're
complaining
saying.
they're not.
I have a daughter.
Well,
and I'm not
I was
that.
conceding the point, but at the same time, to me, it's alien, and it doesn't seem like she's doing math at all. It
Yeah,
seems like
I have a daughter
They give
as
they give
well.
her a system that allows her to get to the answer on the test score.
Right. I have a daughter as well who is in elementary school who is also being taught several different ways of doing elementary math. We were not talking about that like you just don't learn shit in school. Obviously you learn shit in school. Right. What we're saying is that the standard the standard of excellence in school is not that actually children excel, it's that schools get funding based on testing scores, which makes the parameters for getting those testing scores cloudy and convoluted and possibly not actually teaching children to the extent that each individual child should be taught.
Right. Instead of teaching the child, like the scatter plot saying, there's negative slopes and positive slopes. If you ever took like those scatter plots in 8th grade, math, that was one thing that I learned, that they just said, okay, you see this line going up, it's a positive slope. You see it going down, it's a negative slope. They didn't tell you why. They didn't tell you like because of the because the x-axis and the y-axis, this is how you get this number. They didn't tell us that.
Great example.
Just told us, hey, this is how it looks. As long as it looks like this is what this means. So yes, you're learning something, but you're not learning the correct way to do it.
If you don't know why you're doing what you're doing, you haven't learned anything at all.
Well, the thing is, they just don't have the resources. They just don't have the resources to do otherwise. It's not that there's some huge fucking
that's
plot where
just
they're like,
absurd,
we
though.
want
Like,
to
but-
destroy American children. The thing is that they
How
don't
can
have
you
enough
not have the
funding.
resources to teach math the way it's always been taught?
There's better ways to do it.
Okay,
we're
didn't
so broke that
Cerberus?
we had to redo the whole thing.
Hey, Felicity,
Yeah.
didn't Cerberus just say that test scores have gone up since the 70s? We have been learning how to do that, but the thing
That's
is,
not a measure of intelligence.
It's a major.
well, that's what I'm saying is that like the thing is that we don't have enough resources to put personalized educational care into every single student because you just can't. You have
Right, but you can
anywhere
get an
from
IEP.
30 to 60 students per one teacher. It's not possible. So we have to figure out a different way.
You know what
But you
would
can-
fix that? You know what would fix that?
Homeschooling.
Hiring more fucking teachers.
Yes.
Well, no, the thing is that there are.
Pay teachers better. That might help.
Okay, increase
So-
taxes.
So, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
There
No.
are things that help people that can't learn the same way these kids that can learn how to do a test learn. Like, I had an individual education plan because I have autism. So I actually got that individual learning that I needed. A lot of us
Right.
did.
Well,
Like,
not
anybody that
a
applied
lot,
for it,
but
no,
you have
anybody
to
that applied for
apply.
it, anybody
Yes.
that applied for it at my school got it.
Oh, well, I don't know if you know that,
education plan was part of
but
that
No, I
newfangled
do
stuff they
know
don't
that.
like.
you know that every child that applied for IEP,
IEP.
got their IEP. You knew
Yes.
that when you were in elementary.
Because they were in my class.
He just said he knew it.
But IEPs are not strictly always followed. They're recommended, but in the class where, hey, they need one-on-one learning, and you got like 26 students that need one-on-one learning, and there's only 2 teachers that are qualified to do that one-on-one learning. How is that even possible, and how do they have
Well,
enough
you know,
time to teach?
I
That's
can't
not
speak for
possible.
every school, but the one that I went to actually gave a fuck about those students, so they hired as many teachers as they needed.
Was it a private school?
No, it was a
Yeah.
public school.
I guarantee you that, first of all, not every child that needed IEP even applied, and I guarantee you that every child that
Everybody
applied
that
did not.
applied got in there.
How could you
I
even
went-
possibly know that?
Because
you were
I was
in
in
the
fucking
school.
class with them.
You were in class with the kids that got their applications.
I mean, a lot of times you can understand, you can know how the administrative end of things goes, right? How much funds they have, how many applications. This stuff isn't
Not as
like
a
it's secret.
child. Not as a
So,
child.
how many
no.
thousand kids went to your high school?
We didn't have 1,000 kids. We had
Okay,
a total
so-
of 720 kids in my
Okay,
graduating
so
class.
so
That's
the
a
classes
lot of
have
kids.
the classes have ballooned since I was in high school, and when I was in high school, we had nearly 2,000 high schoolers in our class.
I think my highest class was like 50.
Like ridiculous amount of kids.
That's so fucking much. Was your school like some schools I know? My
Like if
friends
you
went
go,
to
if
had,
you
like,
went
16
district wide,
principals.
you're close to probably
In your-
30,000 to 40,000 kids in every class.
In your class or in your school?
Oh, sorry, in the school, in
Okay.
a graduating class in a school, probably you're gonna have easily, yeah, you probably have because it stacks more like towards the higher end. So, like, because like on the lower end, you don't have for some reason in Vegas you don't have that many, but
Like,
yeah, there's a lot.
I
There's,
imagine
in
Vegas
a high
would have a
school, you're
lot.
probably about 4,000 or 5,000 kids in high school.
Holy shit. Yeah, my
Like
even in the
ridiculous amounts. When I was
70s
going to school, it was 2,000-3,000, and it's just growing now because they can't build schools fast enough. There's over 1.6 million people there, so
in Tennessee in the 70s, like my aunt went to school in Tennessee, in Nashville, Tennessee, and rural Tennessee, and she had like 6 principals because their school was so big. Like schools can get
Jesus.
ridiculously huge. It's insane. Like when I hear, because every class, I'm like a military kid, and I went to Christian private school too. So like my biggest classes were like literally like 60 kids top. So it's crazy to hear about like no wonder. Like I'm sorry, it's just a lot of kids.
I don't know. And they still, and like, because the reason why I know that they still teach them how to pass, like test theory, how to pass a test, is because like I was just talking to my nephew the other day, And he was like, yeah, they teach you how to pass the test. He's like, they tell you got one wild answer on the low side, one wild answer on the high side, and you have two close answers. And
Right.
one's going to be what's way more logical than the other one. And you can just guess your way through the test.
Yeah, my daughter said some of that shit too. It seems like this is winding down. I do want to, Ultimated has been very, very patient. I'm surprised he's still hanging around. So, I'll grant him that, and we can kind of like wind it over to whatever bullshit he's got for us today. But it seems like it's winding down. I joked about the dumpster fire, and yeah, like these conversations about Common Core are often dumpster fires, but we were like literally talking about guns.
Like, I don't have a problem with Common Core because, like you said, that's one I will defend.
But I mean, like guns in school, guns in school, like it was calm. We were, like I was kind of like surprised. I think it was just because I had just mentioned Common Core that served kind of like when I gave him the floor to kind of descend a little bit. He focused on that because, like, we could have had a dumpster fire about guns. Like I would have been more.
Everyone's burned out
like,
on guns
I wouldn't have
in
been
school,
surprised.
though.
Yeah. The meme responses in the room would always be wrong. I just want to point out, if test theory, right? For the example given, you have the two wild answers and the two that are really close to the right answer. One is the right answer. That will get you statistically to an F.
No, they showed us how to do it so we could statistically get to a C almost every time.
Okay, but how is that the case? You're assuming 4 answers.
Like, there's a difference between getting the right answer and getting close enough to go, oh, that one's not it.
2 plus 2
equals
17.
Okay, so yeah,
look, if you guess your way to the right answer, you haven't learned shit. That's the important thing. You're still just as stupid.
Like, if you do the whole equation and you come up with the wrong answer, but you're like, oh, this one's closer to that one, I'll take this one. And
the test they had me do.
Why would you assume that your wrong answer is closest to the right answer?
I couldn't even get.
That's what they teach you to do.
That's what you have to do if you're stupid.
But you're not going to get any good grades doing that.
Believe it or not, I could get.
I'm sorry.
It worked out. You're going to break the average down, not increase the average.
Still have a passing grade. How I did this is that as long as you knew the techniques of literally how to eliminate a false answer and how you got to your answer, and you could show that correctly. Like I was given a scratch sheet of paper and I had to write my answers down. So as long as I could show how I got my answers and it made logical sense, I got credited for that through like half a percentage. And keep in mind, I was given 60. So I could completely fail a test and still make an 80.
Well, then I guess I was just stupider than all of you because that's not how I learned to do math. I couldn't just get on a test and be like, "Oh, I guess I'll just bullshit through it."
I was finishing school on Common Core, and you had to show your work for every math question. Even
I thought you were like 50. Haven't you been around since like the internet started?
Well, yeah, but the internet isn't that old.
So it's
like old.
That's why he's talking about the 70s.
Hey, I'm 45. 50 ain't that old, man. Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't realize you were that old.
I 15 years ago, but like 50's old. No, it ain't old.
Yeah, when it's staring you in the face, it's not that old.
Y'all make me feel like a youngster.
I think I should next stream. I need to get that paper that I still got the paper because I thought it was so absurd that I could literally fail a test as long as I knew the actual procedures of the test. It's absolutely ridiculous how.
I'd be happy to see that.
Oh, yeah.
Social emotional learning. If you just think about the phrase social. Fuck.
I think a lot of people are getting caught up in internet memes about education.
I think the government just cut Flow State off because they follow his every move.
I think so. I agree. I personally reported him to the government, actually.
I kid with my libertarian extremists.
Can I just say how fucking awful the education system in Georgia must be if they gave us somebody like MTG?
Does she have like any government? I mean, not government. Educational like oversight.
Well,
MTG does?
she's from an old education system in Georgia.
I don't even. Where did she even go to school? I'm about to look this up right now. Where did MTG go to school?
I'm going to talk about guns real quick.
She went to South Forsyth High School. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. You were looking up before me.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying, for me, what it comes down to, just like I work at a mattress company. I'm one of the lead people down there. All you have to do for safety, because it does this in my company, and we've been sent death threats. We've been sent by grown ass
Just let them keep laundering money.
That say saying that they were going to come and shoot up the place, or they were going to burn the place down. We have 5 security officers that check us in to the building, and we never have to worry about a single thing. Because they're right there, and every door is locked by a key. So there's only one way you can get into that building, and that is through security. And that helps so much. We got 12 people arrested because they came in there with guns.
I'm sorry, did you say mattress company?
Yep.
Why are they coming in there with guns?
Because they get so mad about getting fired. I mean, you're getting paid in a poor area, a job that pays $30 to $40 an hour.
That's insane.
Yeah. In an area where the highest pay is $12 an hour, you lose that job over, hey, you didn't show up on Tuesday. Guess how mad people are going to be, especially if they worked there for 3 to 2 years.
See, I like your insight because I think it's unique, and I think you are telling the truth about it. So it's interesting because I don't think it's typical, but it does sound believable, especially as someone from the South. So
it's the only company that pays well other than our boat company, and it starts out at $17 an hour.
That's pretty good.
But still, being able to go into a job and get paid upward to $20 to $30 an hour when you're in the area where the housing market is at least $800 or $600, somewhere around there, which is still low and ridiculously low for housing. But keep in mind, these people are in this area that barely gets them $1,500 a month. Most people that I know. And so people are going to really get mad when they lose a job that's making them $3,000 to $4,000 a month.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like for real, I'm being a meme right now, but for real, it's a real mattress store and you sell mattresses?
No, it's a company. We make the mattresses. I can tell you step by step. It's all good. I can tell you step by step. I got 150 employees under me, and what they do.
So how many mattresses do y'all really have to make a month? Like 10, 15? Because I never see anybody buy a fucking mattress at the mattress store.
We make 30 to 40,000 mattresses. We're trying to get it higher, but we make 30 to 40,000 mattresses a month.
They got to be going to the hotel industry.
Bed bugs, dude. Bed bugs.
Oh yeah, they're all outside, and we have to check the mattresses. That's good. That's good because I can answer all the questions. there's foam that we have to let curate for 7 days, and the amount of product that we produce doesn't fit in our warehouse. So we wrap them up with wrap, and we put them outside in these tents, and we ship them into these areas on conveyor belts, and that's how we get our foam to one place to another of our company. And
So, like,
a
are
lot
you
of
making
times,
like are these those bed in a box deals?
yeah, you get the bed right in the box. They're sealed, vacuum sealed up, rolled up, and sent out through Wayfair. They're sent out
Cool.
through other companies, uh, like
I'm telling y'all, bed
Nectar.
bugs. Look up what is this bug on the Reddit, and you'll just see bed bugs every day. Everyone has bed bugs. Everyone needs a new
Oh
mattress.
no, fuck that shit, man. I had to get rid of all my furniture one time. Never again. Never
I'm
again.
telling ya. And you would have wanted to go to a mattress store.
Oh no, I fucking went to. I couldn't afford to go to a mattress store. I was fucking
Yeah.
broke as shit. I was moving out of the hood,
I went to
so
the
I had to
Ark.
go to fucking Rent-A-Center and shit.
Oh, we went to like the Ark, which is like a Goodwill here, and they sell them for like $200, brand new in a wrapper, which I'm sure
Oh,
gets sent from Wayfair somehow.
oh no, I live in the Midwest. You don't go to bed. You don't go to Goodwill and get furniture unless you want bed bugs.
Well, they're sealed. They're vacuum sealed. It's very nice.
Oh.
It's bougie.
I say the Goodwill here doesn't have the. I
It's
guess
not the
I live in a
Goodwill.
part
It's
of the
the Ark.
Midwest. Oh well, if it's anything like the Goodwill, they don't have much high standards. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, noted.
Our company is a Chinese company, but it's American made. So it's so weird because we got a bunch of Chinese machinery, and so everything has to be translated to work the machinery that we got there. We got a warehouse full of chemicals to make the foam, and it has
Oh,
to
how the
curate
pendulum has
in a
swung.
box that's like 16 wide by 80 in length. So it's a huge piece of foam, and we cut them up into blocks, and they can be cut. I think 16, like 16. I think we can get like 16 king mattresses out of it. Out of one little. No, I'm trying to think. I think we can get 100 out of one log. And so it's just so fascinating to see.
Hey,
How
is it
much
anything like okay? So like I never was in the manufacturing in the mattress manufacturing industry, but I was in the food manufacturing industry, right? So like we manufactured under our brand, under a sister brand, and then we manufactured under multiple brands for other people, right?
Right.
Kroger, Sam's Club, Walmart.
Right.
We had, and so we manufactured under their, they tell us take these ingredients out or change these ingredients, use cheaper stuff so it's less expensive than ours, or whatever. Do you guys do the same thing?
Yes.
With no names named?
We're called M. Lilly, health company. But we do Wayfair, we do Nectar mattresses, we do a bunch of name brand mattresses. You know that bamboo mattress?
Oh.
They're under us as well. We got a lot of mattresses, and all we do is the same thing. All we do is just put a different cover on there with a different label. And
Yeah,
the company will.
it's slightly different foam, right?
It depends. The companies can pick which foam they want. We're independent, so whatever they want us to make, if we have the material, we will make it for them, and we'll put their company logo and everything on
Yep.
it, and they
That's
can sell
exactly
it
how
at
it
their
worked
school.
That's exactly how it worked in the food manufacturing industry. They could come with their custom recipe to us or come look at the book.
Right. And it's so
So-
funny when you work in customer service and you see like all these name brands, they're really just under one company. It's usually a bunch of big companies. And you look at these little offshoot companies, they're making multiple brands. They're making multiple little brands in that one company.
Oh man, I wish I was a normal person. I could see the humor in it because it made me depressed when I worked at that food manufacturing company. See it going out under all these different names, and to know it just comes from one place, and I'm only getting paid once to make all these companies money. It really depressed me, man.
Well, we get paid well. I mean, $20,000
Oh.
to $30,000 per employee.
No.
Ultimator. I'm just reading the side chat, and I got there at
I
a
see you
good
sitting
time.
in the corner being sad,
Ultimator, are you still there?
staring at me like a little sleep paralysis demon.
That's me in the corner. That's me.
Ultimator, are you still there? Maybe not. He just put that he was leaving or that he would be away or something, but he just put it. I was gonna say,
okay.
here's your chance. But yeah, if you're not there, we can go back to whatever we're talking about.
Yeah.
We were talking about Big Mattress and how Big Mattress owns the government and schools and the
Yeah,
SAT.
see, I noticed none of his mattresses are going to those stores that are questionable with their extremely ludicrously low overhead and high markups that somehow keep the bills paid with no one coming through the door.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Very suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Where's all the money coming from, man?
Why are they there?
Now, at least now that I know you guys make so much money, now I know why the bed costs so much. At least they can justify it through the hours, because I know the material. It's got to be pennies on the penny, man. Like, it's
And
got
they're
to be
releasing bed bugs into the public daily.
like it's got to be like just like a thousandth of a penny to like the dollar. Like there's got to be just so ridiculous of a profit margin on that foam.
Keep in mind, our phone costs for the chemicals. It costs us $4,000, right? Y'all gonna hate us. Y'all are gonna absolutely hate us.
Hey, don't put your job in question.
Someone do the math on this. I can get 100 mattresses on that. All right,
They selling them bitches for like $1,000 a pop.
Oh, way more. We're our spring foam beds go for $8.99, and we got a full log where we can get 100 of those beds, and it would only cost us $4,000. And now we have to make covers, but the covers only cost us $1, $2 to $3.
The whole cover?
Yep.
Oh damn.
$2 to $3.
Hot diggity dog.
Per bed. So y'all are paying. Okay.
But then we're not counting in, you know, transportation, storage, overhead.
Oh yeah, I am because our transportation, we're getting at least over like 100 beds or so more than 100 beds can fit in a truck.
I know there's a lot of beds in a truck, but that truck still costs money to get down the road. The warehouse they sit in still costs money to rent or to keep the lights on, keep it heated.
$2,000 to $3,000. If we got a $10,000 bed, one $10,000 bed, that pays for the log, all the covers, the shipping costs, and our employees. One employee for that day. We got 150 employees. Keep in mind, y'all are paying an average of a 670% extra for your mattresses.
Well,
and I could still pay my employees if I paid that amount.
It's similar profit margins on breadsticks, so don't worry.
Reminds me of when I worked at Pizza Hut. You know what I learned when I worked at Pizza Hut? This was a while ago. Uh, so it's
Did they already use
probably
frozen dough back then?
no. It was made in the morning.
Mm-mm.
Um,
Now all their dough is frozen, flat little frozen patties of dough, from the thin crust, the personal pan pizza, everything's just a little flat thing of dough. They throw in a little oiled pan and they stick it in a proofer.
but anyway, when I was working there, I was told it takes 10 fucking cents to make a pizza, and that includes labor.
It cannot possibly include labor, but I'm sure they're shortchanging you. Corporations always do.
No, that included labor. Just you know how
I
long?
guess so, huh?
Do you know how long it takes to make a pizza? Not
Well,
very
how
long.
long ago was that? How long ago was that though?
In the 1990s.
Oh yeah, the dollar was a lot stronger back then though,
I still
and the
don't
wage
believe
was a
it.
lot
Well,
lower.
they do use cheaper materials. Like then say we in restaurants we cook more gourmet pizzas. Pizza places have cheaper materials and they have like a lot of different oven spaces, so they can push out a lot of cheap pizza that really quickly. To where our ingredients are more expensive in a restaurant. Most restaurants end up either going even on their pizza portion of their menu, or they end up losing money if they press any like specials or bonuses for them. But like pizza places, it's completely different because it's a different business setup and it's a lot cheaper ingredients.
Yeah. That's how the $5 pizza places stay alive. I understand that, but no, the big dogs they use at least Pizza Hut they use all frozen dough. I'm like that is just to me it's just not cool, man.
I wonder if there's a dark secret that I know about my employees, and
then keep it to yourself, man. You already let enough out for your job.
No, I'm good. I mean, this is a comfortable place. I feel like I can let a lot out.
Right. But remember, this is the internet. So what happens here never, ever goes away. Ever.
Yeah, don't say it, dude. Don't say it, bro.
I'm gonna say
because
no,
don't say it. No, hit the mute button. Save this man's job because this is the thing, man. This is the thing about it.
I'll be fine.
All I'm saying is you've already said where you work. You've already said basically what your position is. You've already said how many people you're over, how much money the company makes. Very, very, very crucial data to this company. Now, so let's maybe for part two.
I'm good.
But
I'm good. We're got a 20-year contract. Once that contract gets up, we're using that same money to buy build bigger warehouses and bigger room. We're going to use our company as a warehouse eventually. We're just going to literally phase this company out slowly over time to where we can just sell it. So the workers will never, ever, and this sucks, be able to take home will be able to take retirement from our job. It sucks.
Well, not very many people in America are going to be able to take much of a retirement anymore.
Yeah, they're raising the retirement age to fucking 70.
I don't know what you guys talk. I don't know, man. I've been I'm pretty close to that. I just have a 35-year plan and maximum investment into my 401k. If I stay at the same company, just keep building it every year.
Yeah, but what if you were working as a company like mine, who's not telling their employees? Like you
I don't care.
know.
Even if I'm only, I don't know. I only have 20 years, right? But I'm still maxing it out. So if I only have 20 years with the company that I'm at, guess what? Oh well, then it's not like. Here's the thing: it's not like at the end of that you don't know how to do manufacturing like a fucking boss.
Yeah, but do that when you don't know what's in the future. Like, if
okay,
I tell my employees
you know how many
that
motherfuckers,
today,
you know how many people that. You know how many people I work with that came from like Tyson Foods, who they were working there like there was going to be no end to tomorrow, right? And then get fucked by Tyson Foods when they're making good fucking money, right? Then they
Right.
come to our company and they're like manufacturing gods. They can do. They're killers, and the world is their oyster, man. They can just make all the money they want.
True,
So
but that's circumstantial, and the majority of people, if you say
they won't
20
see.
years later,
Well,
and that they're going to be able to get another job,
all right.
that may
Like knock.
fit
If your
All right.
legs weren't
very
fucked up
niche.
and you could do what you did at Denzo, right? You'd be a fucking boss by now,
Well,
right?
Well, even then, I think people get to retirement and they're finding that the money that they had or that they thought that they'd be okay is just not going to be enough, especially if you have decent health coverage. But I say, like, what about this scenario? Let's say, Fox News right now is auctioning off a date with Kyle Rittenhouse to go shoot together, right? So let's say, homeboy, he won his date with Kyle. They got their AR-15s and they're trying to hide their chubbies as they're shooting off their weapons. And you just happen by and you get you take a bullet and that 20 years doesn't happen, right? So what if that 20 years is just taken away from you tomorrow?
Oh well, then here's the thing: you get to learn. Everybody gets to learn a dark secret about Puffalupkis today.
So
That would be a
shit.
dream come true, brother.
wait a
You
minute.
don't know that every day when I go to sleep, I hope that I don't wake up.
Thank you for helping me.
Fox
Fox really
is
loves me.
auctioning off.
Me too.
Everyone loves me.
I'm not mad at all.
We can hear you, Tioga.
Oh yeah.
So
There's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, we can hear you, Tioga.
That's the truth of it.
Trying to.
so Fox is. I know why Fox is auctioning off a date with Kyle Rittenhouse. It's because they got a $250 million settlement against them, with more to come.
It should have been more.
I know it should have been more.
No, it was. I thought it was $987 billion. Or
No,
not billion, million. Sorry, $987 million.
I thought it was like something like 785.
It was 875 or something.
I muted you, Tioga. We can still hear you. When you come back, you can unmute.
But they didn't even want to go to court with them. Once they found out they were actually going to have to go to trial with them, they were like, they instantly settled that morning. They were like, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
So what's the price up? What's the price up to?
I thought it was 987
million.
No,
for Kyle Rittenhouse.
For Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, I thought you meant the settlement for.
I go
Fox
to
News.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, it's crazy high for the settlement, but for Kyle Rittenhouse, they're not going to make enough money. It's crazy. Like, but whatever they can bring in the door, I guess.
There is no fucking way I'm helping Fox. No fucking way.
Well,
But
really,
Lisa,
it's not
would you
about
wanna help
you.
me?
It's about getting the advertisers to come back for just a little bit of time, so they can take that advertising money and try to plug this almost $1 billion gap they got.
Who wants to be part of my company?
I don't know. If I was Kyle, there ain't no way in hell I'd do it.
Well,
Oh, it's not Fox that's doing it.
he's kind of married to the whole situation at this point.
But at
He's
this
making
point,
a
like,
lot of money
like,
off of it.
A
Like,
lot of
if you-
people like really hate him though. So like, what if somebody just quietly just like really doesn't like him now, but they have like, they can skate through the system. They have the money. There's no red flags. And then now you're side by side with a dude that now has a weapon
Sorry,
and
buddy.
a lot of hate for you.
Oh,
Sorry, dude. That's the thing, though. You don't understand. The people that would be of that mindset are not. They just can't. They're not gonna make it through the process, bro. The person that's gonna make it is the ultra fan that's also pretty rich.
Did you hear that?
It's gonna be like fucking Phil. It's gonna be like Phil Mason or
wouldn't do
somebody that wins.
Did you hear about the awesome judgment against the My Pillow guy? He's got to fork out the $5 million.
Well, he got off easy.
Yes.
Oh, you
No,
want to know a
no,
dirty
no,
5
secret?
not
million, and he didn't he? Is that for
The
tangoing with Dominion?
no, no. That is
no.
not. He offered a reward, saying if anybody can prove me wrong about this Dominion shit, I'll give him $5 million. Somebody proved him
Mhm.
wrong, and he's like, I'm not paying $5 million. And they went to arbitration, and arbitration said, you're paying the 5 million bucks.
Yep.
Chopped
Well,
up
see,
bone
that's
with
what I'm
bed
saying. That's a
bugs is your
cheap price to
pillow.
get away
All right.
with it because Fox News said the same thing, and they they got whacked way harder.
Well,
All right.
I'm
Okay, but the
telling you
difference
the
between Fox News, that and Fox News, though,
Uh,
is Fox News didn't have to go on the air and say we apologize, we said this wrong information, and everything. So everybody, all the your old grandpas, all the boomers that are watching Fox News, they don't even realize that Fox News did anything wrong. They just thought they
Yeah, you
said
got
it
that
was
shit.
but anyway,
you think it'd wake him up?
no, but Dominion, I believe that Dominion will go after the My Pillow guy.
What about the okay? So nobody knows about that. There's a Northern California town that just cost themselves like $3 million or $4 million because they voted to get rid of their brand new Dominion voting machines and switch to a totally different voting system. So they cost themselves like $4 million, and it's not a very big city in I think it's in Northern California. They're not a very big city, and like it's not even the whole city that wants to do it. It's just the people that are on the city council.
Uh, well, okay. So while I'm on political news, did you hear about that that Republican that resigned? He voted to boot the two Democrats out of the House, out of the Tennessee House, and he resigned. I think today.
Good. Fuck that guy.
Good.
All right, I just put my headphones back on. I don't mean to like abruptly change the topic, but I got Cerberus here. Cerb, are you there?
I am here. Yes.
All right, all right. Ultimated left. Like I was trying. I was literally like waiting for a point in the mattress conversation because I've never had a mattress conversation on before on the channel, and it's been kind of a first. So I was waiting, and then he just like left, and I saw it, and I'm like, dude. All right, so Cerberus. Are you like the leader of a cult now? Are you taking the mantle for William Freeman, or like what's going on there?
I didn't know. I don't think anyone thinks. I mean, anyone that knows Will thinks Will has the mantle. I was just given one as a meme. But yeah, I guess so. I'm a reluctant cult leader.
I kid. All right, y'all can go back or like so. Cerberus, argue with everybody because you're being very quiet.
You're all wrong. I don't know what we're doing.
Okay,
No,
can I get
right.
can I get like the can I get the 60-second refresher? What happened? I've been out of the loop. With
All right,
Brendan, what's the Lotus update?
All right, so I don't know. I still don't know much of the information on it, but so like all right, my daughter's doing her nighttime shot, and I make her do it in front of me because there's been issues. All right, cool. I took one of my little like 10-day hiatuses and shit, and I come back and like shit's hit the fan with William Freeman. A lot of people figured out that William Freeman's a piece of shit, right? So I come back and I'm just trying to find out what went on, and like I had that stream where I kind of reviewed like, all right, everybody says this is where it started, right? So and then I said, well, maybe I'll have an open room tomorrow, and you gave me the $25 to have the room. Well, that next day I went into Sammy's stream, and the interaction was kind of fun. Like for me, I enjoy conflict. But talking shit, playing video games, I called it the cult of William Freeman. So today there was a stream titled praise the cult of Cerberus Hex, and I was asking Cerberus if he's trying to take the mantle for William Freeman.
Well, I mean, I am the prophet of Bob. So there is that. But I don't think that's what they're talking about.
All right. I was just poking the bear.
I will say this: I got the pushback. I've got pushback for Cerberus Hex, but never like those kind of vibes. So
Cerberus is a master of the internet. He's been around since the very beginning.
So what are you trying to say? He's hiding his power levels?
Always. I'm always
If
hiding my
you
power
look
levels.
at his power level, it will break. It
Oh
will
my
break your
goodness.
mind.
Yo,
Only
Cerberus
like
Hex.
three of us are like we all know we're talking in dog whistles. Like this.
Honestly, like of all the adversarial relationships I've had on YouTube, the one with Cerberus Hex has been the most interesting. It's been the most like non-insulting of them all, I think.
Yeah, I don't insult people generally.
Unless you earn it, I guess. I've seen that.
I will aggravate someone into lighting a room on fire and then leaving though. It's kind of like an insult.
Oh my goodness. I shouldn't laugh, but I do. But no, yeah. So William Freeman, like that was bad about your stream. Is like I was like, yeah, maybe at the beginning. It was like he just made himself during the course of you replaying that, just made it sound worse and worse and worse. And I was like, I don't want to jump on this guy, but this is bad, dude. I can't even cut him slack in the chat. I was like, "That's fucked up that you said that." He's like, "What? Why?" Because what was it?
Yeah, people forget that. Like he used to go around and
He
say like
imitated somebody. I was like, "Dude, why would you fucking do that? That's fucked up."
who William Freeman did.
I think it was William Freeman. Somebody it might have been the other guy that was in there, but he imitated somebody. I'm like, "Why would you do that shit? That's fucked up, dude."
See, I still don't know everything that went on. I got to talk to Richard. I want to talk to Richard. I still don't know what really went on there. Like I don't have time to go watch a bunch of streams, but I went in that one stream and I had bad words to say about William Freeman because I always have bad words to say about William Freeman, and it was like, oh my fucking god, you're evil. William Freeman's the like best dude ever, man, for real. I'm like,
what?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm gonna bite. What is the bad thing about William Freeman?
No, we don't need to get into that.
Well, I was thinking there's probably something outside of what happened recently.
Oh yeah, for me, it's he's an anti-government extremist. I'll put it that way. I refer to the group he's a part of. The way he described it to me, we called him out for it when he described it. Domestic terrorist group. He says militia, terrorist cell, whatever.
Why is it
both illegal things?
Yeah, why is it a terrorist group? I get the militia part, right? That's just people with guns, basically.
Well, we had the whole conversation about how a lot of these militias are on the terrorist watch list. They're domestic terrorist groups.
Oh yeah,
he'll never tell me like what's the name of his group, but like according to him, like there's thousands of these groups, and like the revolution could be any time.
They think
a bridge went too many rights here and come out of the roadblock.
And then there was also his abortion rhetoric, referring to like pretty much women should just stop having sex if they don't want to have children, stop being whores, shit like that.
Wait, you don't think if women wanted to avoid pregnancy, not having sex is a good strategy?
Well, I mean,
oh my god, here we go.
Oh no!
You don't know you're fucking with. You don't know who Cerberus Hex is, do you?
It's like you planned that.
I am
It's like you
still,
planned that, dog.
Oh my
I am
goodness.
still fucking fuming over the Dobbs decision.
You're good, Cerberus. You're good.
Let's not go there.
Oh, wait, over to the decision that says you should not give states their talents that you don't agree with.
Yeah, I should get rid of. I got to get rid of Ultimate. He's not really here anymore, so he's he needs to leave. So people are trying to get in. So go ahead, sir. Sorry.
I think that was mostly me having internet issues, by the way.
Like I'm not upset with the decision. I think the logic was sound. I would prefer if all the states would allow it on roughly the same grounds that it was before the decision. But the Supreme Court's not supposed to make law.
Well, real quick, Stephanie, I see you I'm not really trying to bring up anything. It's just earlier, they went on my leg. It was, it was kind of messed up. So that's the only reason I bring it up. Like I could have had a real dumpster fire when Q was in here, but I refrained myself. I was being good the whole fucking time. I'm proud of myself. Baby steps, baby steps.
We're all proud of you.
Speaking of dumpster fires, hello.
Hey, Midnight.
Long
How's
time
it
All right,
no
going?
see.
being fun. Dumpster fire. Here we come.
I haven't seen you in my live streams lately, Midnight. What the fuck is up with that?
Nothing personal. I just haven't
Bad
found
Midnight.
your.
Bad.
That's bullshit. He told me earlier that he was avoiding you.
Yes. Flow state is 100% correct. He's totally not
Oh.
fabricating a narrative to make me look bad.
Well, while we're away from the subject, real quick, could I get you to do me a favor, just real quick?
Yo,
Could you say the phrase "something transphobic"?
Oh my god.
no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you want to know, but why you want me to say it, but no.
Oh, come on, it's been great.
Now I'm probably gonna say it just because you've put it in my mind.
He's gonna make it a YouTube meme, and it's gonna get 3 likes on Twitter. You should just do it, I guess.
I know.
Not gonna matter.
What's the meme, sir? What's the meme?
Well, it's just because I've taken vows I take very seriously, so I can't lie. But if someone says the phrase "something transphobic," I can go around saying that someone said something transphobic.
Something transphobic. I got you, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. No, I'm good.
Flow State said something transphobic.
That's like
I'm the
lamest
farthest
dad.
right and the most extreme, so of course I did.
All right. What was the hot take?
Okay. I've got a real question. I've got
As
a real
opposed to a
question.
fake one.
Those are the dangerous
Isn't
questions.
opposed to an imaginary question?
So, okay. So,
So Lindsay messed up on the schedule for this weekend, and she put Mandy on 6:30 to 1 to be by herself.
Marty,
need some hot mic.
She said that
Marty.
when I could work out, whatever.
No, we don't want to know your details of your life. Stop it.
Marty.
No, dox yourself.
Wait, I thought this was a bit. Is this a
Marty.
bit? Or
Someone type Marty before she says something important.
Okay.
Oh,
Marty,
shit.
what's your social?
Jesus.
Sorry.
I totally thought.
Sorry,
that was a bit.
I had stepped away. Sorry. And I'm like,
this.
when I get back here, and I'm like, I don't.
Okay. So, my question is, why do Republicans pretend to be outraged about pedophiles, but they insist on people inspecting children's genitals before they play sports?
Well, that's a very giant loaded straw man. You want to rephrase that to make it?
Is it loaded? Is it actually loaded, or is that really what's going on?
No, that's loaded. There's a big assumption in there, and then it's to a straw man.
What's the assumption?
Yeah, I mean, why?
What's the assumption? Who was it? Was it Michigan or DeSantis who put that
the
bill in
assumption
place?
is pretending,
Pretending what?
and then it's a straw man. That they care about this.
Wait, care
She
about
just
what?
said
Who
it.
was?
She
Wait.
just said, what do you mean? She just said it.
So there is a bill being introduced that you have to inspect kids' genitals for sports, right?
That's the best part of sports.
Ooh, you guys are so gross. I don't know if you want to go down this road.
Is there? Because every time I hear someone talk about a bill coming out of Florida, they're actually incorrect about the bill.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Give me a couple seconds.
I'm not saying you're lying, but I have PTSD at this point.
Okay.
Well, I'm not even talking about Florida. I'm talking about the fucking House of Representatives.
Okay.
It's the Kansas anti-trans sports law opens door for genital inspections of kids.
So is it speculation about the bill, or is it in the bill?
Let me look. Give me a second. Give me like
I
5
live in
seconds.
Kansas.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be really simple to determine someone's sex without having to inspect their genitals.
Is it?
Yeah, super easy.
Is it?
Yeah, there's a bunch of ways you can do it.
But what if like the blood test doesn't?
Go ahead.
Even if for some reason you don't trust any of the documentation leading from their birth to when they get to school, you can just have a blood test.
Yeah, that would be the easiest way, wouldn't it?
I'm sure there's an easier way than that.
Is that something that we want to do to kids? Like, I'm still looking at
Well,
this bill,
every
but
kid who plays sports
Well,
already
you could
has to
probably
get
do like a
hernia
cheek
check,
swab,
right?
right?
Yeah, you can do cheek swab. You can do a whole, but it's not going to come to that. It's just
But
not.
everybody
You
has
don't
to
have to go that
get
far.
checked for a hernia before they play sports, correct?
Like what I'm saying is like you could just have a cheek
I mean,
swab
boys
like
do.
right there at check-in to register, right? You could do a cheek swab and it'll turn a color, right? And then it'd be that simple, right?
I don't know if there's a color test for Y
It'll
chromosomes.
turn pink or it'll turn blue.
I'm still looking at this. I'm turning pink and blue. I'm still looking
Well,
at
I
this
don't
genital
either. I'm
belt.
not a
I'm still looking
scientist.
at this
Definitely not a
genital belt.
geneticist.
But like, what about in the case of like, what was her name? Like Samaya or Sanaya, who has like, she's like definitely born and assigned female, but she has like higher testosterone levels as a female. Like, how would that happen? Like, what would you do then?
Higher for women or higher for men?
Higher for women.
Yeah,
And she's participating as a woman.
How does that make her not a woman?
What happened? What happened?
But that's what the thing is like if you're testing for like androgyny, like what are you testing for? Are you testing for testosterone levels or what are you doing? I'm still looking at this
does she
bill,
have
by the way.
does she have the host of things that come with post? See, my thing is, it all comes down to whether or not they were on hormone blockers before or puberty blockers before they went through puberty. So if they went through puberty already, I don't believe that they should be allowed to play in high school
This is exactly
sports.
what Semenya. What
The reason being is that they've already undergone physiological changes like higher bone density.
Okay, first of all, the bone density thing is the myth. There's literally one bone in the human body that has a higher density in males, and it's like less than 0.3%. But anyways, I'm talking about Caster Semenya, who is an AFAB woman. She is assigned female at birth and identifies as a woman. She is not trans. But she has, she's not trans, but she is intersex, but she is assigned female at birth. She has an XY chromosome, but she has higher testosterone levels than women. So what would you do with Caster Semenya if you're going to first, segregate people into testosterone
just because
levels?
there's one person that has this anomaly doesn't mean we can't figure out who's what sex.
Yeah,
I would.
I mean, obviously it kind of does because you're avoiding the question of like an assigned female at birth woman with higher testosterone, and you just want to disregard it, thinking that like there's just tons.
Okay, so because there's this one woman,
I would go to the study done by the Royal Journal of Medicine. I think it appeared in the Royal Journal of Medicine where they found that basically they studied it, and I think it was through slightly increased bone density and larger bones.
In one bone and less than 0.3%.
It did the same height and weight, male and female, that on average, that the male is going to be stronger than the female at the same height and weight.
Give me your studies. Just give me them.
How can archaeologists tell what sex a skeleton belongs to?
I will say this, since I do know a lot about biology, there are some biological traits that are gonna give you a benefit. That's why I'm on the opinion, like, besides MMA, I think it's just a sport. I think people should have the right to play regardless of their physical or ability, because their physical ability, it's not going to give them that much of an edge. I'm sorry, but it's not going to give you that much of an edge playing baseball. I don't care how good of a baseball player you are. It takes a team to play baseball.
It certainly
one
will.
or two, three people, or heck, even the whole team. I'm sorry. If there's a team that works their ass off, it doesn't stop them from actually coming out and being the victor. It's just a game. I don't think you should put this.
Also, yeah, I agree with you. And also, when weight classes and like, okay, even if we segregated, like we do segregate by sex at this point, but like even if we took that away and just did weight classes, like I feel like that would just simply eliminate a lot of issues that we're having with the trans issue right now. Like, I don't know.
I mean, the argument is it's going to basically weed women out of almost every sport.
You're saying the argument is to weed out women out of every sport?
No. The counter argument is it's going to weed women out of almost every sport if you do that.
To allow trans people, is that what you're saying?
Nothing to do by
Okay.
weight class.
If you
But I
don't,
mean, it would weed some women out to allow trans people.
Sure, it would weed some men out too. I mean,
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
It
this is
doesn't
what I'm
look-
saying. Like that sentiment that you just said is like exactly the argument that I'm like kind of
I'll give you
against.
some
I'm like,
counter
of
evidence. It
course,
doesn't
there's
seem
like
to-
not
it doesn't
men
seem to be an
who
issue
are
the other way
beating
around.
every other man and woman in every
I'm
weight
not
class.
just
But
talking
every
about
time this
weight
argument
class.
is presented, it's that like, oh well, every single man is better than every single woman. I don't think that's necessarily
Is that what I
true.
said?
But
I don't think that's what I said.
I think that's what you're implying by saying that if we
Okay,
have
well, don't
weight
read my
classes,
mind
it
if
would
you can't.
only weed out women. That's what you said.
Can we get back?
Yeah, he
to
would
my
weed out women that
question?
would have actually won medals. Yeah,
Wait,
not all
Yeah.
women. The women that
Okay.
would have won.
Hey,
Oh,
hey.
okay.
Can we get back to my question? Because whoever said that was a straw man, no, I'm saying the Republicans supposedly are concerned about pedos, right?
Okay.
I mean, they are. They're supposedly worried about pedos. But on the other hand, they are saying people should inspect children's genitals.
because
What
nudity
the
isn't always sexual.
What?
Well, there's
Nudity,
that.
the naked body is not
Well,
always
here's a much
sexual.
more study. Here's a much more
So
recent
then
study.
why does it fucking matter if there's trans people?
If
I'm
you're
just,
a child,
hey,
you have
I'm
no
not making,
business
I'm
knowing
not,
what kind of genitals a child has.
I'm not expressing the
Whoa!
sentiment. I'm explaining the difference. There's a difference.
Okay, yeah, but okay. So this is my
Yes.
thing about it.
Yes. Okay,
I
we
didn't-
got
I didn't-
someone in here that can
I
help
didn't
us.
kick Flow State. I think he just had a
Woo,
bad connection or
Stephanie, I'm
something.
so glad you're in here.
This is my hang up about it, okay? If teachers can inspect children's genitals before they are allowed into sports, then that is an open invitation for pedos to become teachers.
Well, pedos are already teachers.
Yeah, there's a lot of
so-
pedos that are teachers anyhow.
But and you know what? You know what, Lisa? That's the thing that I think you should be asking. Why are we so concerned about transgender people in bathrooms when we have child molesters in every single fucking church and school? Why aren't we asking that question?
that is a bigger question.
Dude, most people are
I don't
going
know
to
why
the
we don't
bathroom
just
to
do
use
both
the
questions.
bathroom. I have never met someone, regardless of their sex, go into the bathroom to literally rape somebody. Most
You never
of
gone to the bathroom with me, buddy.
Most of the
Well, see,
statistics
just don't.
are just going to the bathroom to use the bathroom.
All right, so we had delved into a dumpster fire on trans and sports. It started while I was away. Now there's some actual representation. I know Stephanie was in the side chat.
I just dumped a much more recent study in the side chat, in the inside chat.
Got it. Thank you.
So yeah, welcome Bree, welcome Stephanie, and I would like you, you know, y'all to feel free, please jump in. I don't know the science on this, so there's a lot of back and forth going on right now.
Yeah, I don't like sports, so I'm gonna let Stephanie lead this. I just don't like organized sports anyway. But I do want to say that as far as how we divide sports and things, you can make these are the same arguments that we saw back when we were integrating racial leagues, that there was and they would do the same thing. They'd say there's actual data that shows that there's differences between, you know, the brown people and the white people, so they can't play together because it wouldn't be fair. Because you know they wouldn't,
right?
They couldn't compete.
I mean, I've seen the NBA
before,
right?
Well,
white people don't play
the
basketball.
main problem from this comes from the fact that they originally said we should have, okay, if you want them to play together, then what we're going to have is performance based. It's going to have to be all performance based. You can't play with everybody. It's only going to be able to play in your class. It has to be absolutely performance based. That's the only way we can make it work, right? And then they said no. Not only do you have to allow them to play with the other people, they have to be allowed to play with everybody, and it has to be based on. And they said, well, we need to start changing the way that. On the other side, they said we have to change the way that we do it. Instead of just weight class, it's got to be by performance, because we can show that somebody that's in transition in the middle of high school that's already gone through puberty in their same weight class, they have more muscle than equivalent female.
I don't think weight class matters though. I think weight class is more about into like MMA or MMA or so, because
wrestling, it really
Or
matters
wrestling,
when you're
there's
talking about stuff
yeah.
like wrestling.
Okay, can
Yeah.
I just talk to
That's
Puff
my
for a
only
second about his
perspective,
link?
so.
Maybe Stephanie wants to talk.
I will. I
I'm
mean,
hoping
Go ahead.
I have been involved at the professional level in these discussions since 1998. But y'all, you know, I can
No,
give
please!
I can
No,
I
we
can give
want
I
you
can give
to
my
get in.
I can give my insights, but I appreciate an ear.
Look, we
First
are
of all-
blessed on YouTube to have your opinion. I'm sorry.
Yes,
We are.
What about mine?
No.
everybody
No
can
blessing?
go to the back room. We just want to hear y'all's opinions. Like,
Done.
If you think checking children's genitals in the bathroom is a good thing, Flow State, then you
No, Marty. I
Wait,
want to
how
hear.
did I get pigeonholed into that position? Because I don't think that that's my position.
Y'all, please. She's been talking about this since 1996. Can we please hear her?
1998.
1998.
Yeah, but let's not go down the rabbit holes. Yeah, I want to hear from Stephanie, and you know, pipe in if you want to pipe into something she's saying, but at least let her say it.
All right, people.
That's what you get, Nani, for being a nerd. Now stop licking your wound.
People act like this is a new problem, and it's not. Sports, many sports have dealt with the issue of trans participation over a long period of time. The International Olympic Committee used to have a chromosome test, which they abandoned in 1998 after a Spanish athlete, a Spanish woman, assigned female at birth, tested out with an unusual chromosomal makeup. I know a lot of people probably in this room will insist that XY chromosomes is a hard and fast designation as to a person's sex, when that combination is not definitive in every case. Genetics is more than chromosomes. Genetics is the genes that are carried on the chromosomes, and
And there's more than just sex chromosomes too.
There are more configurations than XX and XY as well. There are many different things, and there's also the possibility of mosaics.
I have a question about that. Sure. The other configurations, are those are those deformities, or are they?
It depends on what you mean by a deformity. I mean, is a child that's born with poor vision and the vision is corrected, is that child born with a deformity, or
maybe
is it
defect is a better word?
Well, it depends on what you mean by defect. I mean, I think that it's important when you're talking about people, when you're talking about human beings, I think it's important, or I think it's valuable to think of them as living their lives in an unusual way, but they're still human lives.
Well, I'm not attempting to dehumanize them, but like
well, if you say someone has a defect, I suppose that's maybe that's it's unusual. Yes, it is, but I don't consider it a defect.
Okay, but we're getting hung up on semantics. Do you understand the nature of the question I'm asking you?
The semantics are.
She answered you. She literally answered you. So just accept it.
I understand. Unless you consider me to have a mental defect of some nature.
Yeah, real quick. It is the use of the terminology.
I think a better question would be, better way to ask, or a better question to ask would be: do any of the other much rarer because we're learning about more and more of them. More rare chromosome types, do they carry long-term detrimental side effects? They
Usually
hamper,
not. No,
hamper
usually
life.
no.
Life.
Usually not.
Okay.
Usually not. Usually, do you know what your karyotype
I'm talking
is?
like mine would be
Can you?
Mine,
sure?
I'm a cis male. They've
Are you sure?
They've never had any problems.
Are you sure?
I've had to have transplants. I've had to have transplants of human tissue.
Did they do your karyotype or do you?
Yes,
have
they went through it all because they had to find a donor that matched and everything. So that was all on their side of things. They ended up having to go through
you
all
are
that.
aware of the fact that you could get a donation from a genetically compatible female XX, right?
Well,
You
in
are
my
aware
case,
of that, right?
they named the male, but I'm sorry.
Well, they did, but it is possible that it's not.
It is possible.
I
mean,
the realm of possibility.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but in my case, they matched. They felt necessary to match to a male.
Did they change
Most people.
I have a
they've never had a
rephrasing of the
problem. They've
question.
had.
I don't
I've had a lot of
want to.
tests.
I think the question has been answered.
Really want to.
So
I know that you
anybody,
think
and I
that,
really
but
would appreciate.
I like to rephrase it anyways.
That's all I was saying was it's not in any way. Well, my question was basically, and you answered it, which is it's not in any way what we would consider disability. It doesn't in any way hamper their life, them having a normal life. Like they can't. It doesn't hamper their ability to, participate in everyday functions of life as a physical disability may hamper a person's ability to do.
Not necessarily, unless they're forbidden from doing so by law or by regulation or by people who consider the unusual makeup of their chromosomes to be disqualifying from one activity or another in some way.
Are they able to reproduce?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Depends on the condition. There's a lot of conditions.
I mean,
that come into that.
are we going to make a qualification to the ability to reproduce? A qualification for?
Yeah, because I was going to say,
I'm just trying to understand the other configurations better because you said something that I was not aware of. So I'm just asking for more insight.
I don't know. It seems like it's kind of memes and tropes, though. Flow state. It's like I don't know, intentionally really
I
bad
don't know how to
language.
phrase this in a way that everybody is happy with, and nobody else.
He's trying his best.
I'm trying like a motherfucker, but how would you suggest I phrase it, Knock?
I don't know.
That's my problem too.
I don't. Your phrasing one way or another is it doesn't. I think I answered the question, right? I mean,
yeah, you definitely answered my question.
Did you not get an answer? Or
I guess I didn't. No, I'm not clear. So are the other configurations besides XY? Are the other configurations able to reproduce?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the super males and super women can reproduce. I think single X women. I don't know if they can reproduce. You got,
but
Chappelle...
again, that's a side issue, isn't it? I mean,
well, no.
We don't make.
No.
We don't.
You're saying that this is not a hard and fast rule because of these conditions. So let's break down the conditions.
Well, these are
so
just
you have like Chappelle syndrome.
Conditions, though.
But you got Chappelle syndrome, which is called XX
bad
male.
Jokes.
It's like XS male.
Wait.
I know.
Here's the thing that y'all are making.
I'm sorry, I went there with Dave Chappelle.
I'm sorry to ruin my
bad
sentences
jokes
in the beginning of yours. Okay. But like stuff like XX male syndrome is caused by translocation of the SCRY gene in the Y chromosome. So even those males have Y chromosomal genes. So I think it does actually break down to that.
SRY exists in SRY exists in everybody.
Here's the thing: your ability to reproduce is all on different levels. Like how much an individual can reproduce is all going to be different to individuals to individuals. So when we look at these XY, there is nothing that's going to be more hindrance or less hindrance than another. There's going to be outliers in every single category.
That's why we use the term bimodal.
Also,
That's why we use the term bimodal. It's a bimodal distribution. It's not a binary.
and
Right.
I've never actually heard of the scry gene being on any X chromosome. You said everyone has it. Is there something that you're aware of that I'm not?
I'm not a biologist. I'm not gonna. And I don't know. I
no
don't know
idea
what
what
your
we're
background
talking
is
about.
either.
Well, I'm talking about the hard and fast.
In my understanding, SRY is a gene that is either switched on or off, and it's carried by every human.
Okay. From all my research, it's.
But I may be wrong. I mean, I don't know. But even at that, that's not even. We're not going to get down to.
We're not going to let science bog down the point.
We're not going to get down to even.
Bro, you don't even know science. Don't even pretend like you're gonna come in with some weird science point. Just listen.
I'm just
sometimes.
asked. That's why I asked the question, because I don't know the science.
To get down to an analysis at the genetic level in order to determine someone's qualifications or ability to participate in a particular human endeavor. It would be overwhelmingly difficult to do, right?
Quite subjective.
And why would you do it? Like, do you want that done to you?
I got to tend to my bread. I'll be right back.
I love bread.
I'm against having protected categories in society, but
wait, what?
If you're
What
going
does that
to have,
mean?
okay, I can explain.
Because
that.
why?
In every quote unquote sport I know of, except for chess, the quote unquote man's category is an open category. It's not the man's category. Women can play in the man's category. So we have one protected category, and that's women. I don't know why I don't think it's fair straight off to have it to start with. But we could just remove it, and then now there's no problem. Everyone can play in the open category.
Yeah.
No need to have an argument. No one's being left out. If you can make it, you can make it. That's it.
I will only say that into MMA and professional, where they do put weight classes and stuff in place. And those types of sports where they're physically have to be something, I think
those sports should be illegal, actually. So illegalize football and boxing and all those nasty sports that don't make any sense and are sort of barbaric and
why should it be illegal?
Archaic. Anything where people are purposely physically damaging each other. I mean, we took away gladiator blood sports and things like that, right? Let's just finish the game.
You can't take away football until the Lions win a Super Bowl, so you got like 100 years.
So we'll never be done with it.
But I'm curious, why would you want to prevent something that's completely voluntary and doesn't harm you?
It does harm people, though.
No, it doesn't harm you, though.
Well, I don't think that we need to have a society where we're inflicting unnecessary harm on people. I just think that we've moved.
But even if it's voluntary and it's
if you're like, you know what, I should be able to jump out of my window and splatter myself on the pavement. You think you should be able to do that, but
no, that's doing harm to other people. Well, that's because your car's going. No, your car's
should people be allowed to make bad decisions?
And now we have to pay people to clean it up. If you're voluntarily getting into a ring and everyone's voluntarily dealing with that situation, it's no one else's business.
I want to harp on real quick a point that you made. You say like men's leagues are actually open. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I don't think most
is.
I don't think that's
actually
is in the NFL. In the NFL, like they don't even like gay dudes, much less women.
There might be social pressure.
Yeah, I'm confused about what trans men are in sports leagues that you know about.
What trans men are?
I know of one. The only person since 2000. I didn't get to go through the history of all of this.
There's a social.
I'm sure there are trans men in men's sports leagues. I just don't think it's such a social issue that people actually care or acknowledge them.
My ultimate point, though, is that sports has been dominated not just on TV but throughout society by traditional men's leagues, and the whole point of a women's league or a whole point of different classes and different leagues is to give other people an opportunity at that sport. I outside of that traditional norm. You know, like I've known a lot of women basketball players, and they take pride in it. And to me, it's just like, let people play where they're comfortable and playing. If they can compete on the highest level, let them compete. To me, I don't even understand why it's an argument, but it seems like some people get really hyper and uber sensitive about this particular group of people that just want to be able to play sports too.
Well, if you have a protected category intended to keep a portion of the population that has extra advantages biologically,
I see what you're
that's where
saying.
they're arguing. Why
When
would
I
you let
thought
those people in?
when you said protected category, I thought you meant politically. I see now that you mean like in the sports realm, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I should have made it more clear as like a subcategory, right? Because I don't mean like protected category. I mean like more specific than that. Like technically, like sex is a protected category, but that's not
Do
really
you
what I
mean like
meant.
But no, it's
politically,
not.
like
I
That's
meant
not.
I meant don't you can protect all sexes. Don't protect a sex.
But it's not really. It really isn't. I mean, if you go through history deeply, figure skating, in 1902 was a mixed sex, mixed gender.
Yeah. Oh, that's
A
right. It's
woman
probably not anymore either, is it?
I'd love to be able to get a sentence out. In 1902, a woman won silver in Olympic competition, and they decided to protect the men's category by creating separate categories. In 1992, in Barcelona, a Chinese woman won gold in skeet shooting, and in 1996 in Atlanta, there was suddenly a women's category. So which category is protected? Men's sport or women's sport?
Well, in that case, it's just a men's sport. I have protected.
guess,
I don't
huh?
want protected categories.
Well,
Are shooting
but you
sports
see-
are segregated?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
they have been since a woman won gold.
Well, I want to add that to my list because I'm aware. The only one I was aware of is chess. Chess have very specifically male, female. They don't have any open competition.
It's really not a sport,
lore.
no matter what anybody says.
Sick sports lore that I
You
did
know,
not know about.
in any competition, first of all, any competition is going to be unfair no matter what. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And usually people don't engage in competition to lose. That's usually not the goal. No athlete goes in and says, I'm going to lose this match, no matter what it is, right? So then it comes down to a question of, do you afford 50% of the human race an opportunity to play on a reasonably equal playing field, right? So, and it will vary from sport to from competition to competition, from sport to sport. My sport is sailing. Women have studying 3 years of collegiate results. Women seem to have a little bit of an edge at the college level, at the collegiate level in the sport of sailing. But competing two-person dinghies, and women tend to do better than men marginally, not a lot, but generally speaking, it's a co-ed sport.
But
and
yeah,
and
that's
has
basically
has been for a long time.
That's
so we're talking about a number of issues here, I think, when it comes to sport, because it's a human activity. There are social issues, and then there are physical issues. And the biggest social issue is, how do you best allow and accommodate women's participation in that human activity? And up till now, the best way has been people have thought that the best way to do it is to have a men's division and women's division, just to afford the people an opportunity to participate and win. The biggest problem in women's sports, of course, is it's not as well compensated. There's not as much There's not as much money put into training. There's not as much revenue. And probably if you look at the women's national soccer team is an example of the women's team is way better than the guys team in the US in the United States right now. They're way better. They get bigger crowds, bigger revenue, and they're poorly compensated. Big fight over that in law. And finally, the women are getting a measure of equity, which is great. And that's good. But those are the big issues. Trans people in sport have not been an issue since trans people have been allowed to participate, especially at the scholastic level. And we can get into the whole biology of it all too, because there are a whole bunch of assumptions that are being made. Most studies that look at trans people compare, and it's always trans women that are at the center of this, compare trans women to men and not trans women to cis women. That's not, the comparisons aren't being made apples to apples by virtue of the fact that people presume a priori that the trans woman is in fact a man. And that's not the case. It just isn't the case. Biologically, with the intervention of cross-sex hormones, things change drastically. And there are studies that show that. The Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport last November released a 10-year survey of peer-reviewed literature, hundreds of pieces of peer-reviewed literature that cover this issue from 2011 to 2021. It was released last November. And the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport is Canada's anti-doping agency. If you didn't know, they're the people that say, "Oh, you're taking banned substances, no go, a go."
What would this say?
So, and you know, the executive summary of the study, which it's online, basically says there's no reason. They studied specifically trans women's participation in elite sport. And their conclusion was there's no justification for a blanket ban. You know, there are studies that say that. I think it's Emma Hilton participated in a study that showed that there are irreducible advantages. But that's one study out of hundreds that find to the contrary.
Well,
Yeah, I think there's even been studies that, like, you know, how people look at it. Like, so people will look at the instances, and they're actually rare because there's, you know, so few trans people actually in these sports, that when trans people win the sports, they'll focus on that, but they don't look at the hundreds of times that very same trans person lost to those very same people that they were racing, right? Like, they only focus on the wins,
right?
They don't focus on the wide array of examples of when they lost and the work that they had to do to get that win, you know, like just like any athlete, just like any other athlete.
And that's
Leah Thomas won one race, and that was enough.
And this is my point. The way I say it, it's not complicated. When it comes to like boxing, MMA, and stuff like that, I can see where those can be separate. That's perfectly fine.
Fallon Fox gets waved around like a trophy, and yeah, she broke somebody's. But gave someone an injury to their orbital, which is the most common injury.
I love when women give other women orbital fractures.
Wait,
it's so hot.
I didn't finish. I don't want to sound wrong here. All right. I would say only to weight class at that point. Like I would allow boxing, and I would still have the female and male division. But if someone wants to compete on either side, they have to compete in their weight class. I think that's perfectly fair. And with other sports, I will just demolish the male female dichotomy with those types of sports. I just don't have no damn reason to see that being necessary. But with like,
it does seem like more trouble than it's worth at this point, doesn't it?
Not really. I mean, this.
What do you mean more trouble than it's worth? Just because
I
you're
mean,
lazy and you don't want to do it?
You just keep the physical blood sports, and you just allow them to fight in weight classes. Like
Maybe I was being rude to Flow State.
You have been rude to me all night, but it's okay. I'm resilient.
I'm sorry. I'm always rude to you. I'm sorry.
What I mean is that I don't think that the trans athletes situation in real life is worth nearly the uproar and attention it gets. I think it's a wedge issue.
Oh yeah, there's like what Stephanie gave some stats where they did all this legislation and banning and to try to weed out these high performing athletes, and all said and done, it ended up affecting one individual, just one individual that was registered in their sport.
It's kind of a nothing burger in real life.
Nothing burger, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry.
I have to agree with Flow State.
I was really hoping like trans women had a big advantage, and we were going to win.
Why?
Because I don't like the idea of the protected category. I prefer it to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you win. No protected categories.
No, if they have no advantage, then it's just kind of whatever. Okay.
What if trans women outperform cis men in in all sports? That'd be amazing.
We need to make like a Hunger's Game sport.
Did you say trans?
Right wingers, you know, we'll throw them in an arena and we can just like enjoy them killing each other with their guns.
Knock, you have gun PTSD, dude.
I was digging at Serb there. I was joking with Serb there.
Do you think I'm a right winger?
I think that you're a gun nut.
Oh, I love human rights. Yes.
Oh,
that makes you a right winger, so you better be careful with that around here.
Damn, human rights being right wing. Thought I'd never see the day.
I don't think you're a right winger. I think you're a right wing extremist.
All right. I don't have my extremist man outfit to put on.
The only reason I want to talk about like the blood sports and taking that away. The only reason I disagree with that is because if someone's gonna want to hit their head on a wall 50 to 60 times, and they do it after you get them helping, whatever, they're gonna do it. And especially when they're grown-ass men and women that can have the right to do it. I don't
think that's true. I don't think that people would just...
They're gonna do it anyway if it's on their ground fight club or whatever.
I don't think that people that want to bang their head on the wall are just that constantly want to do that and injure themselves, or just the people that try to go out and try to injure themselves. Generally, we categorize as people. We're my problem with is we incentivize people to go out and to work on conditioning their body to cause physical harm to other people in order to advance and gain capital and capitalistic gain. So it's basically might makes right.
If you look
true,
at
but not true at the same time. There's people that just do it for the fun and glory. That's why you see in most gyms
and money
MMA rings just for cardio and just for training purposes, even though they will never fight in the actual ring with an MMA player.
Okay, but they want to fight.
I did it for free for years. I feel like I should have paid.
I did too.
Whoa, wait a minute. I want to go back to something SLH said. You think that a grown-ass man or woman who wants to bang their head against a wall should be able to? What?
No.
That's what
they
said.
can. They literally
they can, and you don't have the power to stop them.
We should ban walls.
Well, I mean, but self-harm is something that we treat, though, right? Someone
exactly.
We just want wall reform.
Yeah, no one needs an
automatic walls.
Maybe it's not a good analogy, but it's the
how many children do the walls kill?
I mean, if we just padded all walls first 6 feet off the floor. That wouldn't cost too much money. It wouldn't infringe on your rights. You could still bang your head on it.
Listen, if a wall killed 25 plus children a month in an elementary school, I'd probably ban them too.
I bet walls kill way more people than that. If you look at how many people toilets kill, like people die on some stupid shit.
That's true. There's stats to back that up. The people die doing stupid shit. But you know what kills the most school children in the United States?
Guns.
Fentanyl.
Yeah, guns.
Fentanyl.
It's the
Oh my
guns.
God.
I'm going to beg to differ on that because it's like there's like 200 and some school deaths from shooting in the United States for like the last 30 years.
I always like it when I'm not the
50
only
years.
sensible
Sorry, 50 years.
one in the room. So I'm enjoying it.
You know, the Republicans are like, think of the children, think of the children. Well, why don't you do something about goddamn guns? If
I
you
don't
want
think we
to
have any
think of the
Republicans
goddamn
here,
children.
Lisa.
Okay, the answer to that, Lisa, is human rights.
You
The
have
answer
look
to
at-
that is the NRA and lobbying and how many guns the fucking gun shops can sell. That's the answer to
The
that.
answer, if you look at if you look at a bigger continuum of time, if you look at human society over the last 100 years,
How
120
many
years,
fucking Rugers do you need, dude? Like, you can have
I
one
had
fucking Ruger.
35
You
when I
can
got
have
raided.
one fucking Ruger and be good for your little self-defense castle, but you have to have 16 and claim that it's self-defense, right?
I
And
had
your freedom,
35 when I
right?
got raided, and
Just have
I never
one.
shot nobody.
Well, good for you. Good for you, baby. Good for you, honey.
Thank you.
I would just say,
Yo! There
Hello,
is
Lisa.
no fucking reason for a civilian to have a fucking AR-15.
Yeah, there is. It's called human
And
rights.
you can feel like that, but that's fine. But your
They don't.
sentiment
They
doesn't.
always say human rights because they feel fucking badass with their little
Yeah, I know. Human
Ruger.
rights is hard sometimes.
They feel
I-
so badass. That's why it
Well, no, sometimes-
compromises their entire.
here's the
It
thing.
comprises their entire human rights to have 5 of them. Trust me, I know.
I so need my little dumpster fire animations. I don't have them anymore.
I got you.
If you had a dumpster animation, I would shoot it with a gun.
There you go.
I love this. Hey, usually
Cute.
it's me against Serb and William Freeman, and it's me alone talking sense. And now I'm not alone. So yeah,
Listen, I love shooting guns. I grew up in the South. I shoot guns all the time. I went to fucking boot camp in the military when I was 9 years old. I've disassembled M9s and M16s before I could do algebra, okay? So it's just really funny to me when people are like, my freedom and my rights are all contingent upon having 16 fucking modifications on my Ruger. Like, come on, get a personality, dude.
I can agree it's a lack of personality issue, but it's still human rights.
And nobody's getting worked up about Rugers. All right, there's way better brands.
See, here we go. Now he's going to tell his favorite brand.
Yeah, I got favorite brands too.
I don't have any brands. I'm a felon, so they're
don't
more
know.
danger to me than they would be safety at this point.
Well, you might not pick up on it, but I picked up on the subtle little fascist, dig there. Like, by calling it a Ruger, she's basically calling you a fashion. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's cool.
You know what's really
she's
funny
listening all
about
the
me?
time.
You know what's really funny about that? I'm not actually doing that, but I love that because you know why I'm saying that is because I have a brother who's a cop who literally has like 10 Rugers. And I'm just wondering, like,
the Ruger was the handgun of the German officers.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, but now I know it. Just a little lesson for you, I guess.
Germans know their engineering.
Oh my God! Here we go. See,
Heckler
they're about
and Koch
to
is-
they're about to spill it all. They're gonna be like, "Yes,
Okay,
I know
Heckler and Koch is
everything of
better
the
than
16th
Ruger.
Battalion of the fucking Third Reich." Here we go. We're
No,
gonna get a
they were
lesson.
good at it before Hitler.
Here we
German
go.
engineering. Kanye, continue, please.
Yeah, I mean they basically invented the technology we went to the moon in.
But they can't be credited for anything good because Hitler. So stop that.
Okay.
We're talking about guns as
Warren
personality,
we're talking
boys.
about Warren von Braun now. I like von Braun. I know a lot.
Yeah, he's a
about
Nazi though.
him.
You want to know what's good to do?
Nazi
Not know
traitor.
shit about Nazis.
I know shit about Nazis. How are you suspect not to repeat history if you don't know shit about Nazis?
Well, von Braun, he's a foundation of NASA, right? His rocket research,
Yeah.
did send us to the moon. there's brilliant people in every society. I think. I don't
Yeah.
think that because someone came from a society and then that society turned fascist, that means that person individually was a fascist. Do you think that?
Well, no, he was a
I
national
think it is
socialist.
kind of funny when you go, "Oh, that was a fascist gun," and then two people go, "Yeah, that was a really cool thing that those fascists did. Isn't that really cool?"
Yeah.
How
I mean,
else will we
guns,
avoid it?
guns were great.
The funny thing is that we live in a fascist economic system right now, and nobody recognizes
No.
it because everybody's
You're
too
right, Flow State.
No,
you
damn
know
it, Flow
what?
State.
You're right. We live in a fucking fascist Western society that Germany
You would be giving me
based
that rude tone of voice no
politics
matter what I said.
because I don't like you. Okay,
Yes, you do. Stop it.
I don't. Maybe I do a little
I
bit,
don't think
but
anyone in this room is
I
a
will
definition
never
of the word
admit it.
fascist, except for maybe me.
As
I
what?
think that
I've defined it in several videos and live streams. I like to go by the definition of the term.
And you think
Also, I don't
libertarians
like
are
you, Flow
fascist?
State.
I think
No.
libertarians are corporate monarchist.
Yeah,
I think the anti-government groups, are often white supremacist fascist groups, but even if they're not white supremacists, they're usually fascist groups for sure.
Can you have
Wait, but how
fascism
do you-
without a government?
No, you can't. That's
In a
part of the point.
libertarian society, the
Well,
people with the most money, with the
they're
most
against
capital,
our
yeah.
government, but they're
No, these people are against all government.
Well, everybody says that until they're in power.
Well, no, most of them are called themselves minarchists. Like they want the smallest government possible, and still.
If there's no government, then they can't be in power because there's no system.
No, most of them are like neo-Nazi fascists.
I'm confused. Like, Flow,
neo-Nazis are socialists.
Flow State,
I'm talking about the right-wing groups specifically. sir.
excuse me. Flow State, do you think libertarians do not support government?
I'm a libertarian.
I think that they don't. I think that they are more supportive of not government than government. They support some government.
Yeah, I mean, the couple
it's
libertarians
definitely
that's ever made it to the U.S. Congress have always talked about removing power from the government. They've always voted to try to remove power from the government.
Right, Stephanie?
Can you explain that more about how? Can you explain that more about how they don't like government? So are libertarians anarchists?
There is an overlap, but not.
They're getting closer. They're like the Diet Coke of anarchy, I would say.
Like libertarians in 2010 plus are nearly anarchists?
I guess I haven't put a timeline to when I would say that happened, but yeah, in my head, there's on the spectrum of political views, anarchist is all the way to no government, and before that, there's libertarian, and then you dial it back
But
all the way to.
libertarians are capitalist.
They believe in property rights.
They can be, and they also believe in property rights. So who enforces the property rights?
Yeah, this is why I'm saying they're not. So libertarian is like a philosophy.
Okay. Yeah, well, obviously.
And it overlaps between menarchists and anarchists.
What's a menarchist?
Someone
what's a
who wants
menarchist?
someone that wants minimal government.
It's not a
Okay, so
Mennonite
it does.
anarchist.
Can you describe that for us? I'm not sure what minimal.
Yeah, well, the
government-
definition always changes, but it's usually something along the lines of, we need government for defense of the country, and we need government to like build roads, and that's about it.
Okay, wait, can I take an aside and say that I think it's really funny that Stephanie pieced out and she was like, bye, youngins. I'm not fucking talking about this anymore. Anyways.
Well, if there's no government, if in an anarchist world, there would be no nations to need defending.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean,
well, like, yeah, if you're a libertarian, you would have to have some kind of government to defend your property rights, right?
I'm not a libertarian, so I don't know how to answer this, actually.
I just know someone was saying something about libertarianism. Was it you, Flow State?
I
Were you
think it
saying
was
shit you
you.
don't believe in? I am not a libertarian.
That's not what I heard.
What? What did you hear about me?
Word on the street is that you're pre-libertarian, and
Flow State, you don't know shit, as usual.
Tioga's always been like lefty.
I'm just talking shit.
Yeah.
Although she does have a hot brother, which is interesting.
I mean, historically speaking,
I remember the first time you guys clashed, and it's been about the same ever since. So,
Historically speaking,
It's funny.
libertarians are left.
That's what I just said. Yeah,
Libertarians are not really left. They're more center,
What?
as
Yeah.
they want government to enforce property rights.
Most
so-
people that claim to be libertarian don't even understand what the libertarian philosophy is. They're fucking idiots. They're usually neo-fascist conservatives that are just trying to hide that. So they say, "No, I'm a liberal and I'm anti-government."
I do think
No,
libertarians want to be progressive for sure. It's just like, yeah, like, okay, you know when people are like, libertarians want gay people to smoke weed. That's like,
So
that's the
the
extent
thing,
of it.
though. You
Gay
gotta-
people have the
you gotta-
best drugs.
I mean,
you
they
gotta
want to
look at what their
privatize
values
police.
are,
It's
Right.
It's not how other divisions of the left look at libertarians that
I'm-
define if they are on the left. Libertarians are definitively on the left because of the values that they hold, including personal liberties, which is
Well,
yeah,
I don't
that's an
understand.
important part
Like,
of
what do you mean
liberal
they're on the left?
the philosophy libertarian is a left philosophy. It's on the left of the spectrum.
They're
Do you
generally
mean
only
like
ever
in
viewed as-
American and westernized society, they're slightly center of left because
But-
that's
Most people that call themselves libertarian in America are right wing conservatives, to say the least. I mean, in the Trump era, it's beyond that now. You know.
yeah. I don't see libertarians asserting their belief in any rights or policy changes that are any less than center right, honestly. And when you look on the grand center stage of the world, maybe in America where conservatism is basically considered center, maybe libertarians can be considered center left, but in the span of the rest of the world of the political spectrum, they're solidly right wing.
I think we need to define what left and right means.
We should.
We should also maybe have somebody from the rest of the world who has ever been to the rest of the world.
I have.
I'm just a military brat who lived overseas, so that's all I have. But
That's can you provide sources?
Sources for where I lived?
Yeah, because I think you're making that up.
Well,
That I
yeah,
was a
and
military brat?
it depends on if you're going to talk like definitions of left and right, and they have scales that you can look at and all these things. But like, really, it depends on the Overton window, right? It really depends on where that Overton window starts. Like here in America, right? So, what's considered left in America is actually center right. Like if you on a political philosophical spectrum,
On
right?
a world scale.
Yeah, I mean, but in America, that's where the scale starts. Is like moderate. If you're moderate, you're center right. You know.
And you know what? I do
that's
like.
just
I
where it
do.
is.
Yeah, I do acquiesce to that kind of thing. Is that like, yes, in America, libertarian is definitely left of conservative in America for sure. Because like, if you look on the world scale, like conservative, even like moderate conservative in America is extremely far right in a lot of places. Not all places in the world,
Europe.
but a lot of places in the world.
In
It
Europe.
is. Yeah.
The rest of the
So
world thinks we're nuts, though. Like,
I can't tell you how sick I'm sick of being called a liberal. Like liberals aren't lefties; they're moderates. You know, like I'm not a
you're
fucking
a
liberal.
full-blown communist.
It's an insult. It's an insult to me. But here to most righty tighties and shit, that's like yeah, I'm really getting them. I'm nailing that socialist. Like, no, say socialist, you idiot.
Yeah, I
Well,
didn't.
Socialist.
You know, Knock, I don't. I actually wear the liberal label with as a badge of honor because I don't really consider myself liberal. No, I consider myself left of center, but that's to me that's not liberal. I believe in human rights, which does not mean AR fucking 15.
Does too.
Does not.
The ability to fight one's government is part of liberal values.
With ultra high
Here's the
capacity
funny thing.
magazine.
You know what's really funny is that, okay, these guys are so memey, these two. I don't know who the fuck besides Flow State was just talking. Was that Cerberus? But anyways, it is really
Told
funny.
you like me. What's
He
it?
wants me to like him so bad. But anyways, I think it is really funny because like it is true, the meme that like when you go so far left, you get your gun rights back. You do, but it's never going to be any way that a libertarian or a conservative person thinks. Like,
Well, yeah, and I'm considered extreme because I'm for banning all guns. You know,
That's pretty extreme.
yeah.
That's
I don't
like
think
all the
you
way
know.
extreme.
No, you're
That's
right.
the
Like,
most extreme.
You see,
But-
I'm not for
but
banning all.
Tioga's right though. Like, technically, the farther left you go, the closer you get, the more quote unquote revolutionary you're going to get, the more apt you're going to
is.
be pro gun.
Yeah, they
I mean,
realize
like,
that human
but
life's
like,
important.
okay, like Flow State and Cerberus would never probably be like the Black Panthers should have guns to protect their political
No, I think
right.
they should have guns.
They definitely should have guns.
Okay, well, good.
They probably need guns more than the white people.
They do. If you look at
I like that.
gun
I
control
mean, I like
legislation
that.
hurts.
I
hurts
also
that.
Trans
believe.
people.
What about trans people?
Yeah.
I
So,
don't think.
if you look at the statistics, go ahead.
Yo, I'm trying to talk.
Lisa, we love you.
I'm trying to let you
Lisa.
talk.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Shut up, Flow State.
I don't believe guns should be banned, but I think they should be highly regulated. For instance, you know, in countries where guns are highly regulated, you don't get all this fucking school shooting.
It's true.
I think we should license Lisa's speech. It's very dangerous.
It is true that we don't have the same amount of school shootings in countries where we like regulate guns. And we kind of have to deal with that. Like, but we also have to deal with the fact that we do still live in a society that is very racist and sexist. So what do we do about this?
If you want gun rights, though, you have to have an authority that you trust. And I don't think anybody here trusts our government or our police. You know, maybe you do because your brother's a cop, but
That's true. So you should be a leftist, Flow State.
I don't know what I am. I just want everybody to fuck off and leave me alone. That's my political affiliation.
Then don't fucking talk and just live on your farm.
I tried, but the raccoons kept eating my fucking chickens.
Yeah, and the government kept on taxing me, and then liberals.
I don't want to fucking hear about taxes.
Trying to take
I'm
my
not talking to
rifle
you.
away.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Flow State.
Well, I'm talking about Flow State.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't carry on.
It's impossible to be left alone.
I know, but any measure of more aloneness I can get, I'll take.
So Cerberus, you were just bitching about like fucking liberals taxing you, but yet you're not a right winger. Like,
Well,
because
that's
you
why I
always,
say quote-unquote
you always
liberals.
take issue when I call you a right winger, but like, duh.
Well, I
like
said quote unquote
taxes?
liberals because I'm trying to speak like I thought Flo would speak.
I mean, I do not appreciate
Be your
being
own
taxed, but
person, bro.
Yeah.
Just
I understand how taxes work a little bit. So as it stands, I'm taxed less than probably the rest of you are.
I
for
am a
most.
liberal. I'm liberal. I'm not right or left. I'm north.
The stream is not
I'm where
full.
human rights are.
Yeah, but
I
like how
am-
far north?
I am not on a spectrum between authoritarian and totalitarian.
You're
So I
just
think
not
it's
on. You're just not on the side of the human rights of trans people that want to play sports.
No. I want them. I prefer them to be better than biological women, and I want.
Well, I
them
know.
to be in that
Well,
category.
you say that, and
I don't care. I don't
think
care
that-
about trans people playing
that's your,
sports
like-
at all. I don't care about anybody
That's like-
playing sports.
Well, real
Wait,
quick, that
who
was
the
like
hell-
Service's cop out, though. That was like his cop out. To
No, that's
spend,
what I
like,
want.
The previous 40 minutes, though, bashing trans people playing sports. Right?
Nobody was bashing trans people.
No, I did not once say a single
We,
thing about
we
trans
had
people
that.
being-
We had that science moment with Cerberus where nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about. You remember that?
Yeah, but that wasn't saying women shouldn't be in sports.
I am a woman with a penis. Can I please be explained this? What's happening?
I want you.
Who is ayahuasca banana hammock?
Could you
Because I already
mansplain?
love them.
That's cat. That's cat.
See, I
Who
want
is
cat.
Cat? Do I know Cat? Should I know Cat?
I don't fucking care if you know me. What the fuck? Calm down.
I like her
Put your
already.
cock back in your pants. I
like her already.
just wanna know what's happening.
See,
I
I
was
want
just
cat to
asking
get
for a
some special
recap.
training and go
Well,
in
Knock was
and do
accusing
sports.
people of trans bashing, and
House.
They were trans bashing.
I just-
by the way.
I didn't say one single negative thing
Yeah.
about trans people.
Well,
you
I
ask
mean,
questions, and that's
okay.
enough. You're supposed to just accept what you're told.
What
Yeah, that's right,
what
you should.
exactly specifically was
Am I,
said? Okay.
Whoa, wait a
am
minute.
am I
If
acting
that's
like a
what I'm
deformity?
told,
Flow hate. Am I acting like a deformity?
You are a deformity.
I'm not sure what that is, but I like it.
Flo hates face is a deformity.
Your mom didn't think
what I'm
so.
told. No, I am not fucking going
Excuse
to
me?
accept what I'm told.
Sorry. You need a $5 to speak. Sorry.
Lisa,
Need a
we
license
can
for
hardly
speaking.
hear you.
I'm blocking Flow State right now.
On
I'm
what?
talking about my mom.
So I do have a question. Are we just like yelling about trans issues?
No,
Pretty
we're
much.
We're actually
Yeah.
talking about guns.
We had a moment when Stephanie
we've
was
yelled about a lot
explaining
of
shit
shit.
to us, but then we decided to yell at each other instead.
Okay, well, don't trust the fucking goddamn thing that broad says to you. I'm in the goddamn trenches. I'm a field tranny, okay? I'm a real fucking trans person.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, like you, but, like most of the
You're
trans
real.
community don't use
Stephanie's not.
Don't use the term tranny.
No,
so I think
Stephanie's
Stephanie's
real.
not
She just,
real.
like she said, hold on.
She
like
been in the
Stephanie
metal
said,
scene, bruh. She was in the metal scene in the 80s.
Look,
she punched a few fuel in the pit. Okay.
Okay, if I could finish my point, that would be phenomenal.
Go for it, ayahuasca banana hammock.
Awesome. I love that you interrupted me repeatedly.
You're welcome.
Good job,
You're welcome,
Stephanie.
bitch.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
Go
no,
for it.
Stephanie, I actually don't dislike Stephanie. It's just like she said, I don't approve of these terms, but she used the word, gypsy in the castle. That's a slur. I'm aware that's a slur.
So is tranny, asshole.
Right?
Yeah, it's against me, fucking idiot. Fuck you.
Bitch,
Hey, wanna fight?
I will.
Wanna fight against the trans person?
I will.
Hey. Yeah, so
I will.
it's a slur against me. I don't have a problem with people saying slurs. You understand that, right? I don't give
You
a
just
fuck
said
about
you
that.
did.
I don't.
So.
No, I just said I wanted people to understand that's a slur.
Okay, go for it.
Hold on, a contradiction across the board. Okay, retard. So I say slurs. Okay, fucking Bree, shut your fucking mouth. Right, Bree. Fight me 1v1. Okay, come on, 1v1 me. It's a contradiction. Shut up.
Right.
You're not Bree. You're not Bree. You're not Bree. I said Bree. You're not. You're
I
not.
never say I want
Quiet.
to engage with you, Kat. I don't even want to talk to you, honestly.
Kat,
You come in here
Okay,
using
well,
terms like
fucking-
tranny and stuff. I have no interest in engaging with you. You're gonna start using slurs.
That's
against
fine.
me.
Then don't engage with me.
Alright.
You went out of your way to just interact right now. I didn't even know you were here until you
Tioga
talked.
who you were. I was just explaining to
wow.
you who you were. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, okay. Do you even know who the fuck I am, Bree?
I know who you are.
Because you
Shit.
don't.
Aw.
Oh shit.
Hey, Bree. Some of us are actually poor people who have actually lost fucking everything. Calm the fuck down. You haven't lost fucking shit. Because I never fucking had it. Get the fuck back. You get the fuck in the house, okay? I'm in the field. Get the fuck back in the house. Don't fucking fight the field people, okay?
Hey, hun.
Wait.
Everybody, slow down. Everybody, so.
Whoa!
I'm taking this one way. I'm taking this. I know that some lines have been drawn. A lot of shit has happened. I'm not sure what's going on. But the way that I'm taking, so this is the cat that I remember of when I was dealing with Will Kincaid.
I don't know if I've met Kat. That was wild. Nice meeting you, Kat.
The slurs that I do not tolerate slurs on my channel. This it's not going to happen here. So have a reasonable conversation. Even amongst the dumpster fires tonight, we've been somewhat reasonable. The screaming, the accusation, the let's fight shit, that's not going to fly. Don't make me do this again. I hate doing this. I'm not a great moderator. Don't make me moderate.
Isn't it wonderful how we were all able to have a great conversation and engage with each other until Kat shows up in here?
Yeah, even Flow State and I were fighting, and then Kat came in with the R word.
Someone was being
hear
it.
exactly what
And
was being said.
Hey, I will just say the slurs were me bad. I use them. I understand people are offended by them. I don't think people should be, but I understand people are offended by them, and that's my bad. It's Nox's channel, not my channel. I'm sorry, Nox.
Kat, I have a
That's a me bad.
I
Oh,
couldn't
why?
quite hear what you said, but I have a question for you. Did you call Bria House transsexual?
Yes.
I heard that too. Get back in the house.
You know nothing about my lived experience, hon. I swear you don't. You don't know where I've been, what I've been through, where I am right now. Just because
Also,
I
we all
look
look
good
great.
on camera,
Well,
because I look good on camera and look like I'm happy and I'm loaded or something.
Yeah.
No, I work 48 hours a week. I work in the medical field and I handle
Yeah, you have
fucking
a
trans.
house.
And I
You
no,
have a
I do not
house.
have a house. I'm living in an apartment, woman. I'm living in an apartment.
Yes, that's a house. Okay, you do realize I don't have a house. I live in motels, right? Your apartment is
I
a house.
work for
You
my
understand that, right?
apartment.
Kat, we love you. Kat, let's all just light a candle, light a little chakra circle, take your 3 breaths. Cats.
Look, honey, I don't have one breast. Calm down.
I said 3. Just
let's be realistic. I don't have any breasts.
Just 4. Come on. We love you.
Look, okay, you're trying to be condescending and offensive, but you're incredibly bad at it. No, you're bad. You're not good enough to be doing it because you have the tone to do it, but you don't actually have the punch. My God, I have the punch.
Listen,
Look, you're
I
just
have
bad
been
at this
talking
game.
shit to Flow State all night, okay?
I mean, I would say the criticism's not
And
inaccurate, though.
I'm not flow state. I don't
I know.
know what the
What I'm
fucking
just
flow
saying
state is.
we're all giving each other
I'm
shit. We
Real
love you.
quick.
Just stop. Just stop. We love
This
you.
seems this seems very contrived. I don't know. Is this a designed attack? I'm just trying to figure out what the play is here.
We all conspired before the
Do you
show.
think I'm a wait? Do you think I'm like a paid actor?
No, we just want you to be nice. We
I
just
think
want to
you're
all
part
be
of
nice.
We don't think
I
anybody's
never
paying
think.
I think you're part of the
When
shit
have I-
crew. I've never said otherwise.
I want to be your friend. Dude.
nah.
I might be an asshole, but I want to be your friend. Okay.
What if we're all
I
government agents?
honestly have no problem with anyone in here.
Okay,
This
cool.
is just
We're good now then. We are.
This is how I act in reality. I don't think people realize this. This is just who I am. Unfortunately,
I think we
I'm
summoned
sorry
Wilfred
for everyone.
Spirit.
Okay,
Look,
let's just love Kat for now.
No, don't love me. Hate me.
Kat doesn't consent to being loved right now.
She doesn't.
No, seriously, I hate me. It's fine. I don't care if you like me
We're
or
saying
dislike
that
me or have.
we don't hate you.
That's fine. Well, that's your opinion, and that's probably wrong, and that's okay.
Okay.
I think you probably. I don't.
We were just joking. We were literally just shooting the shit before. I'm serious, like for real. So let's just
Serious about what?
Shooting the shit.
Okay, so let's welcome Shane.
Is that
Hello.
pizza on a pineapple, sir?
Yes.
Is
I
that
would eat that.
You're
is.
trying to start World War III up in here?
I was just trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
It is a sin. Either way.
Oh no! Oh no! What have you done?
So is this all like a Wilkin Cade thing, or is this a cult of Cerberus sex thing that's going on? I'm trying to understand.
I have no clue. I'm a reluctant leader. I don't know what's going on.
I just
I didn't
came
know-
in.
The people have spoken.
Kat, what do you want to talk about? What's up? What's your hot topic, Kat?
I'll let whoever was talking respond. I'm sorry, I interrupted. That's my bad.
I'll sit over here and throw my.
Why is
hand.
everybody in cults now?
What even were
everybody's
we
got
talking
cults.
about? You know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about the Teal Swan cult. Does anyone ever heard about Teal Swan?
Yes.
I've done videos on her, and I actually have talked. I've talked to people that were in the cult, and it's freaky shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's supposed
Very
to
freaky.
be some, as far as I can tell, and I can't tell much, it's supposed to be some kind of freaky self-help cult. Is that
Yeah, but she
not-
like Okay, so I listened to this, and like I might be wrong about this, but I did listen to her friend from when she was like 14, and that was like, she lied about all of this shit. She was not an international model. Also, she lied about all this shit being taken out when she was taken out of her house at 3 a.m. every morning for this weird death cult. But also, she's like, apparently she is super huge in the Utah Mormon sphere, and I live in Colorado now. So, like, for some reason, the Utah Mormon sphere is huge in Colorado. So, like, what is that? Because I'm from NorCal, where we have literally 100 million new age chakra hippies. So, what is up with Teal Swan in the Midwest?
Well, Colorado's not in the Midwest, and it's not remotely near the Midwest.
It's literally in the middle.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know.
Wait,
Colorado is not the Midwest.
See, I'm from the Northwest.
Ohio. No.
So what is Colorado?
Ohio's not the Midwest.
I would say it's the Southwest.
Ohio's west of the Mississippi and east of the Rockies.
But it's in the middle. It's the Midwest. Like it's in the middle of the Southeast.
No, I mean it's definitely
it's in the middle of the
definitely
Southeast.
west of most of the Midwest.
Yes, it's significantly west of the Midwest. Yes, that's how.
Wait, but isn't the West like the
we're not
West?
Midwest either.
Like California is west.
So the United States is divided into the Midwest is from the Mississippi to the Rockies. Then you got the Rockies. Then you got the Pacific coast.
That's factually incorrect. Because if the Midwest was the Mississippi to the Rockies, what the fuck's Wisconsin or Minnesota? Not the Midwest, what's Ohio? Not the Midwest.
It's in the middle of the country. It's 16
Look,
hours.
the Midwest is
It's not the middle of the country.
You just said Ohio was in the West, Cat. You just said Ohio was in the Midwest, Cat. So you don't think you do?
Ohio's in the Midwest. Colorado is in the West.
You just said,
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Ohio's in the Midwest.
Yeah, you should look at a map.
Yes. I'm sorry. Like the cultural Midwest? Yes. Colorado isn't even remotely near the Midwest. You understand that, Bree, right? So, like, you can laugh at me. Hold on. Let me finish my
Colorado's in
point.
the Rockies. Colorado's in the
What
Rockies.
about Wyoming?
Yes. Which who is calling Colorado being the Midwest? It's not me, correct? You
It's not
understand
me
that,
either.
right?
You're calling Ohio the Midwest, which is more ridiculous than Colorado. Because Colorado
East and West Colorado are two different
You can't
things.
even pronounce Colorado right, so I mean, you don't get to be real people.
Oh my gosh.
I
pronounce
would like
it
to
wrong?
say there.
Oh, you're gorge.
I would like to point out there is
That
no
was
one
awkward.
academic standard for how many regions there are in the United States. It's just people's opinion.
Isn't there four? Like four? Like
Depends on what book you open.
Like there's four.
Just depends on what
But
book you open.
Colorado's like okay, I'm just saying it's 16 hours from Tennessee and 16 hours from Northern California. It's in the
16 hours from Tennessee, my ass.
I drove there, bitch. In my car.
It is 16
Liar.
hours.
Liar.
No,
There ain't no way Colorado is 16 hours
Look
from
it up.
Tennessee.
Oh,
Look it up
sure
on
it is.
Google Maps. Look it
Yeah,
up.
it is.
Oh,
All right.
baby.
So I gotta weigh in. I did my Google thing, and Kat is right. According to the Census Bureau, Colorado
They
is
don't know shit.
It's a western state. It's considered mountain western.
No, Colorado is not a Midwestern state.
It's a western
I
state.
know.
It's a Western state.
That's what I was saying. Yes.
Wait.
I've been agreeing with you this whole time, Kat. I just said you're wrong about Ohio being a Midwestern state. That's what I disagreed with you about.
I think Ohio.
Ohio is.
Ohio's Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah.
Okay. Ohio's
That's why I said you were wrong.
Mid-Atlantic. There's nothing but corn. It's Midwest. Okay.
Ohio's
If there's nothing but corn.
Is that the criteria?
Yeah,
Corn?
it's yes,
Corn
it's
is a good
flat.
measure of making the
It's
Midwest.
flat. Hold on. Hear me out. It's culturally Midwest because it's flat and there's nothing but corn. There's no culture. It's the Midwest. Trust me, I'm from there. You live there. You know exactly what I mean. It's the Midwest.
I've driven
Come on.
through it. I've driven through it, and it takes about 12 hours, and you can be at one end and see the other in 12 hours away because it's so fucking flat.
It's terrible.
There's nothing there.
That
There's
I-70
nothing
drive is the
there.
worst.
So, according to Wikipedia, Ohio is part of the Midwestern United States.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Wow, it's almost like I was right about both.
You see how?
So
you see
where
how
is
Potato and Robbie
Colorado?
or something?
What is Colorado?
I mean,
Colorado.
A Western
I'm gonna
state.
believe the people who actually live there.
That doesn't
Is
mean they're right about
California a
anything.
western state, or is it like a western coastal state?
It's
Well,
not
it's
a
not
coastal state.
coastal.
It's probably in the southwest, I would
I
say.
consider Colorado one of the OG liberal hippies that freed the weed, man.
Okay,
Freed the
is
weed.
this a
Colorado is in
day-off
the
against
Rocky
me?
Mountain region.
It's just the Rocky Mountains. They're like mountains. Fuck it. It's in the mountains.
How is
God damn
Ohio
it, we're
not a
not the
Great Lakes
Midwest.
state? How is Ohio not in the Great Lakes states? I swear that's where Illinois, Minnesota.
Yeah, that's part of the
Michigan,
the
Ohio.
Midwest.
That's the old Midwest.
That's the
That's called
Rust
the
Belt.
old Midwest. That's
The
the old
Midwest
Midwest. The Great Lakes Midwest.
includes
That's, yes.
Michigan and Wisconsin
Okay, wait a
and
second.
Illinois.
I live in Illinois.
Yeah.
Only the bottom half of Illinois is the Midwest. The top half is called mob. It's the mob culture.
It's Illinois, by the way, not Illinois. It's Illinois.
You don't pronounce the S. The S is silent.
No,
Trust me.
the S was silent.
Trust me, I'm from Wisconsin. This is
It
me
doesn't
starting
matter.
shit now.
That's like anything you have to say. Fuck you.
Yeah, where you're from gets no clout with me. I'm from Kansas City, and you're still wrong.
Illinois.
Yo, are you?
you defiant bitch.
Don't call her a bitch. Only I
It
can
was
do
a
that.
joke.
Hey, call me a bitch, damn it.
Kansas City, Missouri.
Y'all have
Now
a
I don't
good
want you to
one.
call you it.
All
Kansas
right.
City, Kansas,
I'm going to.
Kansas
Bye,
City,
guys.
Missouri.
I'm
Bye.
from the Missouri
Bye.
side, but I live in
I'm
Kansas
about-
currently.
Okay.
But I
All
identify
I'm
as
saying
Missouri. I don't like Kansas at all. I only lived here because they wouldn't let me leave.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew. I'm sorry.
I know.
Having to stay in Kansas?
This
Yeah.
has been an odd stream. Like, there's like, I don't know. I can't even really remember them, but I remember like there's 2 or 3 original like dumpster fires on issues that I've never had before on the channel, and that we just had one. I've never had a dumpster fire on geography before, so like we're just having first, and it's great. I'm gonna have to make some clips and shit. Yeah.
Okay. So
Dumpster
have
fires
you
are the
ever had a
best.
dumpster fire
I
on
do
guns?
that. Oh, I can make a dumpster fire on guns.
Knock. Have you had a dumpster fire on guns? No, Cat. I think we already had a dumpster fire on guns.
Yeah, I think we have one.
Okay.
It was a little. It was a little one.
Everyone kind of burned out on the gun dumpster fire.
Yeah, like
Like-
the Common Core dumpster fire was more hot than the gun one.
Like I
But
don't get
we
it. Like,
did
everyone.
We did have a dumpster fire
did I
on the
miss?
transports, though.
Yeah, that was. We've had quite a few. It's been a dumpster fire type of night. You know.
Anytime
I just
Lisa wants to
wanted to know
talk and
what was
people don't
happening,
quiet
and I
down,
got-
we have a dumpster fire over that really quick.
Why is it that everyone wants to take away my AR and AK, but no one cares that I have a 105 howitzer?
They don't know what that is.
I don't even know what that is.
I am here for you having all of those things.
Oh
Use
my
them on the
God,
government
Will share.
alongside me, please.
Will alert! Will alert!
If that's your
Well-
kink, sir, I mean, you know.
It is a big
Ah,
phallic
he said
object.
kink. I get it.
I don't get it.
What's going on? I wasn't quite sure if that was actually. I know you've been using that face, but the William Percival Kincaid III thing was new to me. So
Well, you're the second, so I have to be the third. You're older than me. It follows.
So, like, Will, is that supposed to be a zombie?
No, I don't know if you can throw it up on the big screen.
Joker
and see if
makeup.
she-
I don't know how to do all that
It's
shit.
Joker makeup. There's lore, and you can tell if it's Joker.
Who's underneath the Joker?
What?
I mean,
Wow, Kincaid.
okay. I can see that it's Joker paint, but is it like?
It's Will.
Oh, it's me. It's me.
Okay.
Will Kincaid. What's going on? See,
Not
you
much.
did. This isn't your attack tonight.
No,
I saw you was on the Cult of Cerberus stream earlier talking Pokemon.
Yeah, we were, and you were bored to death, and then you started talking about math, and somehow people were more interested in fucking calculus than God. I'm like, well, hold on a minute.
We
Are you
already had
aware?
the Common Core dumpster fire.
Are you aware that 420 Atheist collects extremely expensive fucking Pokemon cards? That is not something that was on my 2023 bingo sheet.
I didn't know that either. I would wet
blew
you
my
the fuck
fucking
out of
mind.
him.
I was like, what? And Guru Lady sent me a box for my birthday, and in it were Pokemon cards. That, admittedly, I haven't had Pokemon cards, like, out of a pack in fucking, I don't know, probably, like, 15, 20 years or something?
Those things have appreciated way better than my Beanie Baby collection did.
Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. The only good thing that Logan Paul did for my finances.
Was he involved in the Pokemon card?
Yes, he's the guy who made it, like, really, like, it was always the thing, but he's the one who made, see, look, I'm going to ruin Nox chat, too. No, it was always a thing, but he was the one who fucking bought a Pokemon card for fucking $20,000.
I'm waiting for Pogs to come back.
Damn.
Can I just real quick? Hey, I'm not a part of whatever Will or Cerberus is doing. I'm just here and I'm an asshole. Look. I'm an asshole. I'm a piece of shit. I've never shied away from the fact that I'm a piece of shit. I'm not. If you think there's a thing that's going on, I don't know. I'm not a part of it. I'm just an asshole of my own.
That's exactly what you would say if you were a part of it.
It's been a day.
Yeah,
It's been a day.
yeah,
It's been a
that's
day of
exactly what it
freakouts. It's been a day of freakouts.
Yeah,
Earlier, like I literally.
individual.
Well, I missed all the freakouts.
Well, what do you think?
I
What do you
didn't see
think?
that.
Well, like I literally just said, I mean, kind of low key raging atheist jab in the side chat, like, hey, Will Kincaid talking Pokemon channel killer, and Ginger flips the fuck out. Well, did you think that was just not a flip out or something?
Well, Quentin is part of the cult. I think that he was just fucking on you. He did ask me. Full disclosure. Yeah, Cat's not part of the cult. That's a different thing. No, but full disclosure, he did ask me if he was allowed to come in here, and I was like, I'm not your fucking mom. We're here for. I said
You should have just said yes. If somebody's trying to give you some power,
Well, that's
then
why
take
he's
that
mad.
shit.
That's why he's mad because I talked about like the room I went into was cult mentality. Was he even in that room?
I don't know. We were kind of watching.
So
part of the stream on
his feelings are hurt because I was mean to his friend William Freeman.
I don't know, maybe. Whatever he did in here is independent of cult business. So whatever he did has nothing to do with something that I order. If I order, like I said in chat, when I order a hit, I go big. All right, I want you to know it was.
You've seen me in like
MO.
You see me in side chats when I'm like in there to really be an issue. Like I wasn't really being an issue. He went pretty far with it, don't you think?
Mercury is retrograde,
I didn't
guys.
see a whole lot of that. All I know is that he
like you was there. Like he was like, "Fuck it, man. At least I've got legs and I can get a job." And I'm like, "Dude, I just it was like a low key dig at Will. It wasn't a big deal. There's a ceasefire."
No, I don't know. What do you want me to
feels
like
kinda
fucking
like a
talk
cheap
to him?
shot.
Or?
Well, I don't know. Like, is this the new assault? Is the ceasefire over?
No, I mean, if I ordered a hit on you, you would know it for sure.
Because I mean, he totally went. He went Will Kincaid with it. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay.
Well, a little
If
bit,
I am
like
the cult
circa
leader,
2019.
can I at least know
Will
what's going
Kincaid.
on? Happy Earth Day, everybody.
Quentin made a leg joke.
Ah, fuck you! Kill the earth, burn it down.
But I was there for the leg joke, but like a second attack. Like where was the first?
No,
attack?
there's lore. There's too much. You were there for some of it, but like I'm sure you weren't paying attention because it got very convoluted.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Gingers try to spend like 6 months convincing me he wasn't part of that, and here he is with the whole now.
Oh no, he wasn't part of it. He is now.
Oh, but he is now.
Yeah, no, that happened last
But
week.
because like I didn't sit there and watch Ginger laughing at everything along with you guys, right? Like I just never watched that before.
Yeah, that was part of his decision to ask to join the cult, is that he just kept getting lumped in with us anyway, so he said,
But he was there laughing about the shit with y'all. Why wouldn't he be lumped into it?
Yeah, that's one man's opinion, I guess.
Wait, that's not fair.
Kat does too, and she's not part of it.
We've had that argument. I'm not going to rehash it.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway, no,
Yes,
I'm not
I'm
calling
lumped
any
in.
ops. I don't have any.
It just seemed. I don't know. It just seemed like, I was waiting for it. It seemed like a Will Kincaid type of thing to do.
No,
I mean,
no,
it could just be
I have beef
coincidence.
with the other queers.
I have other people that I like to fuck with now, to be honest with you. I mean, you can only make so many fucking leg jokes before it's like, okay, I think we're done. and we've already had this conversation. I have nothing to stand to
my
gain
retort
with
to
the-
him.
I have nothing to say. Was that another leg joke?
my retort to Ginger in the side chat was, well, it's okay. I got a job at Long John Silver's. I'm getting ready for when I get my
I
peg
thought
leg.
that was based. I did see that. I thought that
And
was based.
he took it seriously and got triggered from that.
Quentin, let me tell you something. All right, because
Quentin needs an adult.
Quentin
They-
officially joined
They,
the cult.
they. Quentin
I
uses
said
they, them
Quentin,
pronoun.
didn't I?
You said he. It's
They?
they.
I don't fucking know. Well, anyway, Quentin joined
Thank
the cult, and within 6 fucking hours, he managed to fuck up something that I was doing, and he went in, or they went in. Fuck me in the fucking asshole. Sorry. Anyway, Quentin went in to Praise's chat with someone that Quentin knows, and started asking Olive, Praise's sister. No. He asked Praise how his sister's pussy tastes for $50. And I said, I thought I specifically told you that we're trying to have detente with Praise, because he fucking Praise wanted this whole peace thing. He wanted to basically have a fucking armistice, right? And so Praise got Quentin to drag me into an off-the-air StreamYard thing, and we talk, and I laid out, what my terms would be, and then we did the whole thing live on Praise's channel, and then not 6 hours later, he manages to fuck it all up, and I'm just like, dude, God damn it, Quentin.
That's what Quentin do.
But I think that we've managed to
So
patch that up.
So let me get this right. So Quentin just joined your cult thingy, and he's grown a pair, and he thinks that he can actually come at me.
They.
I don't know.
I think that if you can talk shit on the leg, you can call him a he.
We do have scientific studies that gingers don't have a soul, so they're just them, I guess.
You're right. I have pointed that out several times that this might be an issue.
No,
there's a non-gender pronoun.
Look, guys, cut him some slack, okay? It's hard
to
live a life.
Some slack.
It's hard to live a life of being prison asexual.
I don't know how to use that with that particular conjugation of that pronoun.
Well, I mean, honestly, real quick. Cat, again. Real quick though.
I'll say heinous shit, but yeah.
Real quick. So, you expect me to show Quentin an element of respect here after the comments he made to me? I mean, fuck Quentin.
Respect.
No, I don't actually. Turnabout is
it's not a respect thing. In my opinion, I don't misgender people intentionally ever. You say what you will about me, say what you will. I've said a lot of fucking heinous, awful. Yes, but I corrected you like 16 times.
But
let me lay out hypothetically how this would work.
But still, fuck Quentin. Like after the day, he's trying to be Will Kincaid.
Quentin fired a shot first, so the cult does not have his back on this one. If he's flying solo. We don't play like that. At least not anymore. I think at one point we did a little bit, but not anymore. You know, so
Back in the day, we would have
his
done that,
days,
but yeah,
they're
I'm no longer involved.
yeah, it's they're on their own on this one. If this is the fucking, I'm not getting involved. You know, I'm just here to fucking hang out and tell Kat that my wife made that steak that we had like 4 of.
Knock, I absolve you of any obligations to the person, whoever it is.
Well, that's why I was bringing it up. Like, is this like ceasefire territory? Do I got to get my guard up again, start scouring the internet and bullshit? You know, because I have found some modicum of peace, despite the upheavals in my life. I've still found a modicum of peace. I'm doing pretty well. I'm not trying to live a nightmare again. You know,
if you'd like me to tell him to fuck off, I will do that for you.
Oh no, I mean I can ignore Quentin. Quentin is nothing. It just came out of left field. I'm like, dude, I wasn't even really being bad raging atheist.
I don't really
I'm
understand.
gonna tell Quentin to fuck off whether you want it or not. Fuck Quentin, motherfucking ginger fuck.
So we did a clip show on Thursday of old episodes of the Kink Inc. And I think what it is a nostalgia thing. Personally, I don't know the they.
It's like I should have said it back then. So now I'm just gonna say it. They had thought that I had left, right? And I'm like, no, I'm still here. Like, just because I'm not typing away, like I'm not here to troll. I'm just kind of lurking, trying to find something to watch. You know.
I think Quentin is nostalgic for something that is over.
I can't play video games 24 hours a day.
You know, it was
come on,
fun, but it's over.
Nothing to play
you know how it is. Like after you almost got in a fight, and then you think like, man, I'd have done this, I'd have done that, I'd have kicked his ass.
Yeah, I think that I think that that's also part of it. You know, like because Quentin was trying to remain neutral, but very clearly wasn't. Like wasn't part of anything we were doing directly. But it's very clearly there for it. You know what I mean? And so
yeah, which was all that I said. That's all that I said.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of that going on. But anyway, Kat, I am having the legendary steak.
I had a Buddha face, so I'm not as
fuck. Dude, okay. Hey, look. Will's wife. Say what you will about Will, say what you will about me, say what you will about his kid or whatever. Will's wife makes them the best goddamn steak I ever fucking had. Oh.
Yep, she did it exactly the way that
right now.
I still have some. If there's any left by Wednesday, you can have some of it. There's more than enough. I'm just
y'all are in a steak cult or what? Like I don't even know what's going on.
I will kill a man for that fucking steak.
Kat and I sat down and ate like 4 goddamn steaks apiece.
I did.
Kincaid. There's a Kincaid cult, and then there's the cult of service sex. It's just a meme. There's no real cult of service sex, but right, sir.
I don't know.
The cult may qualify as an actual cult.
Which one has steak?
What's the steak made out of? Is it beef? Are we sure?
It's beef. It's beef.
Is it like?
I can confirm.
Is it like the Waffle House steak, or is it like?
No, she won't tell me where she gets it from, but it must be local because it's nothing I've ever had from a supermarket.
Maybe it's human.
You have neighbors that just kind of like disappear randomly.
But
you know what? I don't even care if it's fucking dog. It's kosher if I don't think about it.
Exactly. It's delicious and it's kosher if you don't think about it. It's kosher if you don't know. It's fine.
Giraffes are
Stop
kosher.
asking questions.
It could be giraffe.
Yeah.
I would try giraffe.
I think I would too. It probably tastes kind of like deer.
She marinates it in a plastic bag, and you would think that would be like, oh, you're a fucking redneck. But no, I don't care. I don't care how.
Well, sorry, I hate to cut this out. But I'm interested. Like, I have my opinions on Michigan. Like, why do you think objectively Michigan's the worst state?
Flint.
I just moved.
That's bad. Yeah. That's
because the UP is actually part of the Wisconsin area. I mean, what do you got outside the UP?
I mean, come on now.
I am going to try to go to Michigan next summer. Not to. Don't worry. I'm not
Go to
stalking
Mackinac
anyone.
Island. Mackinac Island. Go there.
I'm gonna.
Beautiful.
Guru lives in Michigan.
We're
and
like
she
3 or
sends
4
me
different
stuff.
countries here.
Guru sends me stuff. She lives in Michigan. I've not visited her yet. I think I owe her a visit. She sent me $100 for my fucking birthday and a bunch of other shit too. So I think the least she deserves is a fucking hug. And I'm gonna be in the area next. I think is it June or July? I have to check my ticket.
You're going there in the summer, yeah. Well,
Yeah, not
you're
this
gonna have to
summer,
like
next
take
summer.
a ferry. You will, yes. You're gonna have to take a ferry or go around.
Milwaukee, yeah. That's a whole
Yeah, well, she's up north. She's up north in Michigan mainland, and Milwaukee's real down south.
People don't realize how bad like Flint is. Flint is still it's really really bad. But
also Dearborn.
But Dearborn. So
don't say it. You don't want to get canceled. Don't say it. Don't fucking say it.
I have a mixed relationship with Dearborn, so I actually know a lot of people in Dearborn. They're good Muslims. I've known them since.
He said the thing. He said the thing. Don't. We're good. You can stop now.
I've known them since I was like young, but I've also gotten a death threat from a group from Dearborn. But Dearborn is a good place, man. It's all right.
I told you.
I've had some great shawarma there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good place. It's not a place like you can't go. You know, like.
Well,
I wouldn't. Not with a hat on.
I would.
I live in Livonia, so
I don't know.
It's not that far away.
Is that? Oh, I was gonna say that sounds like somewhere in like I don't know, Pakistan. But that
no, Livonia. It's like west of Dearborn. Like
yeah,
there you go.
Michigan.
That would explain. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, like the area that I live, most people kind of act like me. You know, like Jefferson Spashcock lives close to me.
Oh God.
Yeah, and like he's tried to explain to people, like no, like Knock he's just Michigan. You know, like it's just how we are. We're combative. We combat people here.
Well, I'll say a prayer for you. I don't know what.
I mean,
whether it be with fists, whether it be fists or drunk, you know, drunken conversation.
Hey, Knock, I'm sorry, but I'm the same way. I apologize. I don't mean to be as much of an ass as I am, but I succeed in whatever I fail at. So there's that. I'm sorry. I mean, hey, I mean to be an ass, just not that much of an ass.
It's all good. I mean, I keep losing people. You know, my open rooms are open, and I keep telling people that. Like, I come yell at me. You know, like I really thought that.
I have nothing to do.
You know, like Ginger had so much to say earlier in the night. Ginger came on the stream and, you know, participated in the conversation, no issues. But like, well, like you're here now. Why don't you tell me about how I can't work and, you know, how I'm not going to have a leg. You know, I have nightmares about it and shit. But, you know, I'm kind of getting good with it. I'm trying to watch shit that's got people on prosthetics living normal lives, and I'm trying to like psychologically get there. So, but he could have taken that opportunity, you know, to really like did it instead of being like a bitch on the stream where I wasn't in it.
Well, it's Quentin. You're not really look. If you're expecting shit from me, you're gonna get probably what you expect. If you're expecting something from Quentin, look, Quentin don't know shit from shit. Quentin don't know their fucking nose from their asshole. No offense.
You know, I was proud of myself. I didn't go off on Mass Pick stream. You know, I'm getting better. I'm getting better, but I'm not drunk all the fucking time, so that helps. Yeah.
Boo, boring. No, actually, that's very good.
Who's the person who went off on me?
Failing at that.
Like, Kat, do you remember who the person who went off on me recently who was basically doing a knock circa 2019? Yes, you're Kat, right? Last time I checked, ayahuasca.
Well, no, was that me going off on you, or
no? This was somebody who didn't know any better. I'm trying to remember. I was having flashbacks. So I was like, do I really want to do
I can
this
remember
with a different...
That was in a server. That was right when you made your new server, yeah?
No, I don't think so. That was Seth, and he's Piss Baby of the Week, so I don't give a shit.
Oh, no. That was after. I mean, like, right.
No, don't recall that.
It
It was
was-
in a stream somewhere. But anyway, I was starting to have like flashbacks, and I was like, I ain't finna do all this. I said, can one of you fucking flying monkeys please deal with this fucker? Because I'm not. See, I outsource antics now. Like when somebody starts coming at me, I just don't have time to deal with it, and other people want to get involved, so I just let them deal with it as and when. And I can see how you might think that Quentin was one of my ops, but if I was gonna send somebody to deal with you, I would have sent somebody competent. No offense, Quentin.
Well, it's just like you happen to be there, right? Like it was just kind of like, you know, coincidences do exist. I just don't tend to believe in them most of the time. So yeah, no, it was just weird. It was out of left field. I'm like, what did I do this time? Like I haven't even really been too active here, and definitely wasn't talking shit. You know. You've seen me talk shit. I come in, you know, you've seen me come in hot if I'm hot about something in a Smoky Saint side chat. You know, I make my presence known and my feelings known.
Yeah, I know, and I do my thing as and when I need to, and there's no call for it, so you shouldn't expect anything.
Cool. All right.
Hey, Knox, I appreciate the fact that you say what you think, because goddamn, if I didn't have a person like you out here being like, hey, go fuck yourself, shut the fuck up, asshole, I would just be saying heinous shit nonstop. I mean, to be fair, some of these individuals are just less good at it than you. No offense. I mean, offense intended, but no offense, I guess.
Sparkles is mad at me now. Sparkles is mad at me now because last week, I think it was, we were in a stream and I was like, shut the fuck up, Sparkles. Oh, Sparkles is mad again.
I will say that Sparkle applied for the cult and did not pass muster. We vote. We're a democratic cult.
Oh man.
Oh, are you? Oh, now you're Democratic. Okay.
Like, people got.
No, I mean I'm an autocrat when it comes to like actual like legislation, but when we're actually like admitting people in, like it's a 2/3 vote. It's a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay.
So when it comes to like the cult of,
I don't know.
When it comes to the cult of Fremen, like, did people really get like all like super like offended that it was like a really loose analogy, right? Like I was talking shit in a stream. Like, do they not understand? Again, it was like during that conversation when I went on Sammy's stream and I was talking to William and the group about my issues with William. It was like this isn't different. Like, what? Why are y'all surprised? I've done this like, I don't know, 20 times now. This is how I talk to this fucking bastard. You know, like there isn't a change. Like, Cerberus, you've been in some of those conversations.
Yeah. I don't clutch my pearls every time you go out well for something. I'm honestly just kind of sitting there thinking like, I'm usually the one trying to be the bad guy in the room. Will's hardly doing anything. Why is Will being attacked?
Well, it's because that one, the two conversations you weren't there for. I don't think the gun ones or the I'm in a domestic terrorist group ones. You know, it was.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that one. I don't think.
Wait, y'all were talking about me earlier?
Yes.
When?
Oh no,
were your ears
different
burning?
group. Anarchy.
I don't know. I don't think
Cat's broken. She needs a reset.
I'm like, I don't think I was, but I do talk shit, so maybe.
No, okay. this was a joke. This was a bit that hopefully at least one person got. If you're watching, good on you. Sorry.
Speaking of cult business, we did actually recently have a meeting about your situation financially. Now,
I don't.
We don't. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
You know, like I could never accept anything from that.
Yeah, that was part of the conversation. That we assumed that you wouldn't take our money, no matter how much it was.
Yeah, that's why I offered just
Will
to,
you take money from me?
just to guide you to what would help.
Like
we've been through this
I'm dead
before,
serious.
man. Even though there is the ceasefire, like that, it still applies. Like never, I could never do it. And like, I
For me,
don't
though?
even, I don't even know the situation.
All
like
right,
that,
I'll give you money.
The rough number that we came up with was $6,000 is what we had available. So
I couldn't morally.
Wow.
I could never take it, and you know it. So I mean, the sentiment is kind. I appreciate the sentiment, but I could never do it.
No,
I would.
not,
I would have to. I would have to donate it.
That's what I assumed you would say. All right.
Not.
Yeah.
I have nothing. I barely have money to fucking feed myself. I can get you money to feed yourself. I can get you money to fucking pay rent if you need. I don't got shit, but I will give the goddamn skin off my back if someone needs it. Because you want to know what? People like you have helped me, right?
That's what we were saying.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I do. I've got a few months, so like my priority right now is all right. So I can't do what I've always done. I can't work on my feet. I had a hard time trying to find a job on my feet. I'm going to take a couple different, trying to find a job off of my feet. I'm going to try to take a couple different routes, and there's a couple different routes I can take this time. So I still got hope. Like I'm finding the hope again. But when it comes to the leg, and the argument against taking that route is because they're going to be looking inside of it. Like if this thing comes off, then I'm starting a job, and then that's it's not going to be good. Like no matter what, then at that point, life completely changes.
Well, I mean, we've done some fucked shit, but we're not completely fucking heartless. You know what I mean?
But it's not even like they got to look at it because, like they said, the pain can be a couple things. It's not necessarily, it's coming off right now type of. I just got to wait on this stupid. So like right now, I'm just waiting on fucking doctor's appointments and shit.
I know. I've been watching.
That's
You do what you
literally
gotta
the worst part.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've had a lot of nightmares, and I had a lot of stress issues. But like I said, I've been watching. So I watched the Boston Marathon bombing documentary.
Jesus Christ, that's a hell of a fucking documentary to watch
Well,
when you're
yeah.
in your situation. Fuck me.
But seeing the people, because there was a bunch of people in it, a bunch of victims in it, and they lost limbs, they lost legs, and they're on their prosthetics, and they're living their life, man. It's helped. It's like watching shit like that. It's getting my mind there. Because I mean, I've talked about it before, and you've covered it before. Like this has been something that I've had nightmares about for about a decade now, and it's just closer than it's ever been. Whether is this the time? Maybe we'll see.
Not for nothing, but I did want to ask. Do you remember the time that we had the conversation about all of your extremities? Like, is it like if it was going to move to your arms at some point if it got advanced enough?
Well, the vein disease will, yeah.
Okay, do you remember when we pointed out that it could move to your dick at some point? I'm not trying to be hateful, but do you remember that fucking... Like, is that a real thing that could happen, or did we just, fucking speculate that?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's not a thing.
Well, it's probably one of the most vascular parts of your body, aside from your fingertips and toes.
So... like what they did in my right leg, and I think they messed up the surgery. I've always had issues with it since the surgery. Is they basically burned the main vein. There's a main vein, and then there's another system that's
vena cava.
Yeah, and they burned the main one, and just so it routed everything to that secondary vein system. Eventually they got to do the same thing to the left leg. But since that operation, I've had nerve damage. But the hole that was in my leg for a year, it got staph infection, and it was bad. They said, it could have went to the bone back then, but I've been having pain right there. That hole hurts, and it hurts like a son of a bitch. And that's the scary thing right now is if that infection is in the bone, then the leg is going to have to come off.
Boy, that's fucked, yo. I don't know what else to say about that without sounding like Just being honest.
I got a pro tip. Please, for the love of God, if it hits that point, get it cut off. I have to live with a hole in my thigh. And
oh yeah, I've seen it. It's fucking gross. I actually almost threw up.
Yeah, I can stick my thumb knuckle deep into it.
Yeah, let's not.
Fucking gnarly.
I'm gonna have fucking nightmares now. You
Well,
fuck.
Yeah, it's nightmarish.
That's how the one in my leg was. It was about like the size of a quarter. And yeah, I lived with it for about a year.
I've lived with it since I was 10.
6 months. I had one in my
So it's been about 18 years, Knock. I get you.
And I still have
your
fucking
muscle,
nightmares about that.
your muscle never grows back the right way. And since I was growing while I got it, my left leg looks like a fucking gnarled tree stump. And then my right leg is just incredibly muscular, and my left leg is just like a floppy. It's like a stress toy. That's what it looks like. It's weirdly shaped and.
I first noticed mine. I was working at the restaurant at McGonagall's. I had different stints there for over 13 years. And it was like a week before I was going to start at Denso, right? And like this was all right. Me getting out of the restaurant business, and like going to work a factory job, doing the conformity thing, working a real job. Like my family been yelling at me for years, and I got this little hole in my leg. Right. So I start Denso, not really thinking about it. Like, I don't know really what's going on there, but it's not like that big of an issue. But with Denso, like you're working at least 80 hours a week, and you can't miss any time if you want to get hired in. You got to do it. Just, it might be 8 months, it might be a year, but you just got to do it. Right. And you get a certain amount of PTO as a temp going in there, trying to get hired in. So you have to utilize that, and that's the only time you want to miss, or you're not going to get fucking hired in. So, I did it for it was about 7 months, and I'm finally getting hired in. By this time, this hole is the size of a quarter, and on the line that I was on, I could, I kept it wrapped up, I kept it clean. The line was fairly clean. But when I got hired in, they sent me to a new line on third shift, and it was right next to the furnaces. We had all this ash everywhere, and it was really hot. So I was constantly sweating. So even though I had it patched up, I had it away from the environment. Like everything was just getting soaked and wet and clogged. And so that hole, it was like, as soon as I got hired in, before my insurance kicked in, even, it started to get infected. And I worked 3 months before I was like, all right, I got to go get this thing checked out. So I took off, 3 days. I went to the doctors knowing I was going to lose some time, hoping like 3 days would do it. And I ended up having to get surgery because it was staph infection. And that was the start of it all. That, I wouldn't allow myself to stop working long enough to lose my job to go find out what the fuck was wrong with me. And it's eventually going to cost my leg.
Fuck. Well, if you lose the right leg and the left arm, you could do a Darth Vader at birthday parties, I guess. I don't fucking
Hold on.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long it's been hurt again, right? So I pretty much was off of it for a year, and then I finally went back to a job that I was actually on my feet again. And about 2.5 weeks, it took about 2.5 weeks, and I'm like, oh, something's not right. Like, this is not, like, it's worse than, the bottoms of my feet were worse than they were before, but something's not right with that area of my leg. And so that's why, that's when I kind of started freaking out. And now I went to the first doctor's appointment. Now I'm just waiting,
Knock, let's be realistic. I'm going to die from alcohol poisoning at some point in the next 3 weeks, probably. You can have my right leg. It's gonna be shorter.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, no,
I'm gonna get a normal prosthetic, but I'm definitely gonna insist on a peg leg. Like, we're doing this pirate thing, man. I'm gonna make a pirate YouTube.
Dude,
you know
channel.
what?
No, do Darth Vader.
No,
I will buy the costume. You're like 7 feet tall already. That would be perfect. You could go to like Comic-Con and shit, and it'll be all like painted and shit to look like a real like robotic prosthetic from stuff. That would be great.
I like Knock's peg leg idea.
Yeah, I kind of like Knock the Pirate too.
I'm
That's
just-
you know.
No, I like the idea that all the nerds are around him trying to figure out his makeup routine to make that look like a robot leg.
No, it really is. He's just
Yeah.
Put makeup on his peg leg. Yes. You know, they actually have like
chase
fake,
kids around
they have
Comic-Con with your robotic leg off, just hopping around. That'd be fucking based.
Well,
shit.
They have fake flesh that you can put on like your like you can get fake flesh put on your
He's
peg
bald
leg.
too. He's bald too. He could get like the prosthetic 3rd-degree burns like Vader's got. Dude, we're fucking doing this. This is
Well,
happening.
I was gonna say he could get tattoos on the leg. You know,
See,
you
yeah.
could have him painted
I'm
on the
on
metal
Amazon
leg. You
right
can have the
now,
fake
Cat.
meat put
That's
on.
the silver lining. That's the silver lining. Like
Yeah.
a whole new field of economic opportunity opens up.
And you can
What,
swap out
Birthday
tattoos every
parties,
day.
carnivals, Comic-Con. You could be a boob
Yeah.
babe, but you know, like not with the boobs. You know?
So
I don't know,
ultimately,
maybe.
Not to have the boobs
be a
if you
good thing.
wanted.
Whatever floats his boat. I'm not really, or her boat. My bad. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck the future holds. Does anybody really?
Well, you know, so I've been contemplating, and there goes Sir. We're not conflicty enough. And I kid.
Getting along, you.
I kid with Sir. You know, like because I wrote this autobiographical book, and part of me is like, you know, really focus on, you know, editing that one good final time, getting a solid copy, and like maybe try to send it out to some publishers, because if you get lucky, you might land a publishing deal. If you have the right proposal, the right query letter, if it's still anything like it used to be when I tried to do this bullshit, you could land a contract just from 3 or 4 chapters. As long as you finish that goddamn book and fulfill your contract, you know, which is, I mean, if you're a well-known author, that's how it goes, you know. So I thought about doing that, but then I've also got like this idea in the back of my head, and I don't know if I'm going to do it, because, you know, I'm totally socialist and shit. But like, it's like, yes, I made a lot of bad decisions. I didn't conform to society, right? I never even really tried to save a safety net. I don't think most people really have a safety net. If you look at the numbers, like, half of America doesn't have $500 in their bank account, let alone retirement or safety.
Well, I had it at one point, and then I had to pay my bills. That's just how my life is right now.
Yeah, and that's how a lot of people
had that. Well, okay, I had that for a brief moment back in like 2014. It's been a long time since I've even had $500. So yeah, most Americans, considering, you know, I am.
So the idea is somehow trying to conceptualize, like, you know, what's happening to me having this fucked up situation a decade ago that's kind of led me to the point. I've always liked to work. I enjoy physical work. I've done different types of it. I enjoy like construction work. I'm good at it, and I enjoy doing it. I love to work, but it got to this point, like at Denso, like I said, you got to work at 80 hours. So even though I was getting all this special shit, it was like I had a certain amount of hours a week that I could leave. I wouldn't get paid, but I could leave, and I wouldn't be like punished for it. I wouldn't be getting points or anything for it, because, you know, I had this surgery. But I couldn't, even back then I couldn't do 80 hours. So I went back to what I'm comfortable, and I hustled on my feet. But it was short burst, you know.
Well, you like the hustle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So, but now I can't work, and it's you know, there's no. It's like retirement at 45. You know,
Well,
what the fuck? It's like the collapse.
If you move out here, I can get you a job.
Yeah, probably.
No, dead serious. I can get you a job if you move out by us.
Well, and the collapse of capitalism. The concept is about. It's like, yeah, I can still get another job. I can find a job off my feet. It's out of my box, and it's going to be hard, and I just got to be diligent, and I can find it. But the problem, the collapse of capitalism, is the fact that just that moment of time, well, just the little that moment of time can cost everything. It costs the home, it can cost everything, right? So it's like that's the issue. And that's why ultimately capitalism is collapsing, because I'm not the only one facing this issue.
Well, have you considered buying shit at garage sales and flipping it on Mercari or like eBay?
Yeah, I had a
That's
friend
just
suggest shit like
corrupt
that.
capitalism.
Yeah, it's like
Just the poor people
he
version.
suggested there's this little like wire ring that one of his friends makes and supposedly makes thousands of dollars a month. It's like all you got to do is get this little tool and you sell it on eBay and you'll make a fortune. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, not for nothing. I know you hate the man, but fucking that's kind of like what Smokey does, and he's sitting on half a
Yeah.
million. So
Piece of shit. Why'd you have to bring?
I didn't want to fucking do it. I didn't want to fucking do it, but he's halfway to a millionaire.
I already had to wash my mouth out with soap earlier.
He just, I mean, we
Let's
did
do
like
it again.
fucking. He did just like give me money to do antics for no reason. He's not. I can't say what he does because I don't want to cause a fucking problem. But yeah, that's more or less like the general idea. Like I can't
I'm
believe
gonna
that
dox
people.
Smokey now.
I can't believe that people pay for what he makes. That's all I'm gonna say. And I can't believe that he makes a 200% markup on every fucking item. Sometimes 500 if he adds wood to it. Like that fucking blows my mind. And I fucking yell at him every day. I was like, how dare you?
Shows.
Yeah. Well, I can't, but fuck me.
Look, I'm being non-specific. You're being non-specific. I hate the guy. You fuck the guy or something. I don't fucking know.
We don't talk about last April. We don't talk.
Oh, last April. I'm sorry. I thought it was like 2 days ago that last time you fucked. I'm sorry.
No, we don't. Contrary to popular belief, he does not live in New York.
Look,
and I don't live in California.
We all live in Dorn's house. Dorn's mom's house.
Right, and you're pregnant with my second child now, right? I remember that.
And your first, still.
I guess as long as he's not laughing as he's selling them, he could probably sell them. Probably whatever it is.
And you know what? I've been on the phone with him while he was at work, and I think maybe he does. To be honest with you,
I would believe that he does laugh.
That heinous jackal laugh.
Yeah, it's. They got me fucking laughing.
Yeah, I know. I laugh at. I like half laugh at everything I say, but it's only because I find myself hilarious. But I
also find myself hilarious.
I do understand. Like I have this little half chuckle. I have this half chuckle that I do all the time, and it's like subconsciously I notice myself doing it. I'm literally just laughing at myself.
I wouldn't do half the shit I do if I didn't think it was funny. That's literally gonna be the name of my fucking what the fuck? My what is
biography.
It? Autobiography? Is it biography?
Well, you're not gonna write it yourself. Let's be realistic. I'm gonna outlive you.
We had that conversation. I think that was like one of the most epic conversations I ever had. Will honestly is
the one where you tossed me.
Yeah, when you came in
just
and
get the fuck out of here.
It was all for the jokes. Yeah, it led up to a classic rage. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
those were one of the best ones.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? I look back on all those days. I'm sure you don't, but I look back on those days fondly. Like, hey, remember the time? Non-specific thing happened. Yeah, those were the days. Actually, we're talking about getting the whole crew back together, like Lo and everybody.
Good luck.
You know what? I'm gonna talk. I have plans this week.
The crew, the way it was before, because the way it was before Smokey, it was problematic. I had a lot of people coming at me like, "Oh man, stay the fuck away from Will." I'm like, "What?" He's just
all of us queers.
We're not sure.
He's just
specifically.
He's really right wing, and I think it was back when he was attached to Brett Keane, right?
Yeah, but remember.
Do you want to have Brett in, Kat, or do we want to not do Brett? Because Brett will come. I paid Brett, so.
I'm not in charge of what you do, William.
No, I'm asking your opinion.
Look, it's my dad. Brett's my dad. I don't care. Hey, look, I love Brett. I hate Brett. It's fine. He's my dad. I hate him. I love him. I don't really think there's a
spot to have a good conversation with Brett at the moment. Maybe later, maybe earlier. I don't know.
Well, it's going to be the 4-year anniversary in May. So.
Oh, you're talking about that. I thought you were talking about right the fuck now. Why the fuck are you?
No, not right now. No, I mean in May.
I don't know.
So, well, you don't have an opinion one way or the other, really?
I mean, have Brett on, or don't. I don't. I'm gonna have an opinion. It's not my show. It's
like,
not
for example,
my show.
I would invite Knock, but I don't think that he's gonna come. To be honest with you.
What's the 4-year thing? What's going on?
It's the anniversary of the Kink Inc. You were on the first episode, so I thought, Low, Cat, John, maybe Brett, fucking me, obviously.
Born.
I don't know about Vaughn.
We'll see what's going on.
Oh, come on.
I don't know.
It's just gonna turn into It's just gonna make THN, because Adam E has been in my chat making noise. So it's just that THN's gonna get a hold of it, and then it's just gonna be all about Vaughn, and fuck that. I'm not having.
Like looking back to that time period, it was the more innocent of the time period here on YouTube for me, right? Like I was still really green, and like I was beefing with with Brett Keane and Matt Powell, and like it's kind of weird that I say that was that time period that was chill.
Oh, so speaking of Matt Powell, we rediscovered.
You cut your teeth on the hardest rocks, man.
Yeah.
We rediscovered that Matt Powell Googles himself every fucking minute of every day, because I literally did a stream called like Matt Powell official is gay or something, and I was just playing Skyrim on my fucking PS4, right? And he, like clockwork, he just showed up like on cue. We weren't 10 minutes into the thing. We discovered that Matt Powell does, in fact, have a fetish for himself. That was funny.
I usually go about 3 months, maybe 4 months before I get a text from Matt. He doesn't have my new number though, or it's not even really my new number. It's just the number I use. Just nobody has that number. I only use it for like what the shit that's going on with me right now.
I could you know what? I could excuse him for being a fundy Christian moron. I could excuse him for hanging out with reprehensible fucks. I could excuse all that if it wasn't for the fact that he's so fucking cringe and so goddamn boring, and for some reason he has a following like he does, because it's just full of cringe boomer
they're more
weirdos,
boring.
and he's the youngest twink in the cult, and everyone just, oh, Matt, yes, tell us your divine wisdom.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video where he talks about having a spiritual experience in a locker room, a men's locker room?
Oh, well, that was poorly worded.
I've thought about revisiting it, like, doing.
Yeah, I know Knock did. Knock covered it.
Well, he doesn't have Kent Hovind's money.
The video's taken down.
He flew the coop. He's not at the Dinosaur Adventureland Waco experience.
Yeah, it seems like he meets his idols, and it's about 1 year, 2 years, and he flees right back up here to Michigan.
Yeah, he got his money, and then he got the fuck out, because listen. Matt Powell has no allegiance to anyone but Matt Powell.
He wants to be a world famous hate preacher. That's what he wants to be known for.
Yeah,
he wants to be the most known. That's his goal. Like he wants like right now when you think hate preacher, you think Westboro, you think Steven Anderson. He wants to be that. That's his goal. And it doesn't matter how he gets there.
Steven Anderson is supposed to be on somebody we follow. Like it's like a modern day debate or some fucking thing like that. Oh no, it's on SFT's channel. That's where Steven Anderson's gonna be. God, he is just a repugnant son of a bitch. Like, I mean, and that's coming from me.
Yeah, like so he set Matt up with his wife, right? As far as I understand the story, as far as I understand it, like I could be off. Maybe Matt met because Matt actually didn't go to Steven Anderson's church. He went to his
I
own
thought
church
he
in
met his
Arizona.
wife in high school.
No, he met her when he went to Arizona to be near his idol, and they did a lot of work together. They made a whole movie together, I believe, and he was in a couple Steven Anderson movies. But then he left, and I still to this day I don't know why he left. Right, like he moved his wife back to Michigan, and then it was like a month later he was doing the Kent Hovind thing, and it was like weird because Steven Anderson and Kent Hovind they agree on a lot of shit, but since Kent Hovind got divorced, there's been this huge rift between the two. So it's like, all right, so you left Arizona and then went straight to like, one of his enemies, I guess.
I'm gonna guess Matt Powell found out that Steven Anderson was into some gay stuff. That's for legal reasons I have to say allegedly, but I that is my guess.
Look,
given
as a resident queer, yes, they're definitely. Look, he is way too angry to be straight.
I've always that's what I was gonna say.
Well,
I've always maintained that Matt Powell might be at least 20 to 25% some kind of homosexual, some flavor. Maybe he fucks balloons. I don't know, but he's either gay or.
Oh, you're talking about Steven Anderson finding out about Matt Powell?
No. I mean, I think they're both kind of some kind of gay, but Matt is like a self-hating. I think enough that he found out that Steven Anderson was into some kind of gay thing, and then he flew the coop. And it's you see, every time the heat gets turned up in any situation he finds himself in with one of his self-professed idols, he fucks off and disappears into the fucking woods like it's the final season of Dexter. Right? By the way, spoilers.
Look,
but no,
Matt Powell is more of a drifter scammer than I am. So
he's always looking for some new fucking.
At least I'm direct and honest. Matt Powell's lying and looking for something.
Well, I think it's quite possible because I met his dad. His dad is, his dad says the same shit that Matt says. You definitely. The original source, as far as I understand, was his dad. He did watch a lot of Kent Hovind. As a kid, as he told me. I think he's hurt. So my theory, and I've said it kind of jokingly, and I say it for one to infuriate Matt Powell because fuck him, but for two because I honestly believe it. I think that I think he's probably thought about dudes or had a physical reaction in a locker room at one point.
Yeah, he had a spiritual reaction.
Yeah, and he's been told he's been told his entire life that's an evil thing. So he kind of responds to that with this outward, just visible. I hate this so much.
Matt Powell's voicemail on Brett Keane. Like, did you hear?
Yeah, I think I listened to it. Yeah,
that's how he talks to. That's how he talks to people he likes. Like,
dude.
I mean, okay. Hey now. Have you heard how I talk to people I like? I like Bree. I say heinous shit to Bree. I like Knock. I say heinous shit to Knock. Matt Powell might have the same problem I have, where he's just an incorrigible ass and can't be nice to people.
But he tries to be nice to me. Like he goes out of his way.
Oh, he's a liar then.
Because you're like if he could imagine, he's just sitting there salivating, thinking, "Oh man, imagine if I could convert the raging atheist." Like that's not gonna happen, but it's something that he thinks about before he goes to bed.
It happened live on my stream, back in the day. So he put out his
movie. Yeah, it did.
And I'm just talking shit. And Matt calls me, like I'm streaming. Matt calls me, and he's like, "Hey man, we should be friends. Let's meet up. Let's go bowling. I'm gonna bring a couple of my friends. We can hang out. We can just have a good time. We can be friends." And I'm like, Matt, I'm not friends with homophobes, and I'm not going on a date with you.
I got kicked out of a McDonald's. I was homeless at the time. I was in a McDonald's, and I had the Wi-Fi from the McDonald's. And I was charging my phone, and I was laughing so loud at that point, I got kicked out of the fucking McDonald's. And that was one of my that I hold that memory in my heart, in the deepest part of my heart. I love that so much.
All the way up until Brett Keane turned against Matt. What was it now? Like 6 months ago, 8 months ago, whatever that was.
It's happened 3 times, so
Well,
I'm not sure which you're referring to.
Matt or Brett Keane is always referred to that. He's like, I know for a fact that Matt Powell has tried to reach out to you and be your friend. And I'm like, yeah, it happened live on my stream.
Brett's a grifter. Come on, let's look.
It's so funny.
Say what you will about me. I say what I think, whether it's good or bad, whether you agree with it or not. I'm unfortunately far too upfront. Probably to the worst, to my detriment. Honestly, I'm a piece of shit. But
so,
like,
if you were wondering what to expect from the May episode, like I think it's May 18th, the reunion. This kind of lighthearted banter is kind of what I'm hoping for, to be honest. So that's what I'm up to. Sorry, go ahead.
do you want me to finish?
Yes, mommy.
Ew. Oh God, fuck. Shit. Oh, why did I say that? I'm sorry. Ew. Look, I just responded by stimulus. But hey, shut up. Shut up your bread.
I always knew it.
Yeah. Die in a hole. I'm a piece of shit, and I say what I think. Whether or not it's the correct thing, I mean, hey, it's what I think. I'm very blunt, and I don't have a filter. I say what I think.
I want my boxing match.
I mean,
yeah, that.
I think I
Look.
I'm pretty much the same way. I get in trouble for the same things. I think you use certain language intentionally.
I look. Sometimes I get frustrated, and I say things. Look, in the real world, I just say shit. Will can confirm. Will's met me in real life. I just say fucking. Look, I am actually more restrained on the internet than I am in real life. I'm a dirty anarchist.
Cat gave me pink eye once. I can confirm.
Yeah, I gave Will pink eye because I'm an Argonian. I do extra disease damage. My fucking claws. Look, I keep my fingernails long because you never know when you're gonna need them.
Listen, she went. So we were having an argument live, and she was in the studio, and she disagreed with me. So she decided that she was going to hit me, but she didn't hit me. All I got was the claw, that fucking long ass fucking coke nail looking thing, in the sclera of my fucking eye. And I had pink eye. I had pink eye for like a month. I don't know what the fuck garbage you were digging in before you fucking did that.
A lot.
Jesus Christ. I had to have eye drops and antibiotics for almost a month.
Hey, I'm in the field. Okay, look. Okay. Hey, so since we're bringing this up, I'm in the field. Okay, some of these motherfuckers are in the house. And that's fine. Like, good for them. I'm glad they have good lives.
Jesus Christ. You had to put it like that, didn't you?
Well, I'm just saying, that's what it is. I live in hell. I live in squalor. And I don't fucking complain about the shit these motherfuckers do. I've been out for, I don't know, how long have you known me? Because I was out before then. I mean, my life's been hell the entirety of it.
Well, I mean, the point of movements though is to be above the individual, and there's probably a lot of people that have quite similar issues.
Yeah, I am aware.
So I mean, I don't know, like, so what I don't understand, so because I don't, is the shit still going on? Like, you came in really hot about Stephanie. Stephanie wasn't even in the room anymore. We had just had, I thought, you know, a somewhat decent, like, it was a fairly chill conversation. It started off dumpster fiery, but once Stephanie and Bree came in, it turned into a pretty chill conversation, I would say, on trans and sports. And then it was just, like, she's not a real trans person or something. It was crazy.
Well, what happened was Tioga fucking went in on me. And I was like, okay, all right, we're playing this game, huh? And then I played the game. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said slurs on your channel. It's not my channel. I do legitimately apologize for that. I shouldn't have done that.
It's my one rule.
If it was my channel, I would have said them. I'm sorry. I legitimately, like, hey, look, I have no problem, honestly, with people saying slurs. But I also, understand when people don't want them being said on their channel. That's fine. Look what happened. You're allowed to do that. And I'm sorry that I did that. I shouldn't have done that. It was your channel. That was a me bad. I'm sorry.
So is Q a part of the Cone Cult Club or the William Freeman Cerberus Hex Cult?
No, he's one of ours.
So, but you're mad at Stephanie about the shit that was going on since that girl streams, right? I don't get, like, so is that shit over? Are you? Because
nobody's mad at Stephanie.
No,
I'm not.
Also,
Cat literally came in firing at Stephanie.
Well, hey, Stephanie, I actually have no problem with you.
Right after Stephanie left the room. It wasn't that long after.
Yeah. Well, have you met Cat?
Hey, look, I'm a piece of shit. I fucking cause shit. That's what I do. Stephanie, honestly, I got a lot of fucking respect for you because you actually fucking 1v1'd me. Hey, Stephanie, you're actually fucking good people.
Yeah, that was last Friday, wasn't it?
This is how I treat people I like. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there wasn't anything.
That's just how I am.
There wasn't. Shit. I don't really see where there was anything in our conversation when Stephanie came on and said what she needed to say. Wasn't on too long. Kind of left when the conversation turned away.
No, she was good.
So, like, I didn't understand what was happening in the moment. I'm like, is this still that shit going on?
It was Tioga, and I just went with what the fuck Tioga was fucking, because apparently Tioga's gotten some fucking information about me. Like, okay, which is fine.
On the same day that Q attacked me, I don't know. I
don't know what the fuck Q does.
You know me.
I
got my string. I got my string going across the apartment, the red line string, and I got Will Kincaid over there, William Freeman over here, Cerberus Hex over there.
Look, people gotta realize I'm just a piece of shit.
Listen.
I could look. Will can confirm. I fucking argued with his mom over Hobby Lobby. And
yes, Kat got in a fight with my actual fucking mother about Hobby Lobby while we were trying to have Shabbos dinner. Yes, that is a fucking thing that happened. And she'll tell you, my mom has several inches on me in height, and I am 6 foot. So she's a tall fuck.
I still don't believe you're 6 foot. You look like you're 5'1".
Kat, can you fucking please settle this once and for all?
Well, okay, I'm 5'8", and Will is multiple inches taller than me. Do I need to get the picture of me, you, and Lo to show scale?
I think it's in the
end. I have it.
Oh no, that one you're under Lo, so you wouldn't be able to tell. I was gonna say
no. It's the one where it's you, me, and Lo standing on your fucking porch.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
could.
I
Yeah, you
mean,
can tell.
So is John Grishala just like 7 feet tall because he seems so much taller than you?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I think
No,
he's shorter than
but
me by a little bit.
Whatever happened to that guy anyway?
I don't want to talk
is
about John.
built.
He's.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
we will when he comes back for the episode. If he's, oh, I'm deleting everything, and I'm a Muslim now, and now I hear he's getting divorced, and you know what? It's none of my fucking business. And everybody
The
tries to
whole
make it my business.
the whole my the whole thing about my leg becoming a meme started with John.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of why he would have to be there because that started a whole fucking thing. So.
Well, you mind if it is?
I mean,
John was the first to go at my leg.
I mean, we're kind of just looking for like core individuals. I think what we'll do is we'll have some rotating slots for people who have to leave. But
You know,
we're not
like,
gonna let
back
just
then,
anyone on.
I would do these like atheist stories, right? So I would try to talk about what I was going through, and I like showed my leg in a video. I'm not sure if he saw it, but it was like right around that time.
You showed your foot with the carpet. Remember?
Yeah.
When Smokey was gonna make a joke about your fucking foot, and I go, he wanted me to make fun of your foot.
You got to stay away from the personal shit on YouTube. You know, like it's too late for me, but like I'll tell everybody, don't talk personal shit on YouTube, man.
He wanted me to make fun of your foot, and I went after your carpet, and he almost died laughing because I was fucking. And you know what's funny is that bothered you for a hot minute more than the fucking foot leg situation.
I want to find it because I want to look at my leg then compared to how it is now.
Basement Dweller has it somewhere. I can get it for you.
It's still on. I believe it's on my channel. Everything still is.
Yeah, but we know where stuff is because we label things appropriately. Like I can tell if you ask me something specific that happened on a specific stream, I could tell you exactly what the name of the stream was because I stay on topic.
Good old Will's autism.
No, it's not autism. It's that I label things and I try to keep everyone on topic.
No, I know. That was just
and
rubbing
a lot of the time what ends up happening is like something funny will happen and it'll have something to do with the the stream. Like the reason that I remembered when Von Helton attacked an actual fucking child. It's Will Kincaid has a chat with a Mormon child. Like it's super easy to remember that.
Yeah. That time
I didn't even know he was going to do that before I named it. I don't name my stuff after the fact. I name it beforehand, and I never change it. It's just
to be fair, there are multiple of them that are named after. You know, like fuck, I can't remember what it is. Will Kincaid has a chat with a Mormon child. Q is for
Dr. Tran. I keep saying
Q is for Will Kincaid. Whatever. Fuck. What's that fucking thing?
That's another thing. Like I thought about.
It's Will Kincaid. Yeah, that was a Dr. Tran one too. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Tran. That's what it is. Yes.
I kept saying it, but you weren't fucking listening to me because you're a
Tran. I'm a simple.
I'm the kind of the same way. Like I will usually name it something and just never change. I'm really bad about that shit. And I thought about doing like a kind of look back on Smokey Saint. Like I thought about doing it with Matt Powell. And the problem with Smokey Saint is I could find like most of the with Matt I can find most of the vital information, right? It's in his movie, it's in our actual conversation. It's in the live streams that happen. But with Smokey, it's like, all right, so I have my list and this is like 90 something videos and streams, right? But I know for a fact that I didn't put all of them in that list, because I don't change the names and I wouldn't name it about Smokey. It would just go to Smokey.
I did it for a long time. I have over 100
There's all the
videos.
streams that happen on your channel. There's the streams that happen on LPP's channel. There's the streams, the different streams on Smokey Saint's channel.
Smokey named his streams shit like coffee cones and comments and then the date. So it's like, where are we gonna find what we're looking for?
Yeah, it's like you can't. It's like needle in the haystack, dude. It's like a fucking needle in the haystack.
Can I just say, I was not. Look, I was the leg. I did heinous shit, right? But the things I didn't do, I didn't do. Honestly, I didn't. I wasn't on the stream that people have accused me of being on. I was on the follow-up stream, and I almost definitely said some heinous shit. I haven't watched it recently, but like I wasn't on the original stream where like we argued about
The
shit
stream
happening.
the stream you're talking about is called Reading Ronnie.
Yeah, on
Reading
Smokey's
Ronnie.
channel. I wasn't there.
I remember that. I remember that because
maybe I said
I
you was
wasn't
there.
there.
It's easy for me to get it mixed up. But the thing about me is like, so sometimes I make my president know. Sometimes I was lurking, but I was watching most of it. If I wasn't watching it, I had like 25 people sending it to me, so I had a long list, and I was seeing the interactions in the side chat. I was seeing interactions in all the different streams, and
I wasn't in the side chat.
Well, not of that stream. I'm just talking in general, man. Like once you get on the list, you're on the fucking Smokey Saint shit list, you know.
Cat,
I'm on the Smokey Saint shit list. The person who's fucking banned Smokey Saint kicked him out of chat because he said heinous shit.
You hate Smokey sometimes, but then sometimes you don't.
I Smokey does hate you, but it's not for anything you've done. It's just for what you are, which I think is fucking stupid. But whatever.
And the shit crew had nothing at all to do with Smokey Saint. That was just the Will Kincaid crew. The shit crew was separate from Smokey, but part of it.
Yeah, you see, when you say
I'll take the shit crew. I mean, I'm shit crew. Yeah, okay. I actually like that.
Yeah, when he says shit crew, he's talking about a very specific group of people that aren't necessarily the cult. Like Underhill, like Boki Ken, I think, like Guru Lady. They didn't have anything to do with the antics. They were
dude
just
that made the
watching.
weird fucking noises. You remember that kid, dude? You know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about? Oh yeah,
Eli. Yeah,
2103. Yeah,
he was
like
fucking.
Yeah,
was
that's
insane.
the kid that Vaughn threatened. Yeah.
He was insane. Yeah, the shit crew, the Will Kincaid crew.
I thought you were talking about Kyrgyz, that weird guy from Kyrgyzstan who was in and out of jail for cocaine use all the time.
The people that, man, I had people infiltrating my Facebook account after reading Ronnie.
Damn.
Like, it was fucking insane, man. It was like, all right, how are my settings fucked up? Please, somebody show me. I finally figured it out, right?
I gotta sit down with you.
I had tagged you before it was cool.
I gotta sit down with you and help me make a fucking list of all of the characters, because I just remembered Kyrgyz. I haven't thought about that motherfucker in a hot minute.
Reading Ronnie, man,
By
that
the way,
fucking stream. Oh my god.
Once again, I wasn't involved in that. That was Midnight, not me. Everyone seems to think that was me.
You know what? That Midnight has to be on the stream because that was part that kicked off something. That's what I was going to say. Is my wife is going to be involved for a minute?
Yeah, I think what happened was
if she hadn't been such a bitch and gotten pregnant with my child, there's no way that not could have called my son the Antichrist. So it's her fault we're in this predicament. Fuck her.
I'm sorry, Will's wife. I mean, I'm not. I mean, hey, Will's wife, you were a whore for Will.
I think that she would tell you that, to be honest.
Yeah,
my wife probably would. When I met my wife, she was a different person, you know, and now she's me in a dress. So I don't know how that happened, but yeah, she says some stuff that I can't repeat.
Will's wife's got a nice ass, is all I'm saying.
And my wife does have a nice ass. And
I never thought
I will fuck my the dog of the man who says otherwise. Anyway,
I thought my baby manatee videos were like worse than the whole baby Antichrist video. Like I don't
know.
I thought my baby manatee videos, like there were some times when I was like, I don't know. I think I just go too far.
Worse, like less funny, or worse as in like heinous? Or?
I thought they were hilarious, but I just like I don't know. Like
I thought they were hilarious.
I'm going too far with this, right? Like I'm taking
I thought
this
they were
too
hilarious,
far.
but not probably for the same reason you thought they were hilarious. But that's okay, as long as everybody had a laugh.
Look, we're in a weird world where, look, we're all pretty. We got thick skin. You can say whatever the fuck you want to me. I don't give a shit. I don't.
You know what's funny is Knock is to the point now where he could, like, if he had met us at this level back in the day, this probably wouldn't have fucking happened.
Well,
like none of.
I think I'm.
I never disliked Knock.
I think I'm fairly immune, but I've never said like I'll talk to anybody. Like there's two people I won't talk to anymore. It's P Mars. I always say P Town because P Town's so like recent, but P Mars for the whole N word in the side chat, and then Misha Popoff. Misha Popoff is genuinely.
Oh, well,
you've talked. I know. You're not even Smokey. You've talked to Smokey. You talked to Smokey semi recently. I think it was like a month ago.
Yeah, it always surprises me at first when
it wasn't even hostile. Like it started to get hostile at the end, but not really super hostile. Like nobody really attacked each
not like
other.
Back in the day, hostile.
No, you guys like attacked each other's ideas and got a little, heated about that. But
I miss
those old.
I miss my old Smokey Saint intros. Like I had all the best cuts of Smokey Saint just going the fuck off on me, and it was brilliant. I miss them. I wish I still had them, and it was like, fuck it. I can't even. There's no way I could even find them now.
I'll be honest. He's really not interested in talking about religion anymore. It's just fucking like. There's no. He's not. He wants to kind of talk culture and politics, and not even really politics. Like when you get down to it, if I was gonna distill it, he's upset that everything is just fucking dog shit. Really?
Yeah, which is why he should agree with me.
I think he probably does, but he hates you for reasons that you can't control.
He has some of the worst politics I've ever heard in my life.
He does, yeah, but hear me out. Like, okay, I know I've been accused of being deranged and right wing or whatever, but like, hey man, government's a scam. We can all help each other out. Like, you got my back if I got yours, right? We can fill the fucking potholes, right? The government doesn't fill the fucking potholes. We can fill the potholes ourselves, right? I'm sorry. I'm very right wing.
Oh fuck! Sorry, Kat. I hold on. I just remembered something I was supposed to let you know.
Yeah?
Wednesday for the stuff that you were trying to reclaim. I've got the.
Yes.
It's Wednesday.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Thank you. God, I need to wash my mouth out after this. But thank you.
If they bail again, we're just gonna roll up and deal with this the way that it probably should have been dealt with in the first place. I'm giving them one opportunity to surrender the items, and then we go full regalia.
All right, I'm on board. By the way, I just want to reiterate. I am sorry. I said slurs. It's not my stream to say it.
How bad were the slurs? I missed it. Were they based Goku Thanksgiving episode?
I said no, not well. I mean, they were all slurs that, like, I guess I'm allowed to use because I'm brain damaged and trans. But I did say them in a mean way. I shouldn't.
I have a general rule. Just like no slurs.
That was my fault.
No, I think there's been moments when I broke it myself, like because there's been times when I was drunk off my ass and not I've broken. Put out an R slur.
Speaking
like
of, remember that time you almost fucking killed me because my Saiyan pride? What the? That was fucked up. I will never forget that.
That was back when I could actually drink, man. Like
it was 4 years ago on. It was on 420, and that year it happened to be the day before Easter.
For me, it wasn't even like one of my worst drunken experiences. Because I
almost died. Like actually,
I know. Like right before you died, I went to the store and bought another pint. And so I finished my pint after the stream finished.
Like I don't know how the fuck you didn't drive there. I assume.
No, I was
right?
home. I was home the whole night. The
So
store
where
is
did
right
you
next
walk?
door. Yeah,
Oh.
the store is right next door. It's like my next door neighbor, basically.
No.
I mean, look, I'm a deranged alcoholic. I mean, Will can probably confirm I drink more, significantly more than the average person, and I'm still able to,
I think I was
function.
more drunk the night the second. So the second time I ever went on Brett Keen's stream when I freaked out. Will you remember that, right?
Yes, I did. I remember a lot. It's too bad that fucker
That
deleted
was the night I fell asleep on the toilet on the same stream.
No. So the first time when I
Yeah, it
went off
was.
on Jesus Freaks and Vaughn, I was drunk, right? But the second time when I came back later that night, I was probably drunker than I've ever been on a stream ever. And I went off on everybody.
We drank that whole fucking bottle of Bacardi Gold Label. You're saying you had more than that?
Oh yeah, man, I was a drunk.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah, I figured out because I haven't had like
Well.
any real like physical I haven't had any like physical real withdrawals since I've quit drinking. Anytime I've ever quit drinking. My like I drank so much, I drank myself numb because of like my chronic pain and shit. So I'm a big dude. I'm Irish and I'm native, so I've got it on. I've got it
Well,
bad
yeah,
on
I'm
both
over
ends,
50% fucking Irish, so I thought I had this down, given that I was an alcoholic prior. I was like, I could do this.
They do.
But the problem is,
They do.
I forgot that during my alcoholic days, I was also doing cocaine, and I don't know if anybody out there knows it, but cocaine is a magic drug that lets you drink more. So I
Yeah.
severely
Yeah.
overestimated how much not doing cocaine would affect my performance, and I wasn't about to relapse for a charity. So
Yeah.
I can confirm Will nowadays has like 2 drinks and he's like, man.
yeah, I can't anymore.
I still believe
can't.
Messenger Reveals was like totally drinking water. That Sky bottle totally had water on
Yeah,
it.
he definitely fucking cheated. And you know what really fucked me up? And I found out after the fact that I didn't know about Peterson. I didn't know that he had a problem with alcohol or the jail or any of that. And he let my blood alcohol get that fucking high before he finally called it. He should have called it like fucking half an hour before he did.
I think that was before I knew about that shit. That was like, at that point, like John was just a guy. He was a guy that was coming in the rooms and shit. Yeah.
If my good sense of alcoholism hadn't kicked in and I hadn't blacked out on the floor on my side, we wouldn't be talking right now.
You like puked on screen, if I'm remembering it right.
I started to puke on screen. We've watched it a couple of times. I don't see it, but you can see me reaching for my hand. And I mean that literally. I don't mean I put my hand in my face. I mean I had to reach to put my hand in my face. My left hand and my right hand no longer agreed on what the best course of action was.
Those were the golden days, dude.
That was the time that my father-in-law, not at the time, but now deceased father-in-law, I guess, of 3 days. Anyway, I cleaned up the puke afterwards, right? I shambled up the stairs and got a mop and a bucket, and I dealt with that situation, right? And then I was like, okay, time to deal with the puke that's on me now. So I went up into the fucking shower, and I turned the shower on, and I must have blacked out on the floor, because the next thing I know, I woke up in a freezing cold shower, and my fucking father-in-law was looking at me butt-ass naked with my balls out and shit. And yeah, so not exactly my proudest moment, but I'll never forget that. I'll go to my grave remembering that fucking shit. It was rough.
Yeah, it was kind of like the beginning of the end, right? Like, so me and you, we were still kind of chill, even though like we had the whole Brett Keen beef and shit. We were still kind of chill. Messenger Reveals, me and him were pretty tight, and then the drinking thing happened. It was fun, but it was also like, oh yeah, I can drink this much on stream type shit for me personally. But then like, and then like the whole PTSD thing came up with
the
with
cure for
Messenger reveals
PTSD.
shortly after that, and it seems like just everything went to shit after that, man. It just became
Atheist Rationale and the Beanie,
something
and then
different.
they came out as trans, and
The Shannon
there was
Q
a lot
came
of-
on, Messenger attacked Shannon Q, and so it became this bigger thing than it would have ever been otherwise. And man, it just got really, really messy.
Yeah, it was. It just kept going. It just seemed like every week it was some fucking thing.
And that was like, it seemed, that was the beginning of the drama fest that the channel became. It happened before that in the open rooms, but like, I don't know. It seems like that was really when, all right, so lines started to get drawn, and
I made you quit no less than 2 times, possibly 3.
Yeah,
like not quit, but like obviously because you're here. But I mean, like that one time where you're like, I'm not the raging atheist anymore. I'm just gonna stop.
That was me. Hey, that was my fault.
The rebrand was dude. I'm not really the raging atheist. So the raging atheist, what it was basically me just. I was shut down by my not my parents, but like my family up here so much when I was trying to kind of express, hey, I don't want to go to church anymore. I want to stop pretending that I believe in this shit. You guys all know I don't believe in this shit anyway. I'm going to stop pretending. And I was kind of getting shut down. So the raging atheist was a response to that. And none of them liked my girlfriend. So I was like kind of fuck all of you. And I made the raging atheist.
You got fucked up by that girl, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
she really fucked with your head.
Yeah, she reached out to me about a week ago, and I haven't quite responded yet. Yeah, it's still a man. She fucked with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about it. I'm not your fucking therapist, but yeah, I remember that like being something that it was brought up a lot. Like it was never mentioned in any detail, but it came up quite a few times.
Yeah.
I should know.
So,
I've watched literally thousands of hours of your fucking streams over the years.
Well, and that's when I really started taking Smokey Saint seriously. So, because Smokey Saint started showing up, commenting in my earliest videos, like that dude. Literally, I think, like I've often said it, like the dude's watched all of my shit. Like he knew everything. Like he attacked me in every imaginable way. It was fucking like before you came along, and it became more of this like meme internet war. Like he came at me on a different level, and it was visceral and it was very vicious. It was a lot different than when you came along. You started the reading Ronnie and the meme war.
Which, by the way, the whole thing was my fault. I wanted to talk shit to Smokey on Will's stream, and then they became like fucking butt buddies or whatever. And I take responsibility for the fact. I take responsibility for the fact that this happened, just because.
I always figured it was because
just not said anything.
I always figured it was my fault, like because I always sent digs at Will. Like I used to tell Will he could never be in a serious conversation. Like the first time he went on Great Debate, I talked shit to him. I'm like, oh, you're gonna actually have a real conversation for a change. I would always call him like the baby manatee. I would send little digs at him, and it's like, how much of that shit are you gonna take? So Smokey Saint comes along, and he's now my like main adversary. The Matt Powell shit's pretty much done. The modern day debacle happened and all. So now Smokey's my adversary, and Will kind of played both sides there for a while, but I don't know. I just figured like I probably did just one baby manatee too much, and he was like, "Fuck you! Let's go talk to this dude."
No, there was always some level of animosity there, I think, and it has everything to do with knives, Jimmy hats, Jim Anderson, whatever you want to call him. And I think we're gonna review that because I think that we need this Thursday to roll the tape on that one and see who is in the fucking wrong there. Not that it matters, but just to settle the fucking argument once and for all.
I've never watched that stream back. I don't watch myself when I'm really, really drunk.
Yeah, we're gonna have to really look into it and see exactly what happened there, because
I do,
I've tried
and then
watching
I
a
hate
couple
myself.
of times. I've watched it a couple of times back, and I think I just zone out because so much drunk shit is happening, and I don't
I think the important shit would be at the end. I don't even remember it because like the way I remember it, like nothing was really raised, but I could like we were so drunk that night, and then I know a lot of people started freaking out because he was like uber right wing, and I'm like, well, it's not about that; it's about the charity. But like, we'd have to look at it. We'd have to look at it.
Yeah, and it bears mentioning now because he was part of the whole thing that kicked this whole thing off, and now he's gone. So, I think.
Rest in peace. Hey, that motherfucker might not have remembered who I was any fucking time I fucking talked to him, but goddamn, he was incredibly wonderful to me every time.
I did have super chats back then, and I would actually get some every once in a while, you know. So like, I don't know, who knows? Like, especially there at the end, like it's all kind of a blur.
Yeah, we're gonna look at if you had super chats, right? We can look at we can play the tape back and see where they were, and then we can. And his nobody has since donated, and it's still there, so we can see if when the donations were too, if there were actually, but he's long since dead now, so we can figure it out once and for all. And I think
been what?
Yeah,
a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Man's fucking rolling in his grave over the shit that's happening in New South Wales right now. He's this look, that is a true blue Aussie fucker. Like, this man right now is just like I can hear him doing his fake bogan shit where he's like, oh shit, mate, nah, they're doing that, they're fucking up all the trees and fucking go on and all that shit, mate.
He got so here's the thing. He got arrested a couple of times for dumb shit. The first time I remember he got arrested in my presence was when he was at the hospital for his cancer treatment and a skin graft. And he come out of the hospital and somebody tried to take his wallet. And so this dude attacked him. So he fucking hit him with a crutch. And then the guy who tried to mug him called the police for assault. Right? And then he went to, they didn't end up pressing charges, but they arrested him and not the guy who tried to steal his fucking wallet. And then the second time he got arrested, no, he didn't get arrested for this. This was while he was in jail for that. He missed voting day, so they were going to charge him with an additional fucking thing because he didn't vote because he was in jail. Like, that's a thing because their voting is compulsory there. You don't have a choice. You must vote. It's the law. So
yeah, it's a $50 or 50 Aussie dollar.
Yeah, and he
I have no idea what that translates into American.
The version of
but
the
a
VA
50
that they
Aussie
have
dollar
over
fine.
Their VA wasn't even going to pay for his fucking medication, so he sure as shit didn't have $50. And he ended up.
No.
His family has a lot of money. Like I think he has a child, if I remember correctly, but he never got to see
he does.
his child be born. So he left his wife and child quite a bit of money because he sold his family's estate for, I think it was a cool $2 million USD. So, I mean, at least they're okay, but no father. So that sucks. But
yeah, well, Knives was good people. He was about as interesting as I am.
He actually met his wife on active duty. When he got blown up.
Really?
The first, his nurse, that was his wife. Well, his now widowed wife, but yeah, she was pulling a fucking tube out of his cock, and that's what woke him up. And she was the first person he saw.
That's the most Knives thing possible.
Yeah, and he had a glass eye, and it was kind of like lore in his community. And he was an absolute fucking unit. And then he got the skin cancer in his ass, along with the exploded fucking leg. He was missing most of his leg. I'm not even sure how he managed to shamble around, to be honest with you.
Mans went through more shit than I did. And then would give me shit. And I fucking loved that. That's what I fucking loved about him. He would be like, "Oh, hey, I'm sorry, I went Wisconsin." He'd be like,
He always
"Hey,
used to
hey,
tell me.
hey, kid."
He
Hey,
he
go
always
ahead.
used to tell me he has 5 confirmed kills and 1 unconfirmed. He was a sniper. And he said
Yeah.
he could never be sure if he actually got that last guy. But he got blown up. He got blown up by fucking IED. He was walking patrol, and somebody had made a homemade roadside bomb, and he triggered it, and he knew he was fucked, but he didn't know how fucked he was, and nobody was willing to jump on it for him, and I guess the situation called for him just fucking taking one for the team, and he just decided.
I was gonna.
He was gonna die. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna join the military after 9/11. I went and
I think
I moved.
we all felt that way.
I moved to Michigan shortly after, and I was gonna go in, and I was talking to the recruiting officers and shit, and it was like, you know, because I used to be, you know, Republican and really pro military back during the first Iraq War, first George Bush. But I had shifted at that point. But after 9/11, I was like all gung ho. I wanted to go in, and they never found my felonies from North Carolina. I'm sure they would have eventually, and I'm not sure if it would have mattered in a time of war. They might have still let me in, but they didn't let me in because I didn't pass the physical because of the shit that had happened to my ankle.
Can you imagine a version of there's a universe hypothetically somewhere where Knock entered the fucking military. What does that guy look like? I want to meet that guy just for the intrigue.
I don't know. I think I'd be fucking a brainwashed right wing fucktard like you. I kid.
Oh my god, we might actually be best friends in a different universe. Knock and I are best friends, and we did ice cream to Smokey. Can you imagine that?
Am I a brainwashed right wing?
Yeah, I'm really grateful I wasn't able to get in. You know, looking back on it, I wouldn't want to go and kill a bunch of other poor people just because, you know, some terrorist did a thing.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Now thinking about it, what that guy? Fuck, I might have gone out drinking with that guy. That guy probably would have forced me to go drinking with him. Jesus Christ. GI Knock. Fuck.
I don't know. I don't know. I was pretty gung ho, but like I watched it play out. I had I had a couple like distant family members that were in the towers that day, and I remember it most keenly because, you know, my serious girlfriend, like the girl that you know, it was always like, I wish I would have done this so things would have turned out differently type back when I was younger and shit. And we were right at that stage where I knew like it was over. And I was trying to call her that day because I was really worried. You know, everybody was freaking out. The world was pretty much going to war. Like nobody knew what the fuck was happening. And I remember like
Jackson's Pearl Harbor at the time.
And she kept ghosting me that day. And it was like, it's one of the things I remember about 9/11 is my girlfriend, who I loved, but we were no longer in love and shit. And we both knew it, but I was really trying to fight to hold on to it. Yeah, it was the day I realized this is over. So it's kind of a double-edged sword that day for me.
Yeah, that was I mean, I was in 3rd grade, and I'll never forget Mrs. Corrigan losing her fucking mind because her husband was at the towers for some reason. It seems like everyone I fucking knew had someone. I don't know who actually did and who didn't, but I feel like everyone in New York tries to say they knew somebody who was near the fucking thing or in it or what the fuck ever. I know that my mom was supposed to get on a plane to go near Building 7, but not at Ground Zero, because she's a fucking government employee just like me, which is where I got the idea. And so, she was supposed to be there for fucking, they had regular monthly meetings in the city. because that's where the DOH headquarters is. You'd think it'd be in Albany on account of the fact that it's the fucking actual state capital, but no, they treat New York City like it's the capital for some reason. And yeah, she got fucking violent diarrhea, and that's why I didn't grow up with my father and turned out the way I did. So, make of that what you will. You can't, in that way, you might say that 9/11 was. I'm just kidding.
No, I woke up. I
fucking joke.
I woke up. I turned on the TV, and I turned it on right as the first plane was going in the tower, and it happened live. I think it was CNN because usually when I turn on my TV, it would be CNN. And I went in. I thought it was like HBO or some shit, right? So I went in. I made my coffee, and I come back out, and no, it wasn't HBO. And I'm like figuring that out, and the second plane goes in, and I was like, man, this is some real shit, man. The world flipped the fuck out, dude.
We didn't go to school for a couple fucking days, and like as a young kid of I think 8 or 9 or something, I didn't understand.
You would have been about 8 because I would have been 7, so that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand what the fuck was happening. And I had a lot of questions, and nobody had any answers, and nobody could explain to me. I didn't know what I didn't know what a fucking Muslim was. I didn't know what a fucking terrorist was. I wasn't even aware. I had never been on a fucking airplane at that point. I didn't know anything about the situation. I knew what New York City was because I grew up in this fucking state. But other than that, I didn't know what the World Trade Centers were. They had to point it out to me in movies later on. I didn't fucking know. It was very confusing.
I thought that the whole, everything of this was white supremacist because that's what I knew as terrorists. So I was super confused for about 8 months because I'm like, wait, there are brown white supremacists? Which, I mean, yes, happens. Obviously, as an adult, I know that's a thing that happens. But, in my head at the time, I was like, what? There are people, I mean, they're lighter skinned than my dad, but they're white supremacists, right? That's what a terrorist is.
Right.
And then I was like, later, in my teenage years, I was like, shit. Yeah, no, that was...
I mean...
I had
a different thing.
I had 2 copies of the 9/11 report. I had a copy at all times that I could give away to people so they could read it. So I would give it away to somebody. I'd go buy another one. And I had my copy, which I read probably 6 or 7 times. If you've never read that report, it's a fascinating report of ineptitude. There's no way Bin Laden should have never gotten close, for one. For two, Bin Laden is our Frankenstein. He's a creature of our making. We propped him up in Afghanistan during the Russian-Afghan war, and then we abandoned our, just like we do with everything. We pretty much abandoned everything we told him and left.
No. Hear me out. We didn't abandon the Hmongs. We brought them back for some reason.
Yeah, we brought some of them back.
The Taliban was supposed to have the same treatment as the Hmongs. They were supposed to come back to America and live the good life. So, Bin Laden, 9/11, kind of entirely our fault.
But I remember saying it at the time, though, because, the Afghan-Russian war was such a disaster for Russia. I remember saying at the time when we went into Afghanistan, I'm like, this is not going to end well for us. And if you look at the 2 wars in retrospect, they're very similar. Like a 20-year war where you ultimately did absolutely nothing at all. The same leaders are right back in power. Nothing happened. You tried, you failed. The opium is theirs.
This is the thing. This is the thing too. It's we're doing Iraq War Part 2 Electric Boogaloo in Ukraine now. We're sending them money and munitions and all kinds of fucking shit. Have you read the new Pentagon fucking papers that leaked? They're not doing as good as they're telling us they're doing over there in Ukraine with
Desert
billions
Shield
of dollars
Part
worth
2.
of fucking
not
armaments.
Iraq War. It's Desert Shield Part 2.
Oh yeah, because technically Afghanistan is part 2 of Iraq, isn't it? Because the Persian Gulf was a thing during Bush.
Well, I mean,
well, Afghanistan was part
Desert
1.
Shield happened, and that was that was like just after Desert
Well,
Fox.
fucking, you get what I'm
And
trying
then-
to say. Anyway.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
When it came
Yeah.
to Bin Laden, though,
What's up?
Afghanistan happened first, but like Bush was itching to go to Iraq. So like the whole thing with Afghanistan at first was just kind of a joke from the very start. It wasn't like shock and awe like when we went into into Iraq and we unloaded like just millions of dollars of fucking arsenal on Baghdad's face. Like it wasn't like that. It was half-ass.
Did you see Mark Hamill is getting canceled? By the way, this is topical. I'm not off the way. But did anybody see Mark Hamill getting canceled, and do you know why?
No, I don't get on Twitter hardly ever anymore.
Okay, so Mark
Hamill does.
Yeah, way too much. Mark Hamill interviewed a group of Ukrainian soldiers, right? And he was commending them, and they had a flag behind them. And first, I will tell you what he said about the flag, and then I will tell you what the flag is. So he said, "I don't understand the symbolism on the flag, but I support it because I support Ukraine." Here's the problem. It was the Black Sun. Is anybody familiar with what political group is associated with that particular image?
Like,
no.
Okay, the Black Sun was at one point in the beginning the flag of the Nazi Party, like Germany.
Yeah, it's a
Nazi,
genocide.
like Weimar Germany, before they modified it into the swastika we're all familiar with. This was a circle with swastika-like appendages, but instead of having 4, it had 8 that went around it like in a sort of spiral pattern, I guess, if you will. Yeah. And then there's a whole political cult called the Black Sun cult or some shit that still operates. This dude was like, if you'd have seen it, you would have been like, oh yeah, that's a fucking swastika. Because I know that you're kind of like trained to see that. You would have seen it right away. Mark Hamill was like, I approve of the flag, before he knew what the fuck it was. And it's like, and the problem is when Mark Hamill gets on fucking actual television and Twitter spaces with his fucking however many million followers and says, yes, that flag is the Ukrainian army flag, like a fucking moron, right? Well, and he says, I support that. And then other clapping, barking morons say, yes, I also support that because reasons. He legitimizes Putin's claim that he is legitimate in invading Ukraine because there are Nazis there. Right? That's the fucking problem.
Yeah.
Because he makes the Russians
essentially
look
what he's
reasonable.
doing. Yes, correct.
He makes Putin look reasonable.
We should not make Putin look reasonable. I mean, look.
Yeah, he's not exactly helping the war effort.
People get me twisted, but it's like, hey, like, support Ukraine. They literally did nothing wrong. Their crime was existing. Much
Ukraine's
like trans
always been
people.
a disputed territory. We went through the same thing. Well, humanity went through the same thing in the 1500s too, in 1482, and probably forever. It's been a disputed territory between a bunch of different countries and principalities.
Their crime was existing.
Right.
Yes.
So is this flag, is whatever flag like he was defending, is that like, was it like a Ukrainian flag?
No, it's a fucking Nazi flag.
No.
Like an actual fucking Nazi.
Technically, it's a pre-Nazi flag.
So how does the flag come into play? How does he see this flag?
It's in the background. It's like behind these guys he's interviewing.
Like a Ukrainian soldier?
That's pretty
well,
much.
I don't. There's hard to say for sure that they were actually Ukrainian soldiers, but that's the way it was built. That's what he said, and that's what they said they were. So I don't know.
So what did he say after he found out what the F flag actually meant, or what where it actually came from?
He went dark on Twitter. Like, I don't know if it's still like this, but he fucking privated his Twitter account like for a while. I don't know. You could hold on. I guess I could check.
What's his What's Mark Hamill's politics? Is he like a? Is he? I'm assuming he's a liberal. But is he left or is he a liberal?
Well,
he's like
Mark Hamill's a liberal.
I don't.
He's
There's
not-
a word for it in Republican circles. It's called the current thing Democrat.
Milquetoast.
Like if
He's a
people are talking
milquetoast
about the
liberal.
trans thing, then that's his number one pet issue forever. When people are talking about the Ukraine thing, he supports Ukraine. He doesn't know anything about any of this stuff, but he's just like, yeah, I support whatever the Democrats say we're supposed to be supporting today. And he'll talk like far left talking points, but it's very clear he has no idea what he's talking about and clearly doesn't actually hold those beliefs. He's just repeating them. Like, hold on, let me get Mark Hamill's Twitter real quick and see if it's still perma.
Our
Locked.
besties in the chat.
I don't know. I don't follow Twitter anymore. I enjoy Stephen King on Twitter. I like Stephen King.
Honestly, Stephen King has been fucking spitting some fucking shit.
I don't know if I can do it,
doing
man.
good.
I don't know if I can do this. All right, I'm about to close the stream. We're gonna see what Wesley is gonna add to the current situation. It's technically an open stream, so what's up, Wesley?
Hi, yeah. Wow, the days are at hand, and the effect of every vision.
The days are at hand and the effect of every vision. What vision?
The one where you've had many of them from Jesus. The one of the foot cut off and the two creatures and the orange red in the bottom dark green leaves. You know very well what vision. You're a fraud.
Me,
you have two healed teeth in your mouth that you say that you don't have. So
Not
the
might
science,
be a bunch of things
the
for being
science
a
gag
fraud.
isn't really working. Two
Did he
real
just make a leg joke?
healed teeth.
All right,
yes,
so
yes, Wesley did.
Biblically was
So
here
if you
earlier,
take-
Wesley. In
So
my
if-
visions
if
of
you
Jesus,
don't-
are we like in a relationship?
If you don't tell the vision, you're going to most likely be forced to be branded with a UPC barcode called the Omni, and you're going to get a skin disease that reveals your dead ashen soul in your flesh, like gray scabs all over your face and loins and body. And you're going to be eating the flesh of children that will be separated from you and put into slaughterhouses and made into $40 bags labeled Omni meat, Omni tuna, Omni chicken salad. But it won't be tuna. It won't be chicken salad.
Will it taste like tuna and will it taste like chicken salad?
It will be heavily salted and an artificial and powdered, like a fake mayonnaise will be put into it of some sort. A powdered
Yeah, this is the schizo. I remember him.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's the tweet.
It's an open room. I'll talk to anybody. I'm not trying to feed whatever's going on. I mean, this is not the first time I've heard it, Wesley. I am about to close the stream down.
Jesus showed it to you many times. Exactly what's happening. You're dull. You're asleep. You're a rebel.
I'm about to
anyway,
be asleep soon.
If you look at the tweet I sent you, it's the guy in the bottom left hand corner.
Well,
on my,
you'll see
on my
days
Twitter
are at hand.
In the chat, I sent
every vision.
I showed you the tweet. It's a link to the tweet.
All those visions you've seen from Jesus of what's going to happen very soon. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
What a fucking schizo, am I right?
Well, Look, I feel bad for Leslie because, look, when I say I can't help saying heinous shit, I mean, I can. I just choose to because I want to be the chaos I see in the world. I really do think he just can't help it.
I've talked to crazy people who believe some crazy shit, but at least they attempt
Where's
to
this
explain
flag?
themselves coherently. It's in the video, in the tweet, and it's the
All right, I
bottom
see
left hand.
it's the red and black one with the circle in the middle.
Yeah, that's the black sun. It's a glorified swastika.
Let me.
Also, Miracle Whip fucking slap.
That is the current the I call it a cult because that's kind of what it is. First of all, it's a terrorist cell. They're a white nationalist terrorist cell, and they use the black sun as their logo, and it's an adaptation of the original one from.
That doesn't look like the black sun though.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean? It looks.
It's pretty far away. Can I put this on like full screen? Full screen.
It's your stream.
Oh
Do
yeah,
as
it
thou
went
will.
from.
All right.
Yeah, there it is.
Look at it. I mean, so that let me go back to
it's
where
top
I was
right now. In the thumbnail, it's bottom left, but it's top right in this one.
I can't see it, so I imagine Brett Keane.
I don't know. It doesn't look exact. It doesn't look the same to me.
Let me get the original one. I'll find it. Hold on. That's the new one. It's yeah. It's not the Weimar Germany one. This is an adaptation. This is their current Black Sun.
So are you like so? Who says that? I mean, because I googled the Black Sun flag, and nothing like
Putin
that. That Ukrainian thing. So why are we trusting Putin? That Ukrainian thing doesn't look like anything because of what I'm googling right now.
I don't trust Putin, but Putin is trying to be like, hey.
He's also a fucking.
This is a literal Hitler that's happening. That's what Putin is saying.
But Putin is the one that wants. That's the actual fascist.
yes, Putin is incorrect. Putin is a lion sack of fucking.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm gonna share my screen.
You're right.
I'm gonna show my screen.
Putin Putin is a lion fucking cocksucker. However, what he is saying is, look
the
at these.
Azov battalion uses a lot of
so that's the
occult imagery.
That's the Black Sun flag right there, right? And this is what you showed me. So let's go back to. Let's put it on. It's on pause right there. That flag right there, right? Or can you still see it? Maybe not. Maybe I'll use.
Hold on, I'm looking at a different screen because I'm trying to find.
Share this tab instead. There we go. So this flag right here, right?
Yeah.
Right there.
That's the Azov Battalion's Black.
That's
Sun
not
flag.
the same flag as.
No, it's not. No, that's the See, because the Black Sun of yesteryear its flag is now slightly modified. It's got a bunch of.
So Putin is saying that flag is this, so therefore Nazi. So me.
Well, no, look at the fucking. Well, no, Putin's not saying that. Apparently, at some point, it's clarified by other people that that's what it is.
How do I?
I don't know, man. It looks like the fucking Black Sun to me.
Ukrainians didn't do shit. I know Putin is saying that, like, hey, Ukrainians are Nazis. Ukrainians didn't do shit. They just wanted to fucking exist. Same like me. Hey, fuck yeah, Ukraine. Godspeed. Hail Satan. Whatever the fuck you got going on.
I'm not gonna put it completely past them, for sure. But like I don't know. I'm just not gonna take Putin's word at it. And I mean, it'd be one thing if it was the actual Black Sun. It would be one thing if it was the actual Black Sun. But that I don't know. Show me like evidence that's like linked to that. Let me put it a lot of European countries hid Nazis after World War II. That's without a doubt. I mean, the Vatican is definitely guilty of that.
Check yeah. Well,
yeah,
okay,
Ukraine is one of them historically, but yeah.
But like
So
Czechia,
let me ask
Slovakia,
you this a different
all
way.
those
If you'd have
areas, yeah,
seen
hated it.
if you'd have seen that flag in the background of one of the one that's in the video that I sent you, if you'd have seen that flag in one of my videos, you're telling me you wouldn't say that that was Nazi imagery?
Well, yeah, like if it was like this one that literally has because there was one on that screen. I don't have it up anymore, but there was one on that screen that like literally had a fucking swastika right in the middle. But even like if it was like that black sun, like yeah, definitely like, or if there was some like known association that it's a rebranding of that flag, right? Or is it just?
I mean, it's Ukraine. Who the fuck knows what goes on there? I didn't give
it
it a second thought.
It sounds like right-wing propaganda meant to, I don't know, make you somehow escape the fact that Putin murders journalists. Putin, not only that, like he literally tried to poison Mulvaney, who had that. I mean, like the dude would have actually probably won had the election been fair. Like he rigs it.
Probably.
He's a fucking fascist.
Well, yeah, Putin is a fascist and a liar. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you here.
Yeah, no, all I'm saying is the Azov battalion definitely exists. They've got SS imagery in their fucking
I gotta fill my
battalion
soda glass. I'll
flag.
be right back.
Yeah.
I'll be listening. I'm gonna put it on speaker, but
Oh
I'll be
yeah.
muted.
So the Azov battalion has a literal Thunderbolt S in their flag in between the blue and the yellow, right? And it's, I mean, like they were the only ones who were like, yes, let's kill Soviets, because they're so fucking lost in the nostalgia of a bygone era that they weren't even fucking alive for. Like there are crazy people that are in the military that have their own flag because there's no one to tell them that they're not allowed to do that, because they need literally everyone who knows how to fucking shoot a gun right now.
I mean, we're going back to the stars and bars issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, the Confederate flag, that was, you know, a bunch of dudes. Like, the Confederate flag was not the Confederate flag, but the stars and bars, you know, what everyone thinks is the Confederate flag. Like, that's kind of a slave flag. That's hey, we like slavery flag versus, you know, the actual battle standard, or
I
you
happen
know,
to think Abraham Lincoln is a fascist, and there were no fucking good options during the Civil War. If I was as politically aware as I am now, then I would have been like, I don't know who the fuck I'm supposed to support.
Yeah,
I probably would have just fought with the North because I'm from the fucking North. And
you sent me that video.
You are not far away from anarchism.
You sent me that video, and like I kind of know that I've always kind of been fascinated by the Civil War, but I've also had a couple debates around Civil War statues to where I've done a lot of research on the Civil War. So when you sent me that video from that dude, and it was an hour-long video, and me, you know, I was kind of going at you a couple times. I watched like the first 20 minutes of it.
Yeah, I know. We were talking in Messenger when you were watching it. Yeah.
And to me, it was like so many red flags of I don't know, like, you know, what would I would consider like neo-Nazi propaganda. But like I realized like shortly going into it, because that video was like an hour long. I'm like, damn, dude, if I really like go into this, I would have to spend probably like 3 or 4 days really prepping to like debunk everything this dude is saying, and it would probably be like this
I would debate you. I would debate you on that. I really would.
Oh, it was so out there.
Not
like
tonight, but yeah.
Yeah, it was so out there. It was crazy.
I don't know. I thought it was well researched. I even bothered to fucking check the sources, believe it or not.
I think the long hair is a wig, and I really think he's an actual skinhead.
You think that Razor Fist is a fucking skinhead?
His name was Rage something. It was the channel was like Rage
the
something.
Rageaholic.
Yeah, I like, that's the only thing I liked about it.
Oh. Well,
I don't know. Like, so Abe, by all means, he definitely took fascist control. He definitely used his war powers, but he really had
good.
no
So I
choice.
won the argument. Hooray!
But I mean, I've never said that America wasn't fascist. My argument is always that, like, I think most American presidents are fascist. And
I think that his
You're
assertion that
so
he was
close
our
to being on
first.
my end.
Andrew Jackson was definitely a fascist.
Andrew Jackson was, yes, a fascist fuck. But, like, hey,
It was just before fascism was a term.
Do you think
let's have a drink for every American president that won't get shot in the head. How about that? Because I'm going to have a drink right now for that.
Do you think Thomas Jefferson was a fascist, Knock? I'm curious to know what you're.
I don't know enough about Thomas Jefferson's presidency.
Well, he's the author of the Constitution. He was also an avid deist. Today we would have called him an atheist.
He was a slave owner. He was a slave owner, right?
Yeah, a lot. Basically, all of them were at that time, including George Washington.
He was
slaves.
White supremacist, right?
No, I don't think he was a white supremacist. In fact, this is the weird thing about Jefferson is that
how can you not be a white supremacist if you're a slave owner?
This is the weird schizophrenic nature of Jefferson. On the one hand, he was almost willing to sacrifice the entire union of the country over West Virginia.
He raped his slaves, and they thought it was love, or he made her think it was love. But yeah,
I don't know. He had some weird fucking ideas. But on the one hand, he was like, we need to abolish slavery in the Constitution. That's documented that he said that.
I don't know. I guess I have a different opinion of our founding fathers.
On the other hand, he also fucked a lot of his slaves. That much we know for sure because of DNA, right?
Yeah, you say fuck, but let's call it by the dynamic it really is. Like you raped his slaves.
Well, I mean, they were slaves, so he was technically, I mean, for all they knew, I don't know if he had a consensual relationship or not. I don't think anybody will. But they were his slaves, so that's definitely fucked, right? But at any rate, the point is, on the one hand, he was almost willing to sacrifice the entire country, at least in written word, on the altar of abolition of slavery. Because he is
Jefferson?
the author. He's the author of the Declaration of Independence, and he is also co-author of the Constitution of the United States.
And the guy that refused to address the issue of slavery at all in his what was Declaration.
Well, see, according to historical works, he had said several times on the record that he wanted to do that, including to letters to John Adams.
So he was like a politician.
But then, that's the thing. He told John Adams he wanted it in there, and John Adams talked him out of putting it in.
I'm like.
So I'm not saying that he.
I'm not a fan of America.
I'm just saying that I think John Adams is probably our most base president.
I don't really know what he did in his presidency if I would call him a fascist or not. I would definitely say he's definitely a white supremacist. He owned human beings, so I will look through that modern lens and call him an abhorrent human being, somebody we probably shouldn't hold up on a pedestal. We probably shouldn't hold up anything of him on a pedestal, and probably redo it all and think through it rationally based upon our modern times now.
Well, the problem is that if you leaf through history with that lens, you're not going to find anyone who's even approaching virtuous.
There was a couple people back then that were fighting the cause back then.
What, like 3?
A few. I mean, 90% of the country, right up. Well, I mean, so if you're talking like beginning of the Civil War, 90% of the country was white supremacist still. You had and of the 10% that weren't white supremacists, what you really only had your abolitionist activists that were being vocal about ending slavery. So
under Lincoln's administration,
I mean, we're talking about a country that began. I mean, it was before the term fascism became involved, but. I mean, I would say it was a country that was the root of fascism.
Lincoln,
as well
in
as
his
a lot of
administration.
countries. It wasn't just America utilizing the transatlantic slave trade. We
Lincoln,
took a shit ton.
Lincoln's administration had commissioned a project to go inspect slave owners and how they kept their slaves. And Lincoln's expectation was that Northerners, and this was going to be further justification for his war, Lincoln's expectation was that the Northerners would have treated their slaves better. And then they didn't find that. They found that the Northerners treated their slaves harsher despite having less slaves proportionate to the South, right? And so the people, yeah, it's in the fucking thing. So
in what thing?
He's the fucking video I sent you.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the sources I actually looked at too. It's in the description in the doobly-doo. But anyway, Lincoln had those guys jailed because they went to the press with it, and the press released it, and then he put an embargo on the First Amendment, like, because you can't do that unless you have wartime powers, and the only way he could justify wartime powers is by like sinking his own ships, and so Lincoln was a fuck dude, but I mean, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't the way it as written did not apply to the North. It applied to the Confederate South, which at that time supposedly wasn't even part of the United States, technically speaking, because it was the Confederacy. So, as written, the binding document only applied to non-union states. So, I mean, slavery was abolished in, I believe, the 13th Amendment after the war. But, I mean, I guess Lincoln freed the slaves in that he won the war.
Well, I mean, the question was
after the fact.
The question wasn't like, did Lincoln free the slaves? I think that's debatable. I think he began that process. The last slave wasn't free until much later. It's like well documented in history.
I'm not arguing that slavery was good. I want to just put that out there. What I'm saying is that.
But the question is like, was Lincoln a fascist?
Well, there's a big fucking statue of him at the Lincoln Memorial that is literally reminiscent of Greek Caesar, or not Greek Caesars, Roman Caesars. So
it could be like General Lee was tearing up the Union Army, and not Lee, just Lee. I mean, there were other good generals as well. I mean, they were really tearing up the Union Army, and really, I mean, it was. At that point, it was go all in, and it was like, all right, so let's see what kind of powers I do have as president. And he utilized his war powers in a way no president had ever really done before. I mean, I think you could probably argue Andrew Jackson did with his I don't know, I can't remember the name of the law that led to the Trail of Tears, but the whole relocation thing. But like this was just kind of on a grander scale, and I think Andrew Jackson probably gave him precedence for being able to utilize his powers in that way. I think that from the very beginning, when you go back to the very beginning of the Great Compromise, I think the Great Compromise is pretty much what it says. It was a compromise, so we didn't have too much freedom. It was basically like an illusion of a freedom. And it was basically because most of them motherfuckers were a bunch of rich-ass capitalist merchants, and they wanted to make sure that there was still the ability for them to continue to be rich-ass capitalist merchants. So I think that was pretty much what our founding fathers were. Bunch of fucking rich ass capitalist slave owners.
Well,
I mean,
all the benefit of rich ass.
It's true. It's true if you get past all the nationalist hype surrounding it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, fucking. I'll put your what the fuck would you be like if you were born then? You know what I mean?
I mean, you know the ramifications of because most people talk about the Great Compromise because it's where the issue of how much a slave counts comes up, but there was so much more beyond that. Like like if you really look at it, it is really a great compromise of what the revolution was supposed to be about and what the government coming after it was going to be. And I think
can't say what the fuck I would
starting
be like
we're
if I was born in.
I think we're starting to watch the collapse of that. Like we're starting to watch, like when you have billionaires coming out at, like there's this group of billionaires that recently came out and they're like tax the rich, and then you have this like this dude that he's like some uber fucking you know Wall Street executive, but everybody fucking knows him except me because I don't follow that boring ass white person shit. And he's like, yeah, capitalism is like crumbling and it's about to fucking implode. And what is everybody going to do when that happens? I think the end is nigh. I might actually live to see this shit.
Here's the problem with that is that billionaires won't come out and say tax the rich when they actually mean that, or they think that that's actually going to happen.
I mean, if you look at history, so the rich elites have always been the rich elites, and they never see it coming, you know. But throughout history, there's been like either you can't take so much of the pie, but for so many generations, before finally, you know, people rise up out of the ashes and they break out the guillotines, and we reset, and then those people that start with those noble ideas, well, then they find themselves in power. Like we started the conversation with this with like Flow State and those libertarian bastards. You know, like what's going to happen after these anti-government groups come in and get rid of the American government? They're going to create their own government, and they're going to get corrupted by power, like every human being does, because you know we're all fucking human beings and we're filthy and nasty, and that's what we do because we're all inherently evil and good.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know about all that. There. We made Cat leave. Look at that.
Yeah.
What did you do to Cat?
Way to end
just me and you.
The stream on a fucking, you know, anti-capitalist rant there, I think. Yeah. Usually I'm sleeping by now, so the fact that I can still ramble like that is pretty fucking awesome, I think. Yeah, 5-hour stream. I thought it was a pretty decent one. I'm gonna try to do a stream tomorrow afternoon. I got it set up already, but something has come up. Well, no, something has come up. So I might not be able to do it tomorrow. I might have to go do something family wise. So it might happen tomorrow. It might not. If not, I might try to have one during the week. And then I'll be playing video games on my other new channel. We'll see. I got to rebrand it. It's still called like Rage to Reason and shit. But yeah, I'll be going talking about fascist. I go uber fascist when I play my game.
I noticed that. That is somewhat ironic. That the most efficient way to get things done in Civ is to be a fucking
bloodthirsty, brutal dictator.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah, I put it on a higher difficulty than, you know, where you start at, where the game starts you. And I went too high. I went to the highest difficulty, and it slapped me in the fucking face, man. So it got their get back. It got
yeah, I saw other people in your chat being like, why don't you play this game or that fucking game? No, I say Nox should just play Civ and get good at that, because if you continue to just make that channel about civilization, right?
Yeah, I'll draw people that get into it, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have like a if you just keep it to like a handful of fucking games, I think that channel might actually do something.
And that's all I play, like, is a handful of games, like Ancestors, and I play like.
Yeah, that is what the algorithm likes.
Yeah.
If you do a full rebrand and fucking all that shit, and just make it a civilization thing, you might.
I think I'm gonna call it the Civ Rager.
Yeah, maybe.
The Rage Civer.
I know, like I looked into it a little bit. Like most Civ channels put like that Civ in their names, right? And I don't know, but I've always wanted to get away from like Rage, you know. So this might be the opportunity, and I'm just so like mentally.
It helps. It helps if you have a username for gaming channels. It helps if you have no more than 2 syllables in the name, and it doesn't even have to make sense. You could call it Nox Civ or Civ Knock or you know. some
I
shit
know,
like
the
that.
biggest one for Civ is that I found anyways, the Saxy Gamer. But then there's like the Civ Lifer, and there's a bunch of like Civ. But I don't know. It is kind of mixed now that I think about it. Maybe it's just because I like the Civ Lifer because I don't know. I feel like if I met the Civ Lifer and we talked politics and religion, I would probably boot him from the room.
Have you watched the Spiffing Brit before?
I think
maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Like, is he Mr. Potato Whiskey or something else too?
No. The Spiffing Brit that's the name of his channel, and he does exploits. And like he figured out how to print infinite money in real life by using a Twitch exploit to exchange one currency for another IRL through donating to yourself. Yeah, it's like so he does video games, but he also hacks like real life. Like, I don't know if it was a crime what he did, but it was definitely a thing.
Well, I mean, it's not a crime. It's a specific Brit. He's too
he would
British.
donate. He would donate to himself in a currency that was. I don't know. I don't remember. He's got a video
like
on
Swedish
his channel.
kroners.
It's like playing other games. Like the only like non like easy
he
game
has
I like.
Civ videos though. You should watch them and then use the exploits, and I think you would have fun doing that.
Yeah, well, I think it is. I think the guy that I'm thinking of, because I think he has another channel. He's British, and I think he has another channel called that's the name of it. Yeah, I think I've watched quite a few of his exploits, but I don't know. Like, I like games that are hard, right? Like, so if it comes to playing other games, I don't know what people want me to play or shit. I don't usually get into games.
Stardew Valley.
Fucking
never even
Pokemon.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not gonna play Pokemon.
Make
Hear me out.
fucking Knock play Emerald Kaizo Nuzlocke.
I played
Oh
World
my
of
God,
Warcraft.
I would,
you know.
I would make everyone and their mother watch not play Emerald Kaizo.
I will literally give you $20 fucking to play Emerald Kaizo on a Nuzlocke.
I've never even heard. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a ROM hack of Pokemon Emerald, and here the catch with the Nuzlocke is you're not allowed to use items. You can only heal at Pokemon centers, right? Anytime a Pokemon gets knocked out, it's considered dead. You can never use it, and if you run out of fucking Pokemon, the game is just over, right? And the other thing is you can only catch one Pokemon per route. And if you catch the same Pokemon that you already had, you can do a reroll, but it has to be the first encounter. And Emerald Kaizo is notorious in the Pokemon community as it's a ROM hack, so it's not like a legit game. It's a fan version, right? But it is so insanely fucking difficult that it is the gold standard of what a hardcore Pokemon game is supposed to look like. It's literally, it's like legendary.
I like games that
I beat Radical
me.
Red. I did not beat
I do
Emerald
too.
Kaizo.
I do, but I mean Emerald. Yeah, Radical Red is definitely my favorite of the hardcore games.
Yeah,
but Emerald
but
Kaizo
Emerald
is the gold
Kaizo is
standard,
objectively harder.
I think people would find I think it would be funny to watch Knock his first attempt at a hardcore Nuzlocke on Kaizo, and I'm sure people would find it.
I would make sure people fucking found it.
I got $20 burning a hole in my pocket right now. I swear to God.
Yeah, I used to play WoW at the top level. Like you had to devote so much time to be able to beat those bosses. First, so much time.
Emerald Kaizo's free.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. I don't even like to think about how much money I spent on WoW over the years.
Yeah, I mean, well, not just the money you spend, but this money you don't make because you have to be there for fucking clan raids and shit.
Oh, dude, it was like 18 hours a day.
Yeah.
When I was rating top level like that, it was like 18 hours a day.
It's an expensive fucking hobby. That's why I got out of Magic the Gathering, pretty much for the same reason, because keeping up with Modern was just like a money pit.
We thought that
I had
there
a
was going to
free
be
deck.
money, but it was like before. Like nowadays, I don't know if WoW's still viable. I haven't played it in a long, but like nowadays they have like professional online tournaments and shit where you can actually make bank off of it. Back then, we thought we thought that was going to happen, but it never really did. Like the guild got a lot of fucking views on YouTube. You know, a couple channels took off. Like Tank Spot took off. Like, but
Yeah,
he
I
ended
mean,
up.
like WoW Classic is a thing now. Like, but if you didn't catch
Laura
WoW
ended
in
up
its
working for
heyday,
Blizzard, so it's like he went away.
yeah. But anyway, if you're ever looking for $20, that's how you'll.
Yeah, I don't know what other games I would play. Like I like earlier when we were having a discussion about football, I'm like, can't get rid of football, man. Like you know, people focusing on the violence, but hey, I mean, like if you understand what you're getting into and you're willing to take that risk,
Consensual violence.
It's a game that like on the higher level, it's human chess, man. And when you talk about like some of the greatest athletes in the world at the highest level, the best people that actually play this game are colliding. Like sometimes it's like an art, man. You cannot take that away. Like if capitalism is going to fall, that's the one piece of capitalism we're going to have to keep is NFL, at least until the Lions win the Super Bowl, or I'm dead.
Whichever comes first, and at this
Yeah.
rate, who fucking knows?
I'm probably gonna be dead first, you know.
Lions
I don't know. Like
will
a lot of people are starting to talk about them Lions for next year. Like we showed out at the end of the year last year. You know, we got Jones. We made some. I think we're gonna be good.
Week 18. Fucking what was it?
Took out the Packers, man. We assassinated fucking Aaron Rodgers' Green Bay career.
Yeah, and then that last game that they
Well,
played against
Aaron Rodgers assassinated his own fucking career. Motherfucker being a fucking anti-vaxxer fuckwad.
They didn't have anything to gain by winning that game. They just wanted to knock them out.
I remember I did a video on Aaron Rodgers back in the day because I found him like he was dating Danica Patrick at the time, and they did this podcast, and they were like sometimes they get kind of Danica's like uber liberal, and he would sometimes go uber liberal, but one time he went atheist, and he was talking about being an atheist, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, I'm a Lions fan, I hate the fucking Packers, I hate fucking Aaron Rodgers, but he's an atheist.
Anti-vaxxer. Like,
but then it was like 2 weeks later when you found out like he went on a rampage against his fucking parents, and then I think he broke up with Danica Patrick for some young 17-year-old actress girl. I can't remember her name.
I remember when
Aaron Rodgers is a piece of shit.
I remember when we used to associate anti-vax with the weirdo California left liberal types. I remember when that was a thing. You know, the people who didn't eat GMO stuff and they wouldn't.
I think that's kind of it's where it started. But then like Jenny McCarthy, I believe wasn't it Jenny McCarthy that took us somewhere weird, and my screen just went black.
I don't know. Are you having an episode? Are you okay?
No, it's there. It just kind of flickered black for a second on the playback anyway.
Oh, weird. Oh, because we mentioned the V word, maybe.
I don't know. Like I thought earlier, you know, when at the very beginning of the stream, we're talking, you know, kind of talking like gun violence in schools, and Corey just mentions that he was at one point somebody that thought about going into a school and murdering everybody. And
I got accused of wanting to do that.
When he, you know, I'm glad it happened because nobody's really ever willing to talk it like that. Like you'll never hear that side of the story hardly ever. But at the same time, when it happened, I was like, oh, the stream's about to get taken down.
I mean, I got banned from a school event that I never intended to fucking go to because I don't know. Back in the day, we'd have just called it gay. I wasn't going to fucking homecoming. I wasn't no fucking jock. I was wearing trip pants and eyeliner and shit. You know?
Like I grew up in I went to high school before, like, I don't know, like I was saying, before Columbine, before it became this national thing.
Yeah. I was born in 93. So this would have been the very early 2000s. This would have been, fuck, I want to say 2007, 8, or 9. I don't fucking remember off the top of my head. I think I finally started going to my permanent high school, like where I would graduate in, I think I moved in 2009. I moved a lot in those days.
I don't know. I worry about it, man. I worry about it.
Yeah, I'm fucking not sending my kid to public school. You out of your fucking mind?
Sometimes it's the only option.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make it not the only option.
But I mean, even like no school is really safe if you think about it. Like nowhere is really safe if you think about it.
Well, I went to stupid fuck off Christian school where they taught me, the earth was 6,000 years old. And when I finally got to public school and I was constantly getting shit, the teachers were just like, oh, yeah, so like, hey, I understand you have to take a test on evolution and you know nothing about it. I guess you're just gonna fail because your parents are, I don't.
Oh, you just cut out. I don't remember ever learning evolution in school.
I did.
I mean, I'm sure I did. I just don't remember it. Like it was never like this big evolution course or anything.
I took
half
a year of bio.
I went to school in literally the middle of Southern Baptist, North Carolina. Like yeah. I mean, I'm not really surprised because I don't remember studying it in school. I'd have to ask. There's Chris Myers often shows up in my side chat. He went to high school with me. I'd have to ask him, like, do you remember actually studying evolution and back in Davie?
Yeah, no, it definitely was a thing when I was in school. I graduated in 2012. I should have graduated at 11, but I got held back because I wasn't a guy that like believed in going to school because it seemed like a bunch of bullshit, to be honest. I didn't really get my head out of my ass until the end of junior year when I was dating a popular girl because,
I only went to school to play football. When I couldn't play football anymore, see, I hurt my ankle playing basketball, and I was better at basketball than I was football. But I loved playing
hang out
football.
with my friends. I went to high school to hang out with my friends and to get coochie, and I think that was pretty much the only reason I kept going.
I kept a C average. I was never really interested in school. I'd much rather be reading a book. If I wasn't playing football or basketball, I wanted to be reading a book or writing a story. My brother was really good at school. I was just never interested in it. I did well enough to play sports, and then when sports was taken away, like they literally caught, like I was like the kicks kid, Mikey, of skipping school. They're like, hey, Ronnie, what do you want to do? No, I can't skip school. If I skip another day of school, I'm never coming back to this fucking school. No, we're gonna go play pool, man. All right, never went back. Like that was life. And I did that. I tried to go back the next year and the same shit. I had no interest in school anymore. It ended up.
Oh, you dropped out?
Oh yeah. I dropped out of high school. I got my GED.
I thought you went to college for like
a year. I did with the GED.
Oh shit.
I started at Grand Rapids Community College. Got my GPA up. Was making good grades. Then I did a semester at Grand Valley. Here it's right outside of Grand Rapids. I believe it's called Aberdeen. Something that might be a place of the school shooting. I always get it mixed up. Something similar to that, I think. I lived in Grand Rapids on Michigan Avenue. It was a pretty hot spot. But I partied my way out in one semester once I got to Grand Valley. It was where I lived was my downfall in college. But I'd worked my way up. Like I worked my way up. I was doing it. Until I wasn't no more.
Here they won't even let you go to community college unless you have at least the Regents diploma. Like a GED, you're not gonna you might as well just fucking say goodbye. It's New York State, so we have weird standards. Regents is our state standardized test.
All I had to do was like live here for like 8 months.
No, they take that
It was
shit
shortly
down
after
like
I got
this.
out of prison. Like
You know what's funny is I failed
I
Earth
was
Science.
buck ass wild when I got out of prison, and my aunt, my Christian aunt, she was, you know, I think it was her charity. She was like, hey, you know, I was running wild in Battle Creek, you know, just out of prison, and she was like, you know, you can come up to Grand Rapids, kind of clean up. We'll do everything we need to do to get you into school, you know, and I did it for a while, moved out on my own, and that's when, you know, old habits came back. Because like I said, after I lost sports, man, I didn't care, and I was becoming this like really hot like spoken word poet in Grand Rapids, joining the slam team, and you know, I thought I had a future there, and I got really arrogant and full of myself and all up in my head, and man, it was a tragic story. One of these days, I'm gonna actually like put it all into a book and tell it.
Yeah. I failed my Earth Science Regents because I didn't show up and do the. Well, no, I didn't fail the Regents. I failed the course. I took the test because somebody fucked up and let me in, and I passed with a 94 despite not going to class barely at all and not doing any of the labs, because this is back when internet atheism was a thing, and I was identifying as an atheist, so I was already very interested in science, so I was learning everything they were teaching in the class in front of a fucking computer watching YouTube. So like I ended up being in a remedial class. I had to take the test the second time, got a 98. I did basically the same thing the next year. Oh no, it was the same fucking year because they let me take it halfway through. I came in halfway through into a bio class off of the remedial earth science, and then I didn't fucking do the labs for that either. Then I waited to the end of the year and spent 2 days doing all the labs. I think there was like 16 or 18 fucking labs I had to do independently, and I only did it. I only did it because I had something to prove. Like I was gonna prove that these fucking labs and this fucking bullshit fucking test, any fucking idiot paying even half attention could fucking do it, right? So I got a 98 on that one too, and I only did it to spite my biology teacher. So.
See, I think I hated school because my brother, he's like a literal genius. Like his IQ is off the charts, and he was just always good at it. And actually, my brother always got in trouble. Like, you know, my dad was old school. He believes in the belt, but I only got the belt like once or twice that I remember. And like, he never really had it. You know, I was in my room reading. You know, like you're not gonna get too much trouble. Like at school, you know, I wasn't interested, but I was, you know, the main struggle for me was like not falling asleep and shit. My brother knew everything already, and he was constantly getting in trouble at school,
Because for people who know what the fuck the shit is already, it's fucking boring.
It's boring. He knew more than the teachers knew. Like,
yeah. You know how many smart fucking kids get left behind because of bad teachers who don't know how to engage those people who already know? Like, I remember being in physics and asking my physics teacher about questions about what light is specifically, and he wouldn't fucking tell me because it wasn't part of the stupid fucking curriculum. It wasn't in this course syllabus, so he wasn't gonna fucking teach it. So there I was asking questions, hungry for information, and he wasn't gonna do it because it wasn't in his fucking job description for the year. You know how many fucking kids probably get left behind on that basis? Probably a lot.
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
You know, they couldn't really teach me to my strengths because I was creative and I was a writer. There wasn't really much avenues back then, especially in high school. Once I got, you know, to college, I could really specify and choose what I wanted to learn, and that's what I went. That's what I went to college to learn was literature and English. I wanted to learn how to write books well. Although you don't need to. Stephen King never went to fucking college, but it does help if you know the techniques and you really understand the English language, and that was the intention. But like when your brother knows everything and he's sitting there and he's not trying, he doesn't have to try. Like homework, for him is like nothing because he's already done it at school. He already has probably like the next 3 weeks of homework fucking done. Like Duke University wanted him in the 8th grade. And my dad said no, he wanted him to live a normal life. And I bet he really regrets that because I was his brother. And in the 11th grade, I gave him weed and he took it to school. You know? Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I gave him weed to sell.
Older? Is that your older brother or
he's my younger brother. I'm the oldest. I also have a half brother.
How many years apart are you guys separated? Because me and my brother are 5 years apart. So
I think like 2 years. And then my younger brother is like 7 years younger, I think.
Yikes.
My half brother.
That's a big difference. Yeah. I fucking when me and my brother were kids, I used to involve him with all my fucking friends and shit. He was always like about whatever I was doing, and I don't know what happened. Somewhere, I think it was when I moved out. He was just like going into high school because me and my mother did not get along, and so I decided that I was just gonna pack a bag and figure it out. And I spent some time being homeless, and I didn't talk to anyone or communicate with any of my family. I just fucked off. And I think that's when everything went to shit because I took a lot of ass whoopings for him growing up. I was always in the middle between, my father wasn't really in the picture, and he threatened the belt when we were younger, but he never actually did nothing, right? But my mother could hit you across the room with a fucking shoe with her fucking eyes closed, right? So we went through some shit, and I took a lot of that for him. And I think what happened was I wasn't there to get in between, and I didn't teach him how to fucking defend himself or stand up for himself. And then he fucking had to learn it the hard way, and I think he resented me for that. So that fucked shit up. And there's just a lot of stuff that went on when we lived together in our adult life that just like we just couldn't live together. It wasn't like when we were kids.
I don't think my brother resented me ever for like giving him the weed because like he got caught with that weed that I gave him, and he went to prison just like I did for that weed. School wasn't, it probably still is, but it was like a no drug free zone. He got sent to the Morgan and High Rise, which actually made national news.
Wait, he went to what, prison for simple possession or intent?
Intent to sell.
How much weed did you give him?
It was like an ounce, something like that. He probably had it separate. He probably had it separated into like little ace and shit. He sold it to the bag he got busted for was selling it to his best friend. He'd be totally mad at me for telling the story, but the point of the story was like he never really resented me for that. Like I've always blamed myself for that, but he's never really talked about it ever. He just kind of took it like this is the lumps of life, and I think he understood that he was smart enough that he would pull himself out of it because he's a complete success in life. Like he didn't need a college education, felonies on his record. He's lived a fucking hell of a life, man. And
fucking expunge.
Oh no, he's still got them. I mean, he's just too smart not to give him that chance. Like he started at Stryker. It's a factory over in Kalamazoo here. They make medical equipment, right? Well, he started like everybody else starts. You go in there and you start on the line, right? Well, my brother's smart and he figured this shit out. Like within like 10 years, he was like programming the mathematical like diagrams and the mathematical equations that goes into actually making these very specific sets of equipment. He did that for a really long time. And then, he shopped himself around, and then he got a job all the way up in Lansing, drives there every fucking day from Battle Creek to Lansing, makes bank doing whatever the smart person shit that he does, and he's always kind of I've always been that free spirit. Like, yeah, man, I'm a poet. I'm a writer, man. I'm a fucking artist. I'm never going to conform. I'm never going to get married. He went that complete different route, got that career, he's been married for like 25 fucking years, man. His kids are grown, great fucking kids. I finally had a kid when I was 33 and she's going through school, but like, it's been this complete different story. So like there was never resentment for, oh my God, you ruined my life. I think there was more like resentment for like why is my older brother the actual like not the older brother and I'm the older brother. You know.
I'm the oldest sibling.
Yeah, I'm the oldest sibling too, and I don't know if there's any way to compare me and my brother's success necessarily. Because I went to fucking healthcare, and he wanted to do something long term, and he worked at like it's kind of like a deli situation, but he makes probably about as much as money as I do doing what he does, slinging pie and whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's a completely different fucking thing. So I don't know what the.
All my siblings, my sister makes $5,000 a month doing construction. Like she's like huge company, and she got that before I did. So she's got her own apartment, and she's doing good for herself. My brother's working for a winery factory, and he making good for himself. So around like 3,000 ish. And then my other two brothers are working in factories, making TVs. They both work there. And then my sister does babysitting.
I think about getting into this shit all the time. How much money I could be making if I went private again.
My brother's pretty successful, but I mean, you know, the more money you make, the more problems you have. So like he's got everything, but he struggles through life just like everybody else. You know, it's like, you know, everything scales up. You know, it's just kind of the routine of life. My half brother, he's really. I mean, he married rich. When I say it like that, it sounds like he married rich. No, like his high school sweetheart just happened to come from like old money. So like he's always kind of worked. I don't even know what he does. He kind of works normal jobs, but he's like a professional like shooter. He shoots guns professionally. We haven't really spoken. We got into this big Second Amendment debate like I don't know 6 years ago, and we haven't really spoken much since that. Kind of sad. I don't think it gets my point. Like I'm not saying like you shouldn't be able to shoot professionally, dog. I'm just saying guns are evil, and you might want to think about it.
Right. Remember the situation I talked to you about having access to guns. It's a problem. It's like if most people didn't have access to guns, a lot of violence is just naturally going to go down. You can't just give it to teachers because they're psychopaths. I'm sorry. When these people are going into a school, I think they already gave it up on their lives.
Yeah.
I think they already at the last straw.
He doesn't understand. Like he's a good dude, and I don't know. Like his politics, he's definitely not a righty. You know, I would say he's a moderate. Like what we were talking about earlier with the Overton window. He's a moderate. He's center right. But like like he lived with us for a while down in North Carolina, about 6 years. But he usually just lived with his mom, and he'd visit periodically every once in a while. And his mom lived up here in Battle Creek, so he was around guns his whole life. He in Battle Creek, it's a conservative town. It's conservative as fuck. So yeah, he was kind of around that to where, when my dad went conservative finally down in North Carolina, it took a really long time. And he went full blown conservative. It surprised me and my brother. Me and my brother, like, there was so many times where we had to be like, Dad, those libtards you're talking about, that's your children, right? Like. Because he was always liberal. It took like 25 years down in North Carolina for my dad to finally just go conservative. It took a long time.
I love my dad because he is literally not political. He's literally just a man that just wants to live his life. Literally, we were in the car, and my family usually votes right, And my dad was like in Nikki Haley. It's like, well, we had a black president. Let's have a woman as a president. I don't know. I don't get into politics. And that was his argument.
my parents, my mom anyway, and my stepfather, they voted for Joe Biden and Democrats the whole fucking way down on the last federal election. Then their fucking 401ks were affected. So now they're not going to be able to retire when they think they were going to, right? So now they're voting fucking, not the midterms, they voted down ballot Republican, right? So, you know, I mean, they're in their 50s, late 50s now, and they would like to not fucking work. Like, I got a kid. My mom wants to be a fucking grandmother, and it turns out my stepfather's a pretty goddamn good grandfather. So wasn't expecting that because he wasn't
Most of my
particularly fond of us when we were younger. So this is a shock, to be honest. But
most of my dad's side of the family stopped associating with me, banned me on social media back during the Black Lives Matter. The summer, I think it was 2019, that summer with the whole Black Lives Matter shit. About half of the people on my mother's side, they don't associate with me because of the atheist shit.
Yeah, my mom didn't care. My mom didn't care when I was an atheist or when I started practicing Jew thing or when I was fucking, 12, 13 years old saying, Mom, I'm fucking gay because I thought I was gay back then. It's not that. I just think it was it's complicated. I'm not gonna get a fucking backstory here, but there's a video. It's Will Kincaid Eats Crow and Tells All. It's all pretty much there. But anyway. My mom didn't give a fuck. My dad didn't give a fuck. It was relatively inconsequential.
My sister.
Get the fuck out of her house. Really is what it was. Didn't give a shit one way or the other. Otherwise.
Believe it or not, my sister on Thanksgiving in front of the entire family says, when we gather around for prayer, like I just did it, we all did, and she right out said, I'm an atheist. I'm not going to do this shit. And I was like, Kayla.
Yeah, I only know a couple people here that actually admit it.
Straightforward with it.
My wife's an atheist. My mother-in-law's a fucking Methodist. My father-in-law was, before he passed away, a Lutheran. My mom was a Baptist. My father was a Catholic. I think that my father's an atheist now, but we don't really talk about that just because it's not interesting to either of us at this point. So like, my family's pretty fucking mixed. Obviously, I'm a practicing. Well, I say obviously, but I'm a practicing Jew, and so it's nobody really gives a fuck. We do, instead of one prayer, we do two or three, and a handful of atheists that we associate with that our family said it out. Nobody gives a fuck. It's not a big deal. We all around Thanksgiving. We all acknowledge that we're there to eat food that we didn't have to make. That's the deal.
Right.
That's not really,
I got people in my family trying to, the Christian, like the Christians, they're trying to make it not a big deal. Like they're trying to mend bridges and shit. It's pretty.
I wish we could. I wish we could all
cool.
just shut the fuck up about it and eat a goddamn turkey.
I'm anti-theism, so it's kind of hard for me just to sit there.
Like my brother's an atheist, and he's dating Lo, who is a trans man and a Jew, Reformed Jew. So, and they're like basically like they don't believe in the marriage thing. So I don't think that they're ever gonna get married. I think this is about as together as they could get. But we consider Lo like family, and that we know that like they're not about that. But I don't know. Maybe one day I'm gonna be fucking Uncle Kincaid. I have no idea. I have my speculations.
I only know two people that are atheists, and they don't talk about it, and they don't think I should talk about it. I know a lot of people that are somethings. They're like, they're not Christians, but they believe in something.
Yeah.
It's
nondescript something. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's my favorite deity.
Just haven't met many here. I'm surrounded by a bunch of fucking. There's Christians and there's like Scientology here.
We're super conservative in my part of New York because we're in upstate and there's a lot of farms. There's some small cities. So like just if you just took like a small slice of New York City and scaled the skyline down, that's what a lot of our cities look like.
There's a huge. We got the NIFB, but there's a huge Seventh Day Adventist presence.
NIFB is around the corner from my fucking house.
So a bunch of goddamn Jamie Russells running around.
Yeah. Well, we got all kinds because we got that, and then we got and then not 2-3 miles away we got a fucking synagogue. So
non-denominational family or Presbyterian? All in my family.
Yeah, I grew up Southern Baptist. It started Baptist and then it became Southern Baptist down south. But I've always been thankful. Like my family never went crazy with it, and it wasn't like that quiverful bullshit or none of that like cray stuff. Yeah.
Around here in my part of New York, we don't care what your fucking color is. We don't care what genitals you have or what fucking makeup you put on. We don't give a fuck where you fucking come from. We don't care what fucking language you speak, except the only thing that people seem to really fucking care about is whether or not you're a fucking registered Republican or you vote conservative consistently. That's pretty much all the fuck anyone gives a shit about in this immediate area. Did you vote right? I'm trans, okay, but are you a Republican?
That's kind of how Battle Creek is. Battle Creek is a Trump town, man. It's a Trump town. It's really crazy. Like Trump's come here, like to Battle Creek specifically, like twice because he knows this is a Trump town.
You know what's fucked is that Donald Trump has never been to my district, despite the fact that Elise Stefanik is our fucking congresswoman, and she's got that fucking special seat or whatever that Trump gave her. I forget what the fuck it is specifically, but like it's a super important Republican district, and he's never fucking been here, and it's like fuck you. Why don't you? Yeah.
Trump came to our school.
Oh.
I was like, what the fuck? We're in the most rural little section of South Carolina. Like, we're nobodies. And
I'm gonna go fucking meet him myself. If he ain't fucking, I plan on asking him like, "Hey, the fuck, you like Lee Stefanik so much, but you never come to our fucking district. What the fuck?"
I wonder. I've met a lot of politicians here in Battle Creek. They always seem to come here.
You're like up. You're like up Elise's fucking coochie hole all the time about how fucking great she is on your goddamn Truth Social. But have you ever visited this district? Like, dude, I know it's not exactly a fucking voting block that you really like have trouble securing, but it'd be nice, to meet the Fuhrer. Just joking, but you know what I mean.
He wants to be. He's just so goddamn stupid and old. He can't be. So, like, I think, like, because DeSantis is inept, and like even the people of Florida who loved him so much, he played those culture wars for a long time, but now it's like they're starting to feel like his policy hit him, and they're like, yeah, DeSantis kind of sucks. So it's like it's like I don't know, like he was like, I guess the one hope for not another Biden Trump fucking bullshit campaign season, but I think that's what we're gonna get.
Yep, and unfortunately, I don't think Biden's gonna win this time around.
Didn't Bobby Kennedy throw his hat in recently? The son of the late brother to the president.
I don't know. There'll be no serious contender. The Democrats are too weak to go against a sitting president.
And what I'd say, I think it's going to be Joe Biden versus Trump again, but I don't see Biden actually winning.
I think if it's Trump, it's his only chance of winning.
So this is a funny thing. So I fuck with AI a lot, as you may know, and I ran a qualitative distribution of political points and statistics through GPT-4, and I got the weirdest result for the 2024 election. It said the president as of January 1st or January 5th of 2025 is going to be Kamala Harris. That's what it said. And I'll be dipped
Ain't
in
no
shit
fucking way.
if she is.
There's
Well, that's what,
none.
hey, listen, the AI is way smarter than all of us fucking combined.
Yeah, I doubt that it's gonna be Kamala Harris.
People said that about Trump for 2016, you know? So
Yeah, but just
stranger
keep in
things have
mind
happened.
her approval rating is way lower than Biden. And then the fact that if someone else runs besides Biden, I just don't think that there's a person out there right now. I
Well, here's
think
the
it's
thing.
just going to be another Trump presidency. I hate
If it's
to.
a 26th Amendment situation and she tosses Biden and then elects her new fucking vice president as sitting president, and then they run an election and it's the possible first elected female president of the United States of America versus more of Trump, I think that that is enough. And not only that, but the first POC female president of the United States of America. I think that would be enough to really motivate the base, because Knock votes along, people like Knock vote along lines of sensible policy, and the rest of the fucking halfwits vote for fucking, in the Republican Party is who would you like to have a beer with, and in the Democratic Party is who ticks the most check boxes. That's who our respective morons vote for, right? And we both have morons in both parties.
Like Kamala was like one of the least like now candidates in the primary though. Like she wasn't even close.
No,
like,
I know.
what's her
That's
name? Like
exactly why I think
Mary
it's
Ann.
plausible.
I can't remember her name. Mary Ann. She's a rich woman, but she's got great politics. I can't remember her last name. I'd like to see her run again, and I'd like to.
Marianne Williamson.
Yeah, Marianne Williamson. I really like her.
Yeah. I liked her too, actually. I really did, but not in the cards. But
yeah, I mean, the establishment will, the left establishment will never get behind a real candidate. I think Bernie Sanders proved that.
They fuck Bernie. That's what I was gonna say. I told you there's a fucking thing on my channel. It's called James Paul von Hitler, when Von accidentally endorsed gassing of Jews because he hates bankers. But we were talking about your position on the matter at the time, and I said, don't fucking vote for Biden. Vote for Bernie or write him in. It's not going to matter. Your vote doesn't matter anyway, so you might as well vote for who you actually fucking believe in. I don't know who you voted for, but, that was my position at the time. That's what I thought you should do, because it's not going to...
I voted for Biden.
Yeah, see, I hoped you wouldn't have done that. I hope you would have just fucking wrote Bernie.
It was so close, man. When Trump is probably too dumb to understand what fascism is, but he's a wannabe fascist. So I won't be so extreme with the rhetoric. He's a wannabe authoritarian.
Okay, yeah, that I can agree with.
And so I think that's an automatic. You got to vote to keep him out. So for me, it's like swallow some vomit. We'll do the creepy guy with the hair fetish.
I don't think that Trump really did that much damage.
Like I did a big debate, like when he was like the nominee, like because like for me, we went hard at Trump over his sexual harassment, his sexual. All those fucking claims against him that kind of got washed away as soon as he started running for president. Well,
look at Biden.
So we go hardcore at Trump, but then it's like crickets when Biden has his own fucking issues. Not to mention Tara Reid and her allegations. And I had a big debate about it.
Wrong color shirt, wrong hood. That's all.
To me, it's like I'm not going to be a part of some hypocrisy. Yeah, I'll swallow vomit while I vote for this piece of shit, but it's because, in my opinion, I'm voting against the wannabe authoritarian. I think he's too dumb to really subvert America enough to actually get there. A smarter person using a lot of the same playbook, I think we'd be in trouble.
In proportion to the number of executive orders one president has signed, the last 5 presidents combined don't come halfway to Biden's balls on the number of executive orders that Biden has signed. And he just signed another one.
It's been a
like I don't know how
progression of
much more
presidents,
authoritarian. Like
each president, I think gets
6.
I'd have to look at the number. Like when you talk about executive orders, presidents have. I think the number continuously gets progresses, but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I
Donald
looked
Trump
at it.
had 6, and at that point in his presidency, that was an all-time high. Granted, he only had 1 term, but it was still an all-time high. So even if you double that number, right, and you say 12, Biden has currently, as of yesterday, 43. I mean, that sounds authoritarian to me, trying to rule from the fucking presidency like a fucking monarch.
Yeah, I mean, every president tries to test the boundaries of their power. So, he's probably written 40. So, a lot of presidents write a lot of executive orders, but they go to court, right? So, it's going to determine on whether or not the court.
Well, yeah, that's not even what we're talking about. We're just talking about the number of executive orders he issued. Yes, most of them do go to court.
Oh, Lisa's in the chat.
Who? Oh, Lisa. Oh, okay.
I can't believe I was like an hour and a half ago. Like I need to stop. I need to go to bed. So we are going to shut this down because I do need to stop and I do need to go to bed.
All right.
It's been an interesting chat tonight. Like it was dumpster fiery for most of it, and surprisingly, when Will you came on and it hasn't really been a dumpster fire since. I think that might be the first time ever. Yeah, I think it's the first time ever.
No, not the first time ever. We've had. Remember when we came in to this and we squashed beef and stuff? That was the time. Yeah, there's been a bunch of times. It's not the first time. It's just a.
Okay, I just want to say something. I just want to say something. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Trump didn't do much to try to undermine our democracy. He tried to fucking coup, you idiot.
I didn't say tried. I said actually did. He didn't do much to really fuck with anything.
Yeah, but giving false information. Hey, can y'all take hydrochloroquine?
Well, I would say he actually did quite a lot. I would say he actually got quite a lot. He got a major political party totally against federal law enforcement and their capabilities. He also got an entire political party to be pro-Putin.
Doc, you're not pro-cop. Let's not even. I mean, fine, pro-Putin, whatever, but let's not even pretend.
I'm not pro-cop, but I'm not like, and I'm not dismiss a cop just for being a cop either. Like,
I will all day.
I'm not. There's good cops out there. Like all cops are not bastards. There's good cops out there as well that do the work.
Yeah, well, they're not part of the solution, are they?
All right, I gotta go.
Yeah, I think they're part of a lot of solutions. All right, have a good night. I think they can be a part of a lot of solutions. I think they can be a part of a lot of fucking problems.
And I fucking hate the police. Every last one of them. Fucking hate them.
I've been imprisoned and I've never really. I mean, I'm from a family that doesn't like the police.
I hate parole officers. I hate probation officers. Everyone involved in law enforcement is part of the problem, as far as I can say.
I think the thing for me, the thing with law enforcement is like the thing with anything in the society: take away their guns. Take away their guns. Take away everybody's guns.
Oh my God, no. Don't even get me started on the gun thing again.
I can't because we're about to go to bed. I've been saying it for too long. I actually got to do it.
The police pretend like they're a selective race. That's what they do. Fuck those guys.
Come on, Will. I've never.
They do. They operate like they're all fucking part of the same racial group. Like it's not black or white or whatever. It's blue. That's what color they are. They're fucking blue. And if you ain't blue, you ain't in the big fucking club. And fuck you. That's how they act. I fucking hate cops. I don't respect them. I have a general mistrust of authority as is.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, but I've never had.
It is.
Yeah, and that is your opinion. I have never had a fucking bad experience with a cop in my life.
Oh,
but that's just me.
I mean, I've had a couple, and I've had a couple cops be instrumental in my life, and not judge me for my past, knew my past, and then judge me for it. Like, there's a couple people that I talk to here online on this platform that are former cops, so I won't bust them out. They'll tell you themselves. But like, no, I think that there's good cops out there. I think policing as a whole needs to be reformed. And I think that we need to stop militarizing our police force for sure. That'd be a starter.
I've been fucking pulled over on suspicion of driving under the influence on my way to fucking work.
There's a difference between policing and police state, and we need to get away from the police state.
Yeah. But
let me tell you something.
But you know what? There's good and bad in every profession. I was sober as a fucking judge. Don't even get me started on that.
They breathalyzed me. I failed the field sobriety, but not the breathalyzer. I passed that shit. And then they wanted to go do a blood test. And I said, okay, let's go do the blood test, because I'm fucking telling you, I'm not high on nothing. I fucking drove out of the gas station. I forgot to put my lights on. It wasn't dark yet. It was just, the sun was just fucking setting, and he was just looking for a reason. And he decided that he wasn't going to give me a ticket or arrest me or book me and bring me down to the station because it was too much paperwork. So don't tell me that a cop can't make fucking, elective decisions, because they do all the fucking time. That dickhead.
I don't think anybody says that.
Well, there are people that fucking say that.
But it doesn't mean every. But
I don't make the rules. I'm just enforcing them.
Yeah. Nobody's saying that, but that story doesn't entail that every cop is like that.
Yeah, not all cops are bad. I will grant you there are bad apples, but there are bad apples everywhere.
Oh, please. I'm not convinced. Well, what are the good apples doing to help with the fucking situation? Or what are they doing? Enlighten me.
They're usually the ones that's capturing, the murderers, and hopefully, making an attempt to capture rapists. But a lot of them are fucking with you, and a lot of them are killing black folks for being black. A lot of them utilize their powers. A lot of these institutions are infiltrated by not only neo-Nazis, but a lot of these institutions are now being infiltrated by like street level gangs and shit.
At every fucking level.
I don't know. It's funny because The Departed did a movie about it, but it was a good movie. But like Mark Wahlberg was like secret, he was like this cop, but he was actually really mob, and but like now that seems to be a thing in the military. There seems to be this aspect of street gangs infiltrating it, as well as police forces and judicial systems.
Yeah. What about Megan Hall getting piped down in every fucking room in the fucking barracks and every other fucking police car and in public, and nobody said a fucking word? It's because they're all one big happy fucking family, and they all cover for each other. You don't have to be the ones that don't play fucking
who's
ball.
Megan Hall?
She was the one who was fucking everyone at the precinct. I forget which precinct it was off the top of my head, but she was in the fucking news, and she was fucking all of them, right? And she was like fucking, She irritates me. And then she had the audacity to say that, I shouldn't have been fired because I was raped. Okay. And then they said, okay, by who? And she's like, I won't say. Are you pressing charges? No, I'm not pressing charges. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, she got fired, so she pulled the fucking woman card.
Okay, well, okay.
Who is Megan Hall? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I understand
she was a cop.
I understand what you're saying about corrupt cops. I have no problem with you calling out corrupt cops, but what the fuck do you expect when Chief Justice Robert what the fuck ever is corrupt as hell and lets corrupt Clarence Thomas just go on his merry little way doing corrupt little things, what do you expect?
Well,
Did I stutter when I said I don't trust anyone in law enforcement? That includes DAs, judges, lawyers, all of them. Every last fucking one of them.
This will go on forever. I gotta go to sleep, so I gotta end it.
Go to bed.
I gotta end it.
All right, Mark. Thanks for letting me in. I just
I don't know.
to say that.
There at the end, you're kind of going a little William Freeman, and I'm getting scared. I'm just too tired to continue to really explore it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're talking to Kincaid. Okay.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Like, all right, so you don't trust cops, or like, do you want to kill cops? Or are you going boogaloo boy on me? I don't know, but like, I gotta go to bed.
I want to disband it altogether. It's a fucking corrupt system. The whole fucking thing needs to go and be restructured. I got maps. I have a plan. Like if you were to restructure it, I got it down to the granular minutia of what you could do. I got it. But you need to go to bed. So maybe
there's a Buddhist concept. There's a Buddhist concept that if you walk the path long enough, then you're in no need of government or assistance really of any kind.
Yeah, maybe I'm in favor of
it's part of that supernatural hoopla that I couldn't get behind. All right, yeah, I got to go to bed. We could talk politics all night. I think tonight was a fairly good conversation. Again, like something might come up. I might actually have to like leave the house tomorrow. So I might not be able to do the stream tomorrow. If I do, I think it's scheduled at noon. So we'll see by noon if I'm here or not. I might have, but if it cancels because of that. But hopefully it'll happen. But if it's gonna happen, I need to take my ass to bed. So
all right, go to bed.
Bye, Will.
Knock.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
You too.